Dark Secret. Dark Series, Book 15. By Christine Feehan. Part 1. Prologue. "Come on, Colby," Sheriff Ben Lassiter yelled, feeling like a fool running alongside the tractor. "You have to be reasonable. Get off that damn thing and listen to me for once in your life. You're being stubborn." The ancient tractor bounced along in the gathering dusk, shooting up clouds of powdery dirt to spray over Ben's immaculate sheriff's uniform. Colby waited until he was totally out of breath and at a complete disadvantage before she stopped the tractor and sat staring moodily out over the field. Very slowly, she pulled off her leather work gloves. "I'm getting tired of these visits, Ben. Just whose side are you on anyway? You know me. You knew my father. The Chavez family don't belong here, and they certainly don't have the right to try to force me to turn over my brother and sister to them." Ben swiped at the dirt covering him, gritting his teeth against his frustration. He took several deep breaths before he answered her. "I didn't say it was right, Colby, but the Chavez family have the De La Cruz brothers on their side, which means a lot of money and power. You can't just ignore them. They aren't going to go away. You have to talk to them, or they're going to take you to court. People like the De La Cruz brothers don't lose in court." He raised his hands to grasp her small waist before she could jump off the tractor by herself. Resisting the urge to shake some sense into her, he lifted her down easily, retaining possession for a moment. "You have to do this, Colby. I mean it, honey. I can't protect you from these people. Don't put it off any longer." Colby pushed away from him, a small gesture of impatience, swinging her head so her disheveled hair spilled out from under her hat, hiding the sudden sheen of tears swimming in her eyes. Ben quickly looked away, pretending not to notice. A man would have to kill for her if she cried, and anyone witnessing her tears would be very likely to take the brunt of her anger. "Fine." Colby began moving across the field at a fast pace. "I presume you have the entire lot of them camped on my porch? I knew Ginny and Paul were gone tonight." Ben had ensured his sister-in-law invited Colby's sister and brother over for homemade ice cream. Like that was hard to see through. Colby tossed the words sarcastically over her shoulder at him. She had known Ben since kindergarten. She was certain he persisted in thinking of her as a wild, untamed little girl, not quite bright, when she was perfectly capable of running a ranch all by her little lonesome and had been doing so for some time. She wanted to box his thick skull. "Colby, don't go in there like a powder keg. These people aren't the type to be pushed around." Ben easily kept pace with her. "Pushed around?" She stopped so abruptly that he had to rock back on his heels to keep from running her over. "They're trying to push me around. How dare they come here acting so arrogant? I want to sick the dog on them. Men." She glared at him. "And another thing, Ben. Instead of kissing up to Mr. Moneybags and his entourage, you might consider what is going on out here. All my equipment keeps disappearing and some little gremlin is messing with the machinery. That's your job, isn't it? Not escorting the rich and infamous around." She began moving again, her small feminine body radiating fury. "Colby, you and I both know it's a bunch of kids playing pranks. Probably friends of Paul," Ben said, trying to soothe her. "Pranks? I don't think stealing is a prank. And what about my missing persons report? Have you even tried to find Pete for me?" Ben raked a hand through his hair in sheer desperation. "Pete Jessup is probably off on a binge. For all you know, that old man stole your things to pay for his alcohol." Colby stopped again, and this time Ben did run into her and had to catch her shoulders to keep from knocking her flat. She slapped his hands away, a fine outrage smoldering in her. "Pete Jessup quit drinking when my father died, you turncoat. He's been invaluable around here." "Colby," Ben said, his voice persuasive and gentle, "the truth is you took in that homeless old coot out of the goodness of your heart. I doubt if he did more than eat your food every day. He's a broken-down cowboy, a drifter. He's just taken off somewhere. He'll turn up eventually." "You would say that," she sniffed, truly aggravated with him. "It's just like you to let the disappearance of an old man and sneak thieves go by the wayside, so you can mix with some rich idiots who are here to try to steal my brother and sister. Colby, come on, they proved they're relatives and they claim they have the children's best interests at heart. The least you can do is listen to them. You probably agree with them, don't you? Paul and Ginny are not better off with that group. You don't know anything about it or them. Paul would end up just like them, so arrogant no one could stand him, and poor little Ginny would grow up thinking she was a second-class citizen because she's female. They can all go straight to hell for all I care. Although it was early evening and still relatively light, the sky suddenly darkened as ominous black clouds boiled up out of nowhere. A cold wind arrived on the wings of the dark mass, tugging sharply at Colby's clothes. A shiver of apprehension blew straight down her spine. For a moment something touched her mind. She felt it, felt the struggle for entrance. What is it? Colby could see Ben was clearly uneasy as he turned in a slow circle to scan the surrounding area. He had his hand on his gun, unsure what was stalking them or where the threat was coming from, but he obviously felt it as well. Colby stayed very quiet, not moving a muscle, like a small fawn caught in a hunter's sights. She immediately sensed she was in mortal danger. It wasn't hostile toward Ben, but she could feel the malevolence directed at her. Whatever it was struck directly at her mind, seeking entrance. She took a deep, slow breath and let it out, forcing her mind to stay blank, thinking of a wall, high, impregnable, a fortress nothing could enter. She focused completely on the wall, keeping it strong, impenetrable. The thing seemed to withdraw for a moment, puzzled perhaps by her strength, but then it struck again, a hard spear-like thrust that seemed to pierce her skull and drive right for her brain. Colby uttered a soft cry of pain and dropped to one knee, holding her head even while she forced herself to breathe evenly and calmly. Her mind was strong, invincible, with a wall so thick and high no one would ever break it down. Whatever malevolent thing was after her would not be allowed to breach her defenses. She became aware after a few minutes of Ben's large hand on her shoulder. He was bending over her solicitously. "Colby, what is it?" Cautiously, she lifted her head. The presence was gone. "My head, Ben. I have the headache from hell." She did, too. It wasn't a lie. She'd never experienced anything quite like the attack. She actually felt sick to her stomach, and she wasn't certain she could walk. Whatever it had been was strong and terrifying. Ben took her elbow and helped her to her feet. She was trembling. He could feel the continuous shivering beneath his hand, so he held on to her. Colby didn't pull away from him like she normally would have, and that worried him. "You want me to call an ambulance?" Her emerald green eyes laughed at him even as they mirrored her pain. "Are you crazy?" "I have a headache, Ben. The mere thought of contact with the Chavez family gives me major headaches. Your brother and sister are both members of the Chavez family, Colby. You would have been too if the adoption had gone through." Colby ducked her head, his words hitting her dead center in her heart. Armando Chavez had never adopted her. He had confessed his reasons on his deathbed, hanging his head in shame, tears swimming in his eyes while she held his hand. He had wanted his grandfather to relent, to accept him back into the family. Due to the circumstances of Colby's birth, Armando had known if he adopted her, his grandfather in Brazil would never allow him to come back to the family. It had been too late, then, to push the paperwork through. Armando Chavez was ashamed that he had betrayed her unconditional love for him for a family who had never answered a dying man's letter. Colby had remained loyal and loving, nursing him, reading to him, comforting him right up until the day he died. And she still remained loyal to him. It didn't matter that he had died before the adoption. Armando Chavez wasn't her biological father, but he was her father all the same. In her heart, where it counted. The way the Chavez family hated her had never mattered to her, but she loved Armando with every fiber of her being. She loved him with the same fierceness with which she loved her brother and sister. As far as she was concerned, the Chavez family didn't deserve Armando and his children. And the two De La Cruz brothers, guardians and bullies for the Chavez family, could go straight back to whatever hell had spawned them. They were directly responsible for Armando's grandfather's bitter hatred of her. She wasn't good enough to be a member of the Chavez family. Neither was her beloved mother. Armando's grandfather had pronounced they would never be accepted into his illustrious family, and his reasons had been abundantly clear. Colby's mother had never married her father. There was no name on Colby's birth certificate, and Armando's grandfather would never accept an Anglo harlot and her bastard into his pure-blood family. As she and Ben moved around the vegetable garden toward the ranch house, Colby slowed her pace, turning her mind inward for a moment to focus her strength of will on control. It was important to stay calm and relaxed and to breathe naturally. She tilted her chin and walked with her head up to meet the all-powerful De La Cruz brothers and the Chavez family members who had come to steal her brother and sister and their ranch. They were gathered together on her small porch. Juan and Julio Chavez resembled Armando so much Colby had to blink back unexpected burning tears. She had to remember this was the family who had so cruelly rejected her mother because she had given birth to Colby out of wedlock. This was the same family who had callously ignored her beloved stepfather's pleas and allowed him to die without so much as a word from them. Worst of all, they were here to take Paul and Ginny away and to confiscate the ranch, their father's last legacy. Ben saw her lift her chin, and he sighed heavily. He had known Colby nearly all of her life. She had a stubborn streak a mile wide. If these men underestimated her because she was young and beautiful, because she looked small and fragile, they were in for a big surprise. Colby could move mountains if she set her mind to it. He had never seen anyone so determined, with such strength of will. Who else could have nursed a dying man and run a huge ranch with only the help of an old broken-down cowhand and 2 kids? Colby walked right up to the 2 men, her slender shoulders straight, her small frame as tall as she could make it. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" Her voice was polite, distant, as she gestured toward the chairs on the porch rather than inviting them into her home. "I looked very carefully over the papers you sent, and I believe I already gave you my answer. Ginny and Paul are United States citizens. This ranch is their legacy, entrusted to me to preserve for them. That is a legal document. If you wish to dispute it, you can take me to court. I have no intention of turning my brother and sister over to complete strangers." A man stirred back in the shadows. Her gaze jumped to his face, her heart pounding. It was strange she hadn't noticed him immediately. He seemed blurred, a part of the gathering darkness. As he stepped under the porch light, she could see he was tall and muscular, very imposing. His face held a harsh sensuality, his eyes black and cold. His hair was long, pulled to the back of his neck and somehow secured there. Every warning sense shrieked at her. He held up his hand, effectively silencing Juan Chavez before he could speak. That imperious gesture, stopping the proud, very wealthy Brazilian, set her heart pounding. She had a feeling he could hear it. The brothers moved aside as he glided silently forward. The parting of the Red Sea, Colby thought a little hysterically. Was there a touch of fear in the eyes of the Chavez brothers? Colby stood her ground, trembling, afraid her rubbery legs might not hold her up. This man scared her. There was an edge of cruelty to his mouth, and she had never seen such cold eyes, as if he had no soul. She forced herself to stand, not to look at Ben for assurance. Clearly this man could take a life and never think twice about it. That made her all the more determined to keep her brother and sister with her. If the Chavez family used him for protection, what did that say about them? She stared up at him defiantly. He bent closer, his black eyes staring directly into her green ones. At once she felt a magnetic pull. She recognized that touch from the mental attack on her in the field. Alarmed, she jerked back, twisting away from him to focus on Ben's scuffed boots. This man had psychic abilities just like her. "I am Nicholas De La Cruz." He said his name softly, his voice as mesmerizing as his eyes. "I wish you to hear these men out. They have come a long way to see you. The children are of their blood." The way he said blood sent a shiver running through her body. He didn't raise his voice at all. He sounded perfectly calm and reasonable. His voice was a powerful, hypnotic weapon, and she recognized it as such. If he used it in a court of law on the judge, could she combat it? She didn't honestly know. Even she was somewhat susceptible. Her head was pounding. She pressed a hand to her temples. He was exerting subtle pressure on her to do as he bid her. Colby knew she wouldn't be able to resist the relentless force for long. Her head felt as if it might shatter. Pride was one thing, foolishness completely another. "I am going to have to ask you gentlemen to leave. Unfortunately, this is a bad time for me. I'm afraid I'm ill." Pressing a hand to her pounding head, she turned to Ben. "Would you please escort them out of here for me, and I will try to schedule another meeting when I'm feeling better?" "I'm sorry." She jerked open the door to her home and fled inside to the safety of her sanctuary. Nicolas de la Cruz would be a powerful enemy. The pounding in her head from fighting off his mental attack was making her physically sick. She buried her face against her quilt and breathed deeply, waiting until she felt the steady pressure slowly retreating. She lay there a long time, terrified for her brother and sister, terrified for herself. 1. The huge chestnut snorted, his eyes rolling wildly in his head. "Hang on to him, Paul," Colby quickly warned her brother. The horse was sidestepping nervously, jerking his head, stiffening his legs. "I can't, sis," Paul cried out as with a surge of savagery the animal swung around, breaking the boy's precarious hold. Paul scrambled to safety, his anxious eyes on his sister's slender figure. The chestnut was crow-hopping, whirling, slamming into the fence with a resounding crash that shook the posts and the ground itself. Paul winced, his olive skin going pale beneath the dark tan. Colby was smashed up against the fence twice more before she hit the ground and rolled to safety beneath the rails. "Are you all right, Colby?" Paul demanded anxiously, flinging himself on his knees beside her in the powdered dirt. Colby groaned and rolled over to stare up at the darkening sky, a humorless smile curving her soft mouth. "What a stupid way to make a living," she told Paul absently. "How many times has that worthless animal thrown me?" She sat up, pushing at the damp tendrils escaping from her thick red-gold braid. The back of her hand left a streak of dirt across her forehead. "Today or altogether?" Paul teased, then hastily wiped the grin from his face when she turned the full power of her eyes on him. 6, he answered solemnly. Gingerly she stood up, swiping at the layer of dust on her worn, faded Levi's. Ruefully she examined her tattered shirt. "Who owns this beast anyway? Whoever it is had better be someone I like." Carefully Paul brushed dust off her hat, avoiding her gaze. Unless a horse was being trained for rodeo riding, Colby allowed Paul to handle all the details. "Worst possible luck. De La Cruz," he muttered apprehensively. At 16 he was taller than his sister. Lean, tanned, already with the muscles of a horseman, Paul was unusually strong for his age. His face held the stamp of someone much older. He held out the weathered flat-brimmed hat almost as an offering of atonement to his sister. There was a small silence while the wind seemed to hold its breath. Even the chestnut stopped snorting and rearing while Colby stared in horror at her brother. "Are we talking about the same De La Cruz who came to this ranch and insulted me? The same one who demanded we pack up our things and leave our father's ranch because I'm a woman and you're a child? That De La Cruz? The De La Cruz who ordered me to turn you and Ginny over to the Chavez family and gave me a whale of a headache with his insulting, domineering, disgusting male chauvinistic behavior." Colby's soft, husky voice was nearly velvet, the delicate perfection of her face utterly still. Only her large eyes betrayed her mood. "Tell me we aren't talking about that De La Cruz, Paolo. Lie to me so I don't commit murder." Her brilliant eyes were fairly shooting sparks. "Well," he hedged, "it was Juan Chavez who brought the horses over, 16 of them. We had to take them, Colby. He's paying top dollar and we need the money. You said yourself Clinton Daniels was pushing us about the mortgage." "Not their money," Colby snapped impatiently. "Never their money. It's conscience money for their sins. We'll find other ways to pay the mortgage." She shook her head to clear it of the anger welling unexpectedly out of nowhere. Slamming her hat against her denim-clad thigh, she muttered unladylike things under her breath. "One had no right to offer you the horses behind my back." She glanced at her brother's miserable face, and instantly the anger evaporated as if it had never been. She reached out to shove her hand affectionately through his jet-black hair. "It isn't your fault. I should have expected something like this and warned you. Ever since that family showed up, that De La Cruz person has been nothing but trouble. I wrote the letter to the Chavez family for Dad nearly 3 years ago. Isn't it a blooming miracle they're finally getting around to answering it?" Colby swung around to face the chestnut, watching it carefully with wary eyes. "This horse is probably their way of getting rid of me so they can have you. With me out of the way, they might have a chance at taking you and Ginny with them back to their South American hellhole. And robbing you of your inheritance while they're at it." Colby was short and slender with soft, full curves, large, deep green eyes fringed with lacy dark lashes, and an abundance of long, silky hair. Shapely arms deceptively hid strong muscles. White scars marred the deep tan on her arms and on her small hands, showing the years of labor. Paul, watching the dimple melt into the corner of her mouth, felt a surge of pride. He knew how she hated her scars, her hands, yet they were so much a part of her. Unorthodox, free, untamable, so natural, there was no one like Colby. They live on a multi-million-dollar ranch, Paul pointed out. Posh. Probably a swimming pool, no work. Beautiful women. Sounds like a tough life to me. Maybe it's a conspiracy and I'm in on it. Are you telling me you can be bribed? He shrugged his wiry shoulders, winking at her with a little mischievous grin. If the price is right, you never know. He tried to waggle his eyebrows and failed. You don't have to worry, Colby, Paul offered suddenly. I don't think Mr. De La Cruz knew Juan brought the horses to us. In any case, he shrugged pragmatically. Money's money. So it is, my boy. Colby sighed. At 17, Colby had shouldered sole responsibility for the ranch, her 11-year-old brother and 6-year-old sister after a freak small plane accident had left their mother dead and Armando paralyzed. She had done so without a murmur of protest. 2 years after the accident, her stepfather had insisted Colby write to his family in Brazil and ask them to come out quickly. He had known he was dying, and he had put aside his pride to ask for help for his children. No one had answered, and their beloved father had died surrounded by his children, but without his brothers and sisters. Now, at 16, Paul could appreciate what these last 5 years had cost Colby. He did his best to take some of the load from her, knowing, for the first time in his life, what it was like to really worry about someone else. Each time Colby was thrown from a horse, he found his heart beating overtime. Colby never complained, but he could see the signs of strain, the weariness growing in her. You want to take a break? The sun's down, he suggested hopefully. No doubt Colby was bruised from head to toe. His eagle eyes noticed she was cradling her left arm. Sorry, hon. Colby shook her red head regretfully. I can't let this one get the idea he's boss. Let's get back to it. Without a trace of fear, she entered the corral and caught the reins of the huge animal. Paul watched her as he'd done 1,000 times in the past, her small, slender figure, fragile looking beside a half-wild horse, yet totally confident. She had built such a reputation for herself as a trainer. Many of the top rodeo riders brought their newest acquisitions to her from all over the United States. Normally, she spent weeks, months, gentling them patiently. She had a special affinity for animals, horses in particular. Colby's methods were usually harder on her than the horses. It was when she had to break them fast, like now, that Paul worried the most. Their ranch was small, mainly for horses. The few cattle and acres of hay were for their own personal use. It was a hard life, but a good one. Their father, Armando Chavez, had come to this country when he was buying horses for his wealthy family in Brazil, looking for new bloodlines for the enormous ranches they had in South America. He had met and married Virginia Jansen, Colby's mother. Their match was not looked upon fondly by his family, and he had been virtually disinherited. Colby never told her father she had found the letter from the Chavez patriarch stating he was to leave the promiscuous, money-hungry American woman with her bastard daughter, and return home at once, or he would be considered as if dead by the entire family. Colby had no idea who her birth father was and could care less. She loved Armando Chavez and thought of him as her true father. He had loved her and protected and cared for her as if she was his own blood. Paulo and Jenny were her family, and she guarded them fiercely. She was determined they would have the ranch when they came of age, just as Armando Chavez had planned. It was the least Colby could do for him. It had been a long afternoon and seemed an even longer evening. Paul was clenching his teeth and swearing softly under his breath as again and again the big chestnut broke his grip on the bridle and Colby was sent crashing to the ground or into the fence with bone-jarring force. Ginny arrived and placed a picnic basket filled with a thermos of lemonade and cold fried chicken on the ground, then sat down outside the corral waiting patiently, one fist jammed into her mouth, her large brown eyes, round with anxiety, fixed on her sister. Colby tightened her hold on the reins, her delicate features set with determination. Ducking her head, she wiped the thin trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth onto her sleeve. Beneath her she could feel the powerful muscles of the horse begin to bunch, to stiffen. Paul took a step forward, his hand clenched so tight on the bridle his knuckles were white. The animal's huge head attempted to drop. Colby fought it up expertly. Even as the struggle took place, Paul marveled at Colby's control. Then the horse once again broke free of Paul's grip and threw itself from side to side, rearing, bucking, whirling, and crow-hopping. Ginny leapt to her feet, clutching the railing as she stared in awe at the expertise with which Colby anticipated the chestnut's every move. Twice Paul was certain the horse was going to fling himself over backward. But Colby was determined to remain in control, her entire being concentrated on the horse. Rafael De La Cruz parked his truck near a cliff overlooking the entire valley. Behind him the mountains rose steeply, covered thickly in pine and fir. The woman nestled beside him touched him with a scarlet-tipped fingernail, very reminiscent of a bloody talon. He stared at it a moment, then leaned over her abruptly, dispassionately, and pushed her hair away from the pulse beating strongly in her neck. He tried to recall what her name was, someone who was thought important in the small world he inhabited at the moment, but no one to stir his interest. All that mattered to him was the steady sound of her heartbeat calling to him. She was prey like all the rest of them. Healthy. Strong. A woman who wanted to sleep with someone rich and powerful. There were so many of them, women who were drawn to the De La Cruz brothers like moths to flames. She tilted her head at him, and he immediately captured her gaze, mesmerizing her. It was almost more trouble than it was worth. Rafael sank his fangs deep into her neck, and he fed. He drank his fill, all the while fighting down the beast threatening to rise, demanding the kill, whispering of ultimate power, whispering of emotion, of feeling. Just to feel once again, for 1 microsecond, it would be worth it. The woman was nothing, useless to him other than as prey. Easy to control, easy to kill. She slumped against him, and the movement snapped him out of the enthrallment of the beast. He closed the tiny pinpricks, healing the wound with a sweep of his tongue. He stared at her for a time, then contemptuously pushed her away from him so that she slumped across the seat. She was like all the rest, willing to sell herself to the highest bidder. To sleep with a virtual stranger because of his wealth and power. Dressed in low-cut, revealing apparel to attract men to them. So many of them like cattle. She had lured a predator, thinking herself the temptress, thinking she was luring him into her sexual web. He slid out of the cab into the night air. Rafael paced along the top of the cliff, his sensual features stamped with a hard, ruthless confidence. He was used to instant obedience, used to manipulating the mind of his human prey. Rafael and Nicholas wanted to go home, to South America and the Amazon rainforest. Back to their world, back to their ranch where they ruled and their word was law. Back to the neighboring jungle where they could shapeshift whenever they wanted without fear of being seen. Back where life was uncomplicated. But they had one small job to do before they could return, persuading a human female to do as the Chavez family wanted. Rafael and Nicholas, answering the call of their prince hundreds of years earlier, hunted the vampire in South America. It was little enough to give back to their dying race. They wanted to go back to the country that had been their home and way of life for hundreds of years. It was far more difficult for them to remain for long in this unfamiliar country. But the Chavez family, which had faithfully served the De La Cruz family for centuries, needed their help now, and they were honor-bound to provide it. The problem was one small human female. Nicholas had gone to her and ordered her compliance, pushing at her mind with a hard command, but to his surprise and displeasure, it had not worked. She became even more stubborn, refusing to talk with any member of their family. In all the centuries of their existence, such a thing had never happened. All humans could be controlled, could be manipulated. It was Raphael's job now, even if it meant taking her blood to force compliance. When the brothers wanted something, anything, they got it. She would not stand in their way. For a moment a muscle jerked along his shadowed jaw. One way or another, they would get what they wanted. He sighed as he stared up at the stars. There was nothing to ease the unrelenting, merciless nights. He fed. He existed. He fought the vampire. He went through the motions of everyday life, yet he felt nothing but hunger. Insatiable hunger. The whispering call of power to kill. To be able to feel. What would it be like to sink his teeth deep into human flesh and drain his prey, to feel something, anything, for a few moments? He glanced back toward the woman in the truck, temptation whispering insidiously. Rafael. Nicholas's voice was a sharp reprimand. Shall I come to you? Rafael shook his head, denying that ever-present enticement. I will not give in this night. Rafael swept his gaze across the dusky sky, noting the bats dipping, performing their evening ballet. The wind brought him untold information. He was uneasy, his senses telling him a vampire could be close, but he was unable to ferret the undead from its lair if, in fact, it was in the area. It had probably gone to ground the instant Nicholas and Rafael had shown up and was waiting for them to leave before rising. The wind carried the distant sound of voices. Alarmed. Soft. A beautiful cadence that touched something deep inside him. He heard the voice, a melodious voice, yet he couldn't understand the words. He stepped closer to the edge of the cliff. Something caught at the corner of his eye, and he looked at the scene below him, his burning gaze fixed on horse and rider. He stared down at the small woman on the large horse in a kind of mind-numbing shock. It was nearly 1700 years since Raphael had seen color or felt emotion. Now, in the blink of an eye, staring at the drama unfolding in the small corral, the horse and rider locked in battle, everything changed. He saw her bright hair, a flame of color. He saw the faded blue of her jeans and the pale rose of her shirt. He saw the horse, a burnished red, tossing its head, whirling and bucking. Time seemed to slow down so that every detail was etched in his mind. The way the leaves on the trees glittered with a silvery sheen, the colors of earth and hay. He saw the silvery tones to the water as it shimmered from a distant pond. The breath slammed out of his lungs, and he stood quite still, a part of the mountain he was standing on, frozen for the first time in all of his existence. Behind him, the woman in the truck stirred, but she didn't matter. She was waking, drowsy, certain they had made love and that she had been overwhelmed by his attentions. The teenage boy and young girl near the corral didn't matter. His brothers waiting at home on their ranch in Brazil, Nicholas waiting here in this crowded country, the Chavez family, none of them mattered. Only that single rider. Colby Jansen. Instinctively, he knew the rider was Colby. The defiant one. Fire and ice like the mountains she lived amongst. The mountains she loved and clung to so fiercely. He studied her, his gaze black and hungry. He didn't move for several moments, his mind filled with chaos, emotions crowding in fast and furious. Emotions stored somewhere for hundreds of years poured through him like burning lava, forcing him to sort them out at an outrageous pace. He had 4 brothers, and all of them were telepathic, could touch each other at will. Raphael reached out, on the common path his brothers used, to share the colors, the unfamiliar raging in his body, the rising tide of hunger. Nicholas had no experience with such a thing. She can only be your lifemate, he responded. She is human, not Carpathian. It is said there are some who can be converted. Riordan's lifemate was not Carpathian. The emotion and sexual hunger rising together were overwhelming, a fireball streaking through his gut, burning his blood, sharpening his appetites. He stretched, reminiscent of a large jungle cat. Beneath the thin silk of his shirt, ropes of muscles contracted. Colby Jansen belonged to him and no other. He wanted no other near her, not the Chavez family and not Nicholas who had seen her first. He felt the beast in him rising, fast and ferocious, at the thought of her with another male, mortal or immortal. Raphael stood very still, forcing himself under control. Dangerous at any time, he recognized he would be even more so in the state he was in. It is most uncomfortable, Nicholas. I doubt I can stand for other males to be in close proximity to her. I have never felt such emotions. Never felt such jealousy or fear. It was a warning and both brothers recognized it as such. There was a small silence. I will leave here, Raphael, and go to the high mountains to the east. The hacienda is empty and I will wait for you to sort this out. As always, Nicholas was calm and serene, a quiet, confident sanity that stirred others in the direction he wanted them to go. Nicholas didn't express his opinion that often, but when he did, his brothers listened to him. He was a dark, dangerous fighter, proven many times over. The brothers were connected and had stayed close down the long centuries, relying on one another for the memories that kept their code of honor intact. Relying on one another to keep the insidious whispering of the power of the kill at bay. Obrigado. Rafael's fingers curled into tight fists until his knuckles turned white as he watched the drama unfolding below the bluff. This woman, small and fragile, human, insisted on doing dangerous, bone-breaking work. There were limits to a man's endurance when he had emotions. He found that he could not take watching her on the back of the pitching, bucking animal. She went down hard, her body small and fragile, the huge chestnut powerful and dangerous, the pounding hooves inches from her. Rafael stopped breathing, his heart stilled. Colby rolled free, said something to her brother, who caught the horse's bridle. Instantly she was back in the saddle. Rafael had had enough. It was Ginny who first noticed the intruders, the new four-wheel-drive truck, sleek and gleaming, as it roared up the dirt road. The driver parked the vehicle on the grassy knoll a few yards from the series of corrals. The two occupants stared out the windows at the struggle between horse and rider. Ginny's low, alarmed cry spun Paul around. Every vestige of color drained from his face, leaving him pale and strained. Instinctively, he climbed over the railing and put his tall body in front of his younger sister, one hand wrapping around her wrist protectively. The driver was out of the car, crossing the dirt road, moving with fluid grace, power and coordination combined. A rippling of cat-like muscle lent the stranger a predatory appearance. He looked a hard, cold, dangerous man. Tall, broad-shouldered, with sinewy muscles beneath a thin silk shirt. He had thick wavy black hair, long and drawn back at the nape of his neck. Harsh, implacable features were strong and sensual. He looked elegant and tough at the same time. This had to be Rafael De La Cruz. They had met Nicholas, and he was intimidating enough, but this man seemed to ooze menace from his every pore. Rafael vaulted the fence with all the ease of a jungle cat, clearing the top rail by several inches. He caught at the snorting, bucking horse, dragging its head around and commanding obedience with an authority that even the animal seemed to recognize. Shocked, Paul could only stare. Lord only knew what Colby would do. Paul had a sinking feeling she might throw a punch at the stranger, and Paul couldn't see himself winning a fistfight with the man when he was forced to defend his sister. He could see the stranger was the type of male who would hit sparks off of Colby. The chestnut was acting like a lamb now, and when Rafael stepped back to give her room, Colby expertly put the horse through its paces. His dark features a mask of indifference, Rafael circled Colby's waist with one arm, lifting her bodily from the saddle. He was enormously strong, and he practically tossed her to the ground. Ginny clutched at Paul, gasping aloud. How dare he do such a thing? Appalled, she glanced at the woman watching with an air of annoyance and feigned boredom from the pickup. To humiliate Colby like that? The moment the arms spanned her waist, Colby felt an unexpected connection. A heat from him seeped through the pores of her skin and spread throughout her bloodstream. Color stained Colby's face as she pulled free of his hold. Her chin went up, emerald eyes sparkling dangerously. "Thank you, mister." Her voice was velvet with exaggerated patience. She knew very well this had to be the other obnoxious De La Cruz brother. Who else? This was what she needed tonight. More misery. He bowed slightly from the waist, a curiously courtly gesture. De La Cruz. Rafael De La Cruz at your service. I believe you met my brother Nicholas and, of course, Juan and Julio Chavez. You, undoubtedly, are Colby Jansen. Raking the hat Paul handed to her, she slapped it against her leg to remove the dust. Her eyes slid over Rafael's imposing figure once, then returned to his broad shoulders before she seemed to dismiss him. To what do we owe this honor? Even Paul had to wince at the honey dripping sarcastically in her voice. I thought your brother, and I covered everything needed in our last friendly discussion. His ice-cold black eyes moved broodingly over her face, rested on her lush mouth, on the thin trickle of blood at the corner of her lips. His gut clenched hotly, and for a moment desire flared in his eyes. "Did you think we would give up so easily?" His voice whispered over her skin, soft, hypnotic, mesmerizing. Colby actually felt him touching her, his fingertips trailing over her skin so that little flames seemed to dance through her, yet his hands were at his sides. She shook off the effects of his voice and eyes by concentrating on the woman in the cab of the pickup. "Is your lady friend ill?" At her words, the woman lifted her head and glared at Colby. She pushed open the door of the cab and shifted so she could carefully turn on the seat, showing off long legs in spiked heels. She was a tall, willowy blonde with white skin and perfect makeup. In her cool lavender dress, she looked like a fashion model. She didn't bother to hide the contempt she felt as she approached, her eyes sliding over Colby, taking in her faded, dusty jeans, torn shirt, dirt-streaked face, and wild, braided hair. Colby, all too aware of the contrast in their appearances, the scars on her hands and arms from bites and wicked hooves, lifted a hand to her unruly hair. Before she could attempt to tidy it, Rafael caught her wrist, easily pulling her arm down, his expression harsh. Electricity arced between them, jumping from his skin to hers and back again. That slow burn was back, heating, thickening her blood. For a moment their eyes locked, clashed, a terrible sexual hunger leaping between them, devouring them. Colby's chin went up in that familiar, challenging way her brother and sister recognized. She pulled her hand away from him, not liking the way her body seemed to have a mind of its own around him. "Louise Everett," the woman introduced herself, laying a possessive hand on Raphael's forearm. "You know my brother, Sean, and his wife, Jacqueline. The De La Cruzes, their servants, and I are all staying on Sean's ranch." She made it sound as if she had arrived with the De La Cruz family. "When they heard Rafael and I were coming over to see you, they asked me to deliver a message to you." She stared for a moment disdainfully at the dirt on Colby's forehead. Jacqueline would like her daughter to have riding lessons. She examined her long fingernails for damage. "Although it looks to me as if that horse has thrown you more than once. I want my dreadfully crippled little niece learning from someone qualified, someone competent." Paul's deep breath was audible. Colby was a professional. The best. Her reputation for training horses was known throughout the States. He wanted the snobs gone before he lost his temper and did something foolish. He took an aggressive step forward, his hands curling into fists. He didn't care if La Cruz was a dangerous man and could beat him to a bloody pulp. No one was going to put Colby in such a position and get away with it, not as long as he was around. And that crack about the De La Cruz's servants, the woman meant the Chavez brothers. Paul was a Chavez, so was Ginny. Did that mean if the family succeeded in taking them to Brazil, they would be servants instead of ranch owners? Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Ginny. She was glaring as angrily as he was. "There's been some mistake." Colby's voice was, if anything, softer than usual. She crossed to the thermos of lemon, more, Paul was certain, to keep from punching De La Cruz than anything else. She had that look in her eyes Paul knew very well. "I don't give riding lessons, Miss Everett. I don't have time for anything like that." Her green eyes slashed at Raphael's hard features. "Evidently Mr. De La Cruz has so many servants running his ranch for him he's forgotten what hard work actually entails. Crippled little niece." The words echoed in her mind so that she wanted to clap her hands over her ears and drown out the sound, the image of the poor child obviously unloved by her aunt. Raphael's icy black eyes seemed to smolder, but the rugged features remained impassive. He moved then, glided, a ripple of muscle and sinew, no more. She blinked and he was beside Colby, crowding her close, leaning down to remove the thin trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth with a brush of his thumb. Her heart jumped at his touch. Her body actually ached for his. It was damned maddening and Colby wanted it to stop. She recognized that he would be dominant sexually. It was bred into his very blood and bones. He would demand everything from his woman, own her, possess her, until there would be no going back, ever. And she hated that she was so susceptible to his dark sensuality when she prided herself on independence. "Louise misunderstood the message," he said softly, his black eyes unblinking on Colby's face. Burning. Devouring. Hungry. He seemed to be looking right into her soul. She had the uncomfortable feeling he might actually be reading her thoughts. She watched as he raised his hand to his mouth and touched the pad of his thumb to his tongue, almost as if he was savoring the taste of her. Her entire body clenched. She found herself staring almost helplessly at him. The idea should have repelled her, but he was sinfully sexy, and she was mesmerized by him, the way he moved, the way his eyes were so hungry as his gaze drifted over her face. He had the ability to make a woman feel as if she was the only woman on earth, the only one he saw. He also made her feel as if he would take her, throw her over his shoulder, and stride off with her if she defied him. It was unsettling and, God help her, exhilarating. Colby. Ginny caught at her sister's hand, suddenly afraid for her. The stranger was looking at her older sister as if she belonged to him, as if he might be a wicked sorcerer bent on casting a spell on her. Colby shook off the sexual web Rafael was weaving, silently cursing. This man was truly dangerous. He would own a woman, make her a sexual slave with no thought but to please him. He was an erotic temptation no woman could ever afford to succumb to. They had sent the first brother to order her to turn over the ranch and the children to the Chavez family, and when that didn't work, they obviously sent the first string in to deal with her. She lifted her chin in challenge. What message exactly were you supposed to deliver? Jacqueline would appreciate you meeting her later this evening at the saloon. The voice was so beautiful she ached to hear more. She forced her hands to stay at her sides instead of pressing them to her ears. I believe she wanted to do the courtesy of speaking to you herself. Colby found herself clutching at Ginny's hand for solace. Rafael De La Cruz was capable of casting spells, a dark sorcerer weaving black magic, and she was highly susceptible. She wanted him gone before she fell into the depths of his black eyes. He was leaning so close to her she could smell his masculine scent. Outdoors. Sexual. Definitely male. It seems to be important to her. I'm very busy this time of year, Colby said a little desperately. She couldn't look away from him, not for a moment. His eyes were so hungry, so needy, so demanding. And damn, her body actually ached for his crippled little niece. She couldn't let the image go. Then I will have to stay and convince you, he said, his accent very much in evidence. Everything in him, every cell, his heart and soul, his brain, even the buried demon roared at him to chain her to his side. He could do it, just take her. There was no one capable of stopping him. He was used to nothing, no one opposing his will. Certainly not a little slip of a woman. A human woman. 8 o'clock then, she said impatiently, trying not to look as frightened as she felt. No one had ever made her feel confused and edgy as he did. There was something possessive in his eyes, something that seemed to claim her. She had never been truly afraid of anyone before. If you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to work. He was the enemy, closely associated with a family who hadn't wanted her or her mother. Someone who would consider her brother and sister servants in a land they knew nothing of. She had to remember that. She had to remember how hard their father had fought to give his children a legacy of their own. Rafael De La Cruz had that Latin charm she'd heard so much about but had never experienced. The man was lethal. Deliberately, Colby looked at Louise. She was obviously drowsy and purring like a domesticated cat. She looked very much as if the two had just made love. Louise was stroking his arm and looking up at him with a singularly rapt expression on her face, one that turned Colby's stomach. Rafael gestured imperiously toward the pickup, and Louise sent him a smile, her face lighting up at his attention, and she obediently went to the truck. The motion set Colby's teeth on edge. Why didn't you just snap your fingers? The De La Cruz brothers had a way of acting as if women were inferior to them, and it irritated the hell out of her. That wasn't altogether true. It was more like every man or woman, every human being on Earth, was considered inferior to them. Rafael turned his head and looked at her almost as if he could read her thoughts. For a moment she froze, almost afraid to move. She had never seen eyes so hard or cold. If his eyes were a mirror to his soul, this man was truly a monster. He made no move to follow Louise. Instead, his gaze swept over Colby's slender figure, his merciless features devoid of expression. Why do you persist in this nonsense? This is work for a man, not one such as you. It is obvious you have spent most of the afternoon on the ground. It's none of your business, De La Cruz. Colby's pretense at good manners was thrown to the wind. Colby had no idea why she felt so threatened, but she had the impression she was caught in the crosshairs of a powerful scope. I believe that is one of my horses you are breaking. How did you get him? He asked it softly, as if he could not be bothered becoming disturbed by their disagreement. Like a thief in the night, I crept into your corrals and made off with a number of them, she mocked sarcastically. Try not to be more of a jerk than you can help. Juan Chavez sent over 16 head. It must have been a conscience thing. The Chavez family has suffered greatly over this misunderstanding, he replied patiently. They wish for nothing more than to heal the breach in their family. As I consider their family a part of mine and under my protection, it is of equal importance to me. His black gaze didn't blink once as it bored into her green eyes. She felt hunted. More than once she'd had to track Cougar after her horses, and they had looked at her with just that same focused stare. Go back to Brazil, Mr. De La Cruz, and take your family with you. That will go a long way toward healing the breach. His teeth flashed, very white, his smile wolfish. For no reason at all it made Colby shiver. She went to move away from him, to give herself breathing room, a delicate feminine retreat, but he glided with her like a jungle cat stalking prey. His hand curled around the nape of her neck, his fingers almost gentle, yet she felt his immense strength, knew she couldn't break his grip, knew he could snap her neck in an instant if he chose. A shiver of apprehension raced down her spine. She stilled beneath his hand, her gaze jumping to his face. His black eyes were suddenly hungry, a dark intense hunger that robbed her of her breath while he stared almost fascinated at her pulse. Why had she thought his eyes flat and hard and icy cold? Now they were burning with so much emotion, alive with need and hunger and an intensity that scorched her all the way to her very soul. You are not going to get away from me, Pequeña. No matter how far you run, no matter how much you fight, none of it will matter. The words shimmered in her mind, shimmered between them, yet Colby had no idea whether they were real or not. He hadn't spoken. He was only looking at her with his smoldering black eyes. She paled visibly, suddenly very, very afraid. Of herself. Of him. Of the dark promise of passion in his eloquent eyes. You aren't welcome here, De La Cruz, Paul burst out, his face bright red beneath his tan. He took a step toward the larger man, his fists clenched, but Ginny caught at his arm and held on to him like a pit bull. Let go of my sister right now. Rafael swung his head slowly around, his gaze reluctantly leaving Colby's face so that he could look at Paul. The boy noticed at once that Rafael's black eyes never blinked. Not once. For a moment Paul couldn't think or move. He stood frozen in place, his heart pounding. Rafael smiled at him then, no humor, just a flash of white teeth, and then he was striding for his pickup truck. They watched him move, mesmerized by his fluid grace. No one spoke until the truck had been swallowed up in a cloud of dust. Then Paul flung himself onto the grass. I must have been out of my mind. Why didn't you gag me? He could have killed me with his little finger. Ginny laughed nervously. Fortunately, I saved your life by holding you back. For which I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Paul said, staring up at the darkening evening sky. Colby flung herself on the ground beside her brother, dragging Ginny down beside her. They clung together, laughing at their audacity, slightly hysterical with relief. Colby was the first to sober up. Pride is going to cost us big bucks this time. With Daniels pressing us on the balloon payment for the mortgage, I'm afraid this is a serious setback. I've only got 2 months to come up with the payment, and he's told me in no uncertain terms he won't give me an extension. He didn't say we have to give the horses back, Ginny pointed out pragmatically. Just keep them and bill him for the work. We'll sue if he doesn't pay, Paul burst out indignantly. You've worked hard on those horses and they've been eating our supplies. De La Cruz couldn't find anyone better here in the States, or Brazil for that matter. He can't expect to get your services for nothing. That's probably how they got rich in the first place, Colby said snidely, then was immediately ashamed of herself. She thankfully accepted a piece of fried chicken from practical Ginny. Blast that man for coming over here. Although, to be strictly honest, I never would have accepted those horses had I known they were his. Paul grinned at her unrepentantly. That's why I didn't tell you. Colby turned the full power of her emerald gaze on her brother. That's not something you should be admitting to me. Rafael De La Cruz is worse than his brother, and I never thought that was possible. She touched the nape of her neck where the warmth of his touch seemed to linger. I wish they'd all leave, Ginny stated clearly. She looked at Colby with frightened eyes. Can they really take me away from you, to another country? I don't want to go with them. She sounded young and forlorn. Colby immediately circled Ginny's shoulders with her arm. Why would you ask such a thing, Ginny? She glanced at Paul with a slight frown. Did you hear that somewhere? It wasn't me, Paul defended. It was Clinton Daniels. We saw him at the grocery store, and he told Ginny the Chavez family was going to take the two of us to Brazil, and you couldn't stop them. He said you'd never win custody in a court of law, and the De La Cruz family had political pull and too much money to fight. With the De La Cruz family backing the Chavez family, you didn't have a prayer of keeping us. Colby counted silently to 10, listening to her heart pound out a strange, irregular beat. For a moment she could scarcely breathe, scarcely think. If she lost her brother and sister, she would have nothing. No one. Pequeña? The word was a soft inquiry in her mind. A gentle, soothing caress of reassurance. She heard it clearly, as if Rafael De La Cruz was standing beside her, his mouth against her ear. Worse, she felt his fingers trail down her face, touching her skin, touching the inside of her until she felt her body react in a purely sensual way. Colby was shocked and frightened by the way his voice seemed familiar and right. Intimate. By the way her body tightened and heated in response. She managed to smile her reassurance at Ginny even while she tried to build the wall in her mind to keep Rafael out. Clinton Daniels always seems to find the time to gossip about everyone, doesn't he? I think that man needs a full-time job to keep him occupied. She hugged Ginny to her. You are a legal citizen of this country, honey. The courts aren't just going to turn you over to someone you don't even know. It will never come to that. Daniels was just trying to get a rise out of you. These people will go back to Brazil, and everything will be back to normal. They had to go back to Brazil, and Rafael had to go back with them. Soon. Immediately. Yeah, Paul added, digging at his sister's ribs. The normal thing. Hard work, more hard work, working from early morning until late at night. Getting up in the middle of the night and working more. Don't we all wish you did that, Colby teased. Seriously, you too. Forget this problem with the De La Cruz brothers. They don't like me any more than I like them. Those men are positively archaic. I can see them as some kind of dungeon masters in the 14th century, where women were owned by their fathers and husbands. Really? Ginny looked dreamy for a minute. I picture them as kings in a castle, great lords or something like that. They're good-looking. Colby wrinkled her nose. Do you think? I hadn't noticed. She managed to keep a straight face for all of 3 seconds before she dissolved into gales of laughter along with her younger sister, while Paul looked on in complete exasperated disgust. 2. Ginny knocked on Colby's bedroom door a few minutes after she heard the shower shut off. Colby had put in so much time with the cattle and out in the garden and the hayfield that Ginny was afraid she might have forgotten the appointment with Jocelyn Everett. Colby was towel-drying her long hair and smiled at Ginny as she peeked through the door. Got everything set up for barrel racing? Eagerly, Ginny bounded into the small bedroom, seating herself on the bed. Did you send in my entry fee for the Red Bluff Rodeo? She asked hopefully. I told you when you were 12 you could travel a bit. The local rodeo's enough until then. There's an 11-year-old girl barrel racing already, Ginny protested. She's making enough money for her college education. Shrewdly, she pulled out a magazine and read quickly from the article, determined to prove her point. Shelve it, chickadee, I'm tired and in a hurry. As it is, I'm going to be very late meeting with Mrs. Everett. What do you think? Should we take on the daughter? I wouldn't mind if she was nice, Ginny admitted. It would be cool to have a friend. Maybe sometimes I could go to her house. Paul told me Mr. Everett is really just a business associate of the De La Cruz family. They aren't like really close friends or anything. Maybe if I was friends with Mr. Everett's daughter and Mr. De La Cruz wants to do business with him, he'll start being nicer to you. Colby didn't want Rafael De La Cruz to be nice to her. She didn't want him near her. Don't count on it, honey. Colby grinned impishly. I have this strong feeling the De La Cruz brothers would rather give up their business ties with Everett in a minute than be nice to me. They don't like independent women. It was strange how Colby thought Nicholas was so cold, the coldest man she had ever met, yet she found Rafael just the opposite, a seething cauldron of dangerous emotions, intense and darkly erotic. Rafael De La Cruz was a truly sensual man, and he scared the hell out of her. If she never saw him again, it would be too soon. Ginny scowled darkly. "You aren't ever serious, Colby," she reprimanded. "I wouldn't say that." Colby pulled on a long-sleeved cotton shirt to cover the white marks marring her tan skin. "Did you notice how good-looking Rafael was?" "He's a hunk," Ginny pointed out solemnly. "His brother is a hunk too. And they're stinking rich, Colby. You're missing a great chance." Snorting inelegantly, Colby stamped her foot down into her worn boots. "Have you ever noticed the type of women who flock around those men?" Throwing her hips forward, shoulders back, she batted her eyelashes. "Darling," she purred, mimicking Louise's voice perfectly, "you're just so strong. My little old heart just flutters whenever I lay eyes on you." Dramatically clutching her heart, Colby fell onto her bed. Ginny, giggling, gave up her matchmaking. All right, she surrendered. "But it wouldn't be bad having a niece or nephew to play with. I'll be an old lady by the time Paul gets roped. So I'm to be the sacrifice." "No thank you, young lady." Colby wrinkled her nose. "I'm perfectly happy being an old maid. Gotta get out of here or I'll never get there in time." She glanced down at her watch. "It's already past time." Ginny clutched at her hand, eyes serious. "I really would like to have a friend, Colby. I get lonesome in the summertime." "We're so far from everybody," she trailed off, hating to complain when Colby worked so hard. Colby gave her a quick hug. "I know, honey. Paul and I get so busy we forget you're here by yourself doing all the cooking and cleaning. I'll see what I can do." "Thanks." Ginny hugged her tightly. "You look great tonight. Is Joe going to be there?" There was a hopeful note in her voice. "Joe? Joe Vargas?" "Ginny, don't you dare try to saddle that poor man with me. He'd be lost." Laughing, Colby caught up her purse and hurried out to the pickup truck. Paul was there to open the rusty, dented door. "Drive carefully, Colby. The tires are completely bald," he cautioned. "Gone. Totally worn out." "Everything is," she commented as again and again she tried to coax the truck into starting. When it finally turned over, they both cheered. "Good old truck, still hanging in there." She patted the dash in appreciation and, waving at Paul and Ginny, took off in a cloud of dust. Bouncing high with every rut and hole, springs protesting, she cranked up the radio and happily sang all the way into town. She found a parking space in the side lot and slid out of the battered cab. It was pushing close to 9. Chances were good Jocelyn Everett would think she'd been stood up. Colby was simply too tired to care. With a sigh and a hasty prayer De La Cruz wouldn't be in the bar with his multitude of female groupies, Colby pushed open the door. It wasn't hard to spot Jocelyn in spite of the crowd. Her simple white dress shouted money, her makeup and hair were perfection. In a group of cowhands, she stuck out like a sore thumb, and she was looking distinctly uncomfortable. Colby could imagine the hard time she'd been given, the joshing, the come-ons, the snide, catty remarks only women make to one another. Colby made up for it the only way she knew how. "Jocelyn." She waved across the room. "I was hoping you'd wait for me." "Joe, get out of my way, will you?" she added as a tall, dark-haired man swept her up in a bear hug. Colby, when are you going to marry me?" he complained, kissing her soundly as he held her dangling with her feet several inches from the floor. She slugged him good-naturedly. "One of these times I'm going to drag a preacher in here and you'll head for the hills." As he put her down, she wiped at her mouth with the back of her hand. "And stop kissing me in public." "You want to go somewhere more private?" he offered, waggling his eyebrows. Everyone in the bar laughed at Joe's antics and greeted her as she pushed past the cowhand to weave her way through the mass of people. "Sorry I'm so late." Colby flung herself into a chair. "I was afraid you weren't coming after Louise admitted how rude she'd been," Jocelyn ventured, looking more uncomfortable than ever. "Colby." Another man swept off his hat as he dropped into the chair beside her. "You're a hard woman to track down." "Hi, Lance." This is Jocelyn Everett, Sean's wife. Jocelyn, Lance Riker. Lance, we're in the middle of a business discussion, or, Colby corrected with a rueful grin, at the beginning. I bought Diablo, I finally swung the deal. You promised me you'd help me train him. His words tumbled out. I made the deal based on that promise. When will he be here? Colby inquired with a small, apologetic smile at Jocelyn. A month or so. I'll want you to take him to your ranch. Sure, give me a call. Paul makes the appointments, so if I'm not around, leave a message with him or with Ginny. Thanks, Colby. Lance leaned over to kiss her cheek before nodding at Jocelyn as he left. You know everyone, Jocelyn commented. It's a small town and this particular group is all ranch. I grew up with most of them, Colby explained, smiling her thanks at the waitress who was putting a tall glass in front of her. Jocelyn laughed softly. I ordered a beer because I was certain you'd drink beer, but I can see I made another mistake. 7-Up. Sometimes I get really brave and have them put orange juice in it. Colby laughed. They all give me a bad time about it. Jocelyn's dark eyes were suddenly serious. I know you felt it was an insult for Rafael to ask you to teach my daughter to ride. And then I found out it wasn't Rafael who asked, it was Louise in her usual endearing manner. Please don't apologize, I understand. You work very hard, and you take a great deal of pride in what you do. Rafael didn't want us to ask you. He said you would be far too busy. More likely, he made a few cracks about me trying to fill a man's boots, Colby said. He's a male chauvinist. Jocelyn didn't bother to deny it. There was something very cold about the De La Cruz brothers that bothered her, but she wasn't about to discuss her husband's business associates. I had to ask you anyway. Since my husband and I moved here, all I've heard is Colby's the best tracker, the best trainer, guide, anything to do with horses. They say you have a gift. Colby's grin was positively devilish. I hope all this has been said in the presence of the De La Cruz brothers, especially Rafael. Invariably, Jocelyn laughed. Colby wanted to be strictly fair and give the devil his due. I did hear that Rafael and his brother, Nicholas, were excellent with horses. Jocelyn nodded slowly, thoughtfully. That's true, I've seen them. They keep odd hours for ranchers, though. They're night owls. I think they live pretty well in Brazil. But I watched Rafael walk right up to a severely injured horse and calm it with a touch of his hands. It was amazing. She shook her head as if to clear the memory. But they aren't very good with people. At least not with children. I don't think either one of them has even looked at my daughter. Maybe her physical disability puts them off. Some people are like that. Tanya was struck by a car 2 years ago and must use braces to walk. The children at the school she was attending were very cruel, and she's become withdrawn from us and quiet. Jocelyn fiddled with her glass, avoiding Colby's disconcerting steady gaze. I know it would take a great deal of time you'd be using to train horses. We're willing to pay you whatever you would normally get for training a horse. That way you wouldn't lose anything. She was speaking very quickly, afraid of Colby's reaction. It's so important to her, the first thing she's expressed interest in. Wait a minute, hold up. Colby reached out to pat Jocelyn's hand soothingly, her natural compassion for the little girl already aroused. It's not a question of money so much as time. She would need to work at her own pace, not feel rushed by my time schedule. Perhaps Ginny could help us. She's been riding horses since she was 2. I could start the lesson, then let Ginny take over and just oversee it a bit. What about you? Do you ride? Jocelyn ducked her head, flushing. I'm terrified of horses, she admitted. I'm a total city girl. When Sean suggested we move out here and buy a ranch, I nearly died of fright. But I didn't like Tanya being in a boarding school, and we traveled so much we had no choice. At least it was an opportunity for us to be together. I've never really known any other way of life, Colby mused. My earliest memories are of my father putting me in front of him on his horse and riding all over the ranch. It's amazing to think all these years I've taken it for granted. I'd be lost in a city. And I'm lost here. Jocelyn attempted a little laugh that didn't fool either of them. Don't worry, I wouldn't throw you on the back of just any horse. I have a couple of wonderful, very steady animals. You may as well take lessons with Tanya, that is, if Tanya would like to ride once she actually meets me. Colby made her commitment, trying not to think about what Paul was going to say. It's all she's talked about, learning to ride, I mean. The relief on Jacqueline's face was so apparent Colby had to look away. As she did so, she encountered a pair of coal-black eyes, an eyebrow raised in a kind of mocking male amusement. At once her heart slammed hard against her chest and her mouth went dry. She could actually hear her heart pounding overloud in alarm. Why didn't you tell me he was here? Colby couldn't look away from those unblinking eyes. She had seen many predators, both bear and mountain lion. Rafael De La Cruz had the same uncanny stare. Her internal warning system had failed to let her know he was watching her, yet now it had kicked in and was working overtime so that every nerve ending was shrieking in trepidation. Rafael? I'm sorry, Colby, I know it must be difficult for you when you feel as if the Chavez family is trying to take your brother and sister away, but Sean has to entertain them somehow. They are business associates. Rafael insisted he come along tonight and Sean didn't have a good enough reason to deny his request. With tremendous willpower, Colby tore her gaze from Rafael's mesmerizing one. He could hypnotize the entire room with his glittering black eyes, she decided as she stood up and shoved ineffectually at the unruly hair spilling around her face. 3 o'clock on Wednesday sound okay? Even her voice was shaking. Colby knew when to cut her losses and run. Rafael De La Cruz was more than she could handle. Thank you, Colby. Jacqueline was sincere, intuitively not attempting to detain her any longer. Whatever was between Colby and Rafael put Colby visibly on edge. Colby had made it nearly to the door when Rafael's vice-like fingers circled her upper arm. He had moved with all the silence and stealth of a hunter, swiftly, unerringly, bringing his prey to ground. Dance or a scene, you have your choice. His voice whispered over her skin like a velvet glove, tempting, taunting, a sinful male enticement when his words were so at odds with the seduction of his voice. He didn't care if she struggled, if every man in the bar leapt to her defense. He was not going to relinquish his hold on her. She knew it instinctively. People, her friends, would get hurt if they tried to interfere. There was an edge to Rafael tonight, a distinct warning in the very way he held her. His body was as hard as a rock, his skin hot. There was raw possession in the depths of his eyes, in the enormous strength of his arms. Colby was used to men who were ranchers, strong men who thought nothing of tossing hay bales around. Rafael De La Cruz was deceptive in his looks. Long and lean, steel ran through his blood and bones. As soon as Colby felt the heat of his chest through the thin silk of his shirt where her cheek brushed his body, she knew dancing with him was a big mistake. Her heart gave a crazy lurch and she stiffened, tried to hold herself away from him. Rafael simply pulled her that much closer, so close she could feel the warmth of his breath against her temple. Felt the hard, thick thrust of his arousal pressed against her. Honestly. Casually. As if it didn't matter in the least that she knew the urgency of his body's demand for hers. His fingers curled around her wrist, held her hand tight against his heart. SSSH, he cautioned, his accent very deep, his voice so husky her entire body trembled with need. You would not want these men to rush to your rescue. They would too. She forced the words out of her mouth. For one terrible moment she thought her vocal cords were paralyzed. He was too potent up close like this. She had never seen such a sensual man. But it was more than his good looks. More than his raw sex appeal. There was a dangerous, untamed aura clinging to him. She smelled it on him, felt it up close to him. Like an animal, a wild marauder. He was very dangerous, not only to her, but also to others. The knowledge was deep inside her, elemental, certain. She didn't know where it came from, but she trusted her instincts. He leaned his dark head toward hers while the music beat through their bodies and rushed through their bloodstream. What if I told you I could read your mind? He whispered the words, his lips against the pulse beating so frantically in her neck. Little flames began licking along her neck and shoulder. Colby closed her eyes. The music surrounded them, encasing them like satin sheets so that she burned with need. They burned together, she felt it in his body. Dancing with him was a kind of sexual torment. She could hear her blood pounding in her ears and her body felt molten with liquid fire. I would have to call you a liar, Mr. De La Cruz. If there is one thing I know for certain, you can't read my mind. And for that she was eternally grateful. because she wanted him with every cell in her body. She wanted to feel that perfectly sculpted mouth crushing hers, his hands moving over her, kneading her, possessing her. Rafael held her close, his body painful in its new demands. This woman was the one who belonged to him. He would have her. He had never denied himself a single thing he wanted in centuries of living. Nothing, no one, had aroused his interest in well over 1,000 years, longer even. Now his every waking moment was occupied with thoughts of her. Torment. Pure and simply she was torment. Colby Jansen was his and no one would take her from him. Not now, not ever. What she said was true. And it was shocking. He could read minds easily, yet hers was partially closed to him. And she knew it was. The fact maddened him, sent temper drifting through his bloodstream to mingle with the sexual hunger and lust rising so acutely. He would have her. All of her, no matter the cost. He would keep her for his own, make love to her when he chose. Feed his hunger, possess her. Own her. She would obey him, and she would never close her mind to his once he unlocked her secrets. Rafael bent even closer to the temptation of her satin skin. When he inhaled her scent, she smelled of spring and forest. The high mountains. Colby was different, far different from any other human he had met. An intriguing puzzle he would enjoy working out. He would take his time, feel his way through the unfamiliar situation. If it became necessary, he would simply take her and go to his homeland. Rafael's family ruled there. No one would attempt to interfere. Either way, she would not escape him. Colby made the mistake of looking up at his sensual, handsome features. There was a ruthless set to his jaw, a merciless stamp to his mouth. At that moment his eyes were flat and hard and cold. She shivered and immediately he pulled her even closer so that her soft body was imprinted against the hardness of his. "I can't breathe." She meant it to come out sarcastically, but her voice betrayed her, a whisper of sound, husky, breathless, fearful. Rafael guided her expertly through the traffic of drunken cowboys on the dance floor, straight into the deeper shadows. His dark head bent closer until his mouth rested against her tempting pulse. Their bodies were swaying together to the music, a dark erotic tango they shared together. He inhaled deeply, taking her scent into his lungs, his body and soul, so he would know her anywhere, find her anywhere. Deep inside him the demon raised its head and roared for supremacy. She could sate his ever-present hunger. She stopped the emptiness, the cold gray world. She could quench the firestorm burning out of control in his blood. He would have her at any cost. She belonged to him. "You can breathe, Querida." His voice was soft, gentle even when his arms were like steel bands. "You are afraid to take me inside your body, afraid of my possession, but you will come to accept it." His accent was thick, sexy, a temptation, and no one had ever tempted her before. She gave a small gasp at his choice of words, but the pat of his thumb brushed a caress over her lower lip, effectively halting her protest. His mind was working on the secret of hers. What protected her from his invasion? It wouldn't protect her forever. If he took her blood, he would have her. She would never escape him. "You will not, you know, not ever." He said it aloud, as if she might read his thoughts, testing her, even as he bent his head to her neck. She felt his teeth tease her pulse, scraping back and forth, nibbling, caressing. Her entire body clenched in response. Her womb throbbed and ached. Her breast swelled, nipples tightening into hard peaks. Gasping in sheer shock at her own response, Colby tilted her head to look up at him. His face was dark with desire, his eyes smoky with a raw, intense hunger now. He had the look of a natural-born predator. He didn't try to hide it or soften it, he simply stared into her horrified gaze. She had the strange sensation of falling again, of moving toward him, embracing him, asking him into her mind and soul. "Let go of me." She hissed the words between her small clenched teeth, suddenly terrified in a room filled with people. A room filled with tough cowhands, every one of whom would fight for her protection. Deep down, where it counted, Colby knew they wouldn't win against him. No one would defeat him. Not alone or together. No one would be able to save her from him if he decided to forcibly take her. Rafael De La Cruz was truly a dangerous man under that very thin veneer of civilization. The knowledge was there, strong in her mind. He held her for another long moment, savoring the feel of her body pressed so close to his. Her eyes were beautiful, sparkling with a hint of temper, but mostly fear. You think to escape me, pequeña, but there is no chance for you. You may as well accept it as you accept the air you breathe into your lungs. And I don't like you saying no to me. No one says no to me, least of all you. It wasn't even what he said that disturbed her, it was the way he said it, the sound of his voice, sexy, husky, heavily accented. It was the intensity in his black eyes as they moved so possessively over her face. You'd better get used to it then. Go back to your home, Mr. De La Cruz. You can't have my brother and sister, and you certainly won't get them by trying to seduce me, Colby said insultingly, her words muffled by the thin silk of his shirt. He let her go, his soft laughter a mocking male amusement that tilled her ears with a kind of menace, with a promise. She lifted her chin at him, her expression defiant as she turned on the heel of her worn boots and stalked across the crowded floor. Halfway to the door, Joe caught her up in his bare grip. Joe, the perpetual clown. She'd known him all of her life. Easygoing Joe. Safe Joe. Joe didn't move the earth or shatter mountains with one touch. She went into the safety of his arms, allowing him his dance, acutely aware of a pair of mocking eyes following them around the dance floor. She didn't talk, she couldn't, so shaken was she by her encounter with Rafael. She just wanted to snuggle with someone familiar and safe. Never once did those black eyes leave her face. They had gone back to hiding all emotion. Ice cold. Hard. Flat. The direct, focused gaze of a hunter locked on its prey. There was something very dangerous in those eyes as they touched on Joe's face. She shivered, suddenly afraid for the great bear of a man who had always been her friend. She pulled out of his arms, driven by fear. Colby tried to appear as normal as possible as she stood on tiptoe to kiss Joe's cheek before slipping outside into open air. Crossing the parking lot to the sanctuary of her beat-up pickup truck, Colby swore under her breath, lots of unladylike things the cowhands had taught her at an early age. It was impossible. She had seen Rafael on the other side of the bar when she went out the door, but he was there, lounging against the hood of her truck. He looked lazy and contented, not a mass of nerves like she was. His long legs were stretched out and crossed at the ankles. His clothes were impeccable, black jeans and black silk shirt, his arms folded across his powerful chest. Do you know what harassment is? Nobody should look that good. Nobody. It wasn't fair. Colby didn't fall all over herself staring at good-looking cowboys. She was a busy woman. She didn't have time to faint at their feet. Besides, she was the independent bossy type, according to Paul, and every man within 100-mile radius was afraid of her sharp tongue. I don't know about your country, but in mine, it is against the law. And you have much faith in these laws? His voice was very quiet, a mild question, gentle almost, but she heard the edge of humor. I suppose you're above the law, she snapped, yanking open the door to her truck. It wasn't going to start. She knew it wouldn't. It never started first time out. He moved then, a ripple of muscle, but he was standing beside her, crowding her body with his superior height, the heat from his skin causing her bloodstream to catch fire. He seemed to glide across the ground, as silent as any cat, his attention fixed on her with the same intensity as a jungle beast hunting night prey. We have a code of honor my family lives by. That is the law that binds me. He touched her hair with his fingertips, drew strands of fine silk into his palm almost as if he were mesmerized. Have you ever felt your hair? Really felt it? It is truly beautiful. She stood there, afraid to move or speak, her body restless with unfamiliar demands. As hard as she could, she gripped the door of the truck, needing something solid. I have to get home to my brother and sister. Colby wasn't entirely certain at that moment whether she was asking his permission or not. He was that potent, that powerful. His perfectly straight white teeth flashed. There in the darkness, he seemed a lord of the night. His realm. Invincible. Miss? The voice was soft, but it pulled Colby out of her mesmerized state. She spun around to see a young woman standing hesitantly near them. Do you need help? Colby recognized her as the new waitress, only because she was a stranger in a small town filled with people Colby knew very well. She didn't once look at Rafael, even when there was a small surge of power and Colby knew he was influencing the woman to walk away. Rafael reached out and settled his fingers around Colby's arm. You wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. The woman turned her head then and focused wholly on Rafael. You could try to hurt me, she said, as if he'd spoken aloud to her, but you'd get more than you bargained for. If you try to hurt her, I'll find a way to make you pay. Colby looked at the woman's face. She was young, but her eaves were old. A startling green, almost sea green, deep and fathomless. Thank you, Colby said, meaning it. I can handle him. He's from Brazil where women fall at his feet all the time. It's shocking to him that I don't. I'm Colby Jansen, by the way. Rafael's fingers tightened on Colby, but he was watching the other woman with a dark, disturbing look. Colby was suddenly frightened for her. Maybe I'll see you around, Colby, the woman said. She turned and walked slowly away without giving out her name. She heard you, Colby said. When you spoke, telepathically, she heard you. In my life, you and your brother were the first people I ever met who were like me. Now there's this woman. Isn't that such a strange coincidence? I don't believe in coincidence, Rafael said. His hand slid from her arm as he stared after the other woman. Colby felt a sharp tug of jealousy. It was unreasonable, stupid, it possibly bordered on insane and plain made her mad at herself. She wanted away from Rafael De La Cruz more than anything. She ducked into the cab, clutching the steering wheel for support. The truck would start. Absolutely would start. She took a deep breath and turned the key. The starter made its usual grinding protest. She stared hard at it, determined that it would start. Nothing defied Colby Jansen in this mood. The engine turned over, and she revved it carefully, a swift, triumphant smile crossing her face. She couldn't help but glance at him smugly as she backed out of the lot and headed home. Rafael watched thoughtfully as the old rickety pickup disappeared around the corner. The sudden surge of power vibrating in the air as she started the engine had been impossible to miss. Had she known what she was doing? Colby Jansen was unique among humans. She possessed qualities, talents he had not expected. There had been rumors that his family was not completely isolated. He had heard, although none of them had ever really believed until Reardon had found his life mate, that there were human women possessing certain rare gifts that deemed them life mates to the males of his race. Colby not only was telepathic, but she could do a variety of other things as well. And who was the mystery woman who would have challenged his authority over Colby? Friend or enemy? Rafael and his 4 brothers were immortal. From their home in the Carpathian Mountains, they had gone willingly to South America when it was a wild, lawless land plagued by vampires, far from their homeland and their kin. The ancestors of the present-day Chavez family had eventually been chosen to run their vast estates during the daylight hours. In exchange, the De La Cruz brothers provided protection and wealth for those members of the Chavez family who remained loyal to them. In the intervening years, Rafael had certainly hunted countless vampires, males of his race who had deliberately chosen the darkness and had become wholly evil. He glanced around the parking lot, blurred his image so that the few stragglers wouldn't see him, and, with the ease of long practice, launched himself skyward. Shape-shifting on the wing, he circled once and then flew across the night sky. Colby Jansen was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was the first time in his long life he could remember being uncertain how to proceed. Emotions were new and raw, colors were vivid and blinding, his body was alive and crawled with relentless sexual hunger. It was amazing to be in her company, to have her in his world. He wanted to spend every moment with her, yet he could not control her as he did everything and everybody in his realm of existence. But I will. He sent that thought winging ahead of him into the night. A promise. A need. A vow. Colby hung on grimly to the steering wheel, her mind in total chaos. Something was very, very wrong with Rafael De La Cruz. He certainly was the epitome of the Latin charmer. He could knock off a woman's socks at 50 paces. Everything about him screamed sin and sex. She muttered unladylike imprecations under her breath. She was a practical woman, certainly not someone easily swayed by physical attraction. This man was turning on the charm to get his way. He wanted Paul and Ginny, and with them, their ranch. He was ruthless enough to use any method possible to get what he wanted. Colby groaned aloud. She certainly showed him she was totally susceptible to his sex appeal. She'd acted just like every other female in a 100-mile radius, throwing herself at him. She glanced in the mirror to see if her face was shiny crimson with shame. For a split second, she saw eyes staring hack at her. Inky black. Unblinking. Icy cold. The eyes of a merciless hunter. In the depths of those staring eyes were wicked red flames flickering and growing. The gaze was fixed on her. She was prey, helpless and weak in the face of such relentless strength. Colby's heart slammed hard and loud. She nearly cranked the wheel to the side of the road as she twisted around to look behind her seat into the bed of the pickup. There was nothing there. She had seen those red flames before, felt the shiver of fear, of apprehension. A wind was whipping up out of the mountains, hitting her face through the open window, an ominous portent of things to come. Resolutely, she pressed the gas pedal down, bumping along, the springs on the seat squeaking in tune to the radio she had blasting. As hard as she tried, Colby couldn't stop herself from continually checking the rearview mirror for those merciless eyes. She had enough to worry about without seeing things. So many little things had gone wrong on the ranch lately: Pete's disappearance when she needed an extra hand so desperately, the balloon payment due on the mortgage, and the South American group showing up out of nowhere demanding the children. She swept a hand through her hair, shoving it away from her face. The wind blew the silken strands right back at her. Something was terribly wrong at the ranch. She knew it, she felt it, but how could she make Ben understand she just knew things? Like the plane crash. She had known the moment it was in trouble. She had known the moment her mother died. She had been the one to find the wreckage, knowing her beloved stepfather was clinging to life and waiting for her. How could she explain how she knew things? How could she explain to anyone the things she could do? For a moment, wild emotion welled up out of nowhere, blindsiding her, unexpected when she was so careful to be controlled. She felt tears burning in her eyes, her throat tight, her chest like stone. Loneliness hit her hard. She was so alone, so lonely. There was no one with whom she could ever share who and what she was. Colby fought desperately to control the burning in her chest. She didn't dare lose control, wouldn't lose control. It could be dangerous, very, very dangerous. The dirt road leading to her ranch loomed up, the gate closed and locked. She glanced around the lonely area just once, ensuring she was completely alone. Slowing the truck, Colby leaned out the window and stared intently at the padlock and heavy chain wrapped around the gate. It trembled once, then fell open. The gate swung inward, clearing the path for her. With her ragged fingernail, she tapped a rhythm out on the rusted door as she pulled the truck forward. She leaned out of the window to concentrate on locking the gate behind her, thankful she had certain useful talents. It came in handy in the rain and on nights she was just too tired to pretend she was normal. The wind washed over her again and she felt eyes on her. The scent of a hunter. Someone was out in the darkness, and it had turned its attention to her. Perhaps it was the disturbance of power in the air when she used her strange talents that drew unwanted attention in her direction. Colby only knew something was very wrong, and evil stalked her family. She was the only protection Paul and Ginny had. She loved them, and she would guard them fiercely. From anyone. Anything. With a sigh, she drove the rest of the distance to the ranch house. Ginny's dog, King, a border collie, rushed out barking a greeting. She rested her head against the steering wheel for a moment, trying to absorb the vibrations in the night sky. What was out there, close, watching her ranch, marking her family? Why couldn't she isolate the direction it was coming from? She knew something was watching, yet she couldn't pinpoint the trouble. Colby knew things. She knew the cow in the barn was going to give birth soon, and it wasn't going to be an easy birth. She knew when it was going to rain and just how long she had to get the hay out of the fields. Patting the dog, she made her way to the porch. Paul was waiting for her on the porch swing. His long, lanky frame was stretched out, his hat pulled low over his eyes. His arms were folded across his chest. Colby stood there looking down at him, love for him welling up inside of her. He was an amazing brother. He looked so young and vulnerable when he was asleep. Colby touched his shoulder gently. Paul woke with a start. "I was just resting my eyes," he said, his grin lighting his face as he pushed back his hat with his thumb. He had seen the gesture in a Western movie and had copied it ever since. He had been about 7 and Colby didn't have the heart to remind him of its origins. In any case, she found it endearing. "Jocelyn Everett is a very nice woman, Paul. I've met her husband, of course, many times, but never her. What do you think of them?" His sigh was audible in the silence of the night. "What I think is that you told this woman you would take on her kid for riding lessons even though you are totally swamped." "That's what I think, Colby." Colby rubbed her forehead, avoiding his eyes. "Well, the girl is Ginny's age and Ginny gets very lonely." "Colby, you can't do it. You're running yourself into the ground already. Don't you think I know you're staying up half the night already? You can't take on any more. They're offering good money, Paolo, and Ginny needs a friend. I thought I could spend a short period each lesson with the girl and then let Ginny take over. It shouldn't really take that much time." Paul groaned aloud. "You really are crazy, Colby, but there's never any good arguing with you." He held open the door. "I checked the stock, made the rounds so you can hit the sack." She flashed him a quick smile. "Thanks, Paul. I am tired tonight." She leaned over to kiss his cheek. "I appreciate it, I really do." "I'd give you a lecture," he said, "but I kind of like Sean Everett. Since he's a neighbor, we might as well become friends with him." Colby burst out laughing, the sound soft and quite catching. Paul found himself with a big smile on his face. "You're only saying that because you want another victim to rope into fixing our broken-down equipment. Are you accusing me of having an ulterior motive?" He did his best to look innocent. Colby signaled King toward the barn. Usually the collie slept curled up on the floor of Ginny's bedroom, but Colby had been so troubled lately, she had taken to using him as a night guard. Paul watched her signal the dog, a frown on his face. "You really are worried, aren't you, Colby?" She shrugged casually. "I just think it's better to be safe than sorry, Paolo. Ben says he thinks a bunch of kids are playing pranks." Paul snorted his denial. "Ben always blames teenagers. What's up with that?" Colby laughed again, filling the house with the sound of her warmth. "You should have seen him as a teenager. He was the bad boy of the school. He just thinks everyone is like he was." Paul shook his head and opened the door to his bedroom. "I can't imagine him as a teenager. He doesn't even know how to smile." "Good night, Colby, you need to actually go to bed." She raised an eyebrow even as she hid her amusement of his authoritative tone. "Good night, Paul." 3. Colby sighed and threw back the covers. For a moment her hand lingered on the beautiful handmade quilt covering her bed. Her mother had sent away to Paris for the comforter. A very famous but elusive designer had made it. She remembered very vividly her need to have the quilt after she'd seen it advertised in a magazine. Colby had known it was something special, almost as if it possessed a power of its own. Her mother and stepfather had given it to her for her 10th birthday, and Colby prized it above every other possession she had. Along with the rare beauty and unique feeling of comfort and safety it gave her, the quilt was a symbol of her parents' love for her. She stretched languidly and wandered across the hardwood floor to her open window. The wind blew the thin lace curtains inward. She was wearing a pair of drawstring pajama bottoms and a small spaghetti-strapped top. Colby slowly unbraided her long hair as she stared out the window into the night. She loved the mountains at night, always mystical and mysterious. A veil of thin white fog shrouded the high ridges. She was surrounded by the giants, her ranch snuggled into a deep valley. She stretched out her arms to the high mountain range, lifting her face toward the shining half-moon crescent. Colby was worried about so many things she couldn't sleep. She was exhausted and yet determined to be up at 4:30. She leaned against the windowsill, staring up at the stars. She didn't tell Paul, but after feeding the stock, she intended to take her horse into the hills and look for old Pete. She had been making sweeps of the ranch over the last 3 days, getting up extra early and devoting as much time as she could spare to look for signs of him. Despite what Ben said, Colby didn't believe that Pete had simply drifted away or that he had gone on a drinking binge. Pete was in his late 70s, his body riddled with arthritis from his rodeo days. He had a home with Colby, a warm bed, a roof, good food, and the ranch work to make him feel useful. He was a man who knew the meaning of the word loyalty. She was certain he would never leave the ranch, especially when he knew Colby was in danger of losing their home. He would never desert her. Pete just wouldn't do that. Colby was afraid he was sick or hurt somewhere on the property. In the large oak tree across the yard from her window, a bird flapped its wings, drawing her attention. The bird had a round facial disc with a very pronounced ruff. It wasn't an owl, but it was large. Very large. The unusual bird could easily weigh in at 20 pounds. She stared at it, and it stared right back. She could see its eyes, round and shiny black. She was familiar with the birds on her ranch, and she had never seen one like this. If she didn't know better, she would think it was a harpy eagle. Colby leaned all the way out of the windowsill, concentrating on the bird. She watched it closely as she tuned her mind to the path of the raptor. The beak was wicked-looking, curved and sharp, the talons enormous where they curled around the thick branch of the tree. It had a keen intelligence shining in its eyes. Colby's breath caught in her throat, her heart beating in sudden excitement. Harpy eagles lived in the Amazon rainforest, flying gracefully, agilely through the trees. They were unquestionably the world's most formidable bird, capable of taking monkeys, snakes, even sloth as prey. It couldn't possibly be, yet the more she studied it, the more she was certain. What in the world was an endangered eagle from South America doing in the Cascade Mountains? Colby continued to stare at the creature, keeping eye contact, whispering softly, more in her mind than with her voice. She often lured all kinds of animals to her, whispering to horses, sheep, and cattle, drawing wildlife to her when she was alone. She called to the bird, shocked at its size. It was really quite beautiful. Wild. Untamed. Powerful. She was afraid it must have been injured in some way to travel so far from its native territory. Deep within the body of the bird, Rafael De La Cruz smiled. Colby had taken the bait. She was calling the bird to her, using a mental path unfamiliar to him, but the trail of power led straight back to her mind and gave him the opening he needed. The key to unlock her memories, to take control. She would never willingly invite him into her home, yet she was inviting the bird. Once invited inside, he would have even more control of Colby. In the body of the large eagle, he spread his enormous wings and stepped off the branch of the tree. He saw her face, startled by his sudden movement, drinking in the beauty of the harpy eagle in flight. Circling high, he spiraled down in a lazy show and landed on her windowsill, talons digging deep into the wood. Slowly, majestically, the eagle folded his wings. Colby looked beautiful in the moonlight. In the faint silvery light, she looked a young pagan goddess offering up a sacrifice, a homage to the high peaks. Her skin was soft-looking, gleaming at him with an invitation to touch. Inside the body of the bird, his gut clenched hotly. His need was a fever in his blood. Dark and out of control when he needed restraint the most. Her innocence shook him, yet it drew him. She was his. Made for him. Exclusively for him. Only Colby Jansen could rid him of the dark shadows in his soul. Colby stared at the bird, entranced. It was a little frightening to have the raptor so close to her. She wasn't altogether certain she was safe. Very carefully she took 2 steps backward, the sound of her heart loud in her ears. It was an amazing bird, huge and very intimidating. Colby forced her mind to be calm as she examined it. It didn't appear to be injured in any way. She didn't get the impression it was hungry or hurt. It was staring at her as intently as she was staring at it. Raphael watched as Colby's tongue moistened her full lower lip. The action tightened his body even more and turned his bloodstream to a molten heat. He could not control his reaction to her. He was very much aware it made him more dangerous than he had ever been. He needed to be in control at all times. He didn't want to risk harming her. She was temptation itself, standing there with her bare feet, looking young and beautiful and slightly afraid. He felt his heart turn over, his every protective instinct welling up. He hadn't known he had protective instincts. She was doing things to him so fast he couldn't adjust. Rafael was determined to have her under his command. He wanted her to himself, away from others where he could slowly and carefully work out what he wanted to do with her. He would have her. He would imprison her, he decided. It was the only way she would be his, under his care, under his dominion. There was a fierce need in him, hungry and growing each moment, to chain her to his side. Colby could feel her heart pounding hard, but it was more out of excitement than fear. She should be afraid. The bird was a true raptor, but it was magnificent. She worked harder at finding the path to its brain, sending waves of reassurance, trying to keep it calm. It hopped from the windowsill onto the hardwood floor, still keeping its eyes fixed on her face. It had black eyes. Round, shiny, very intelligent black eyes. She stared at it for fully 2 minutes. That wasn't normal, she was certain. Very slowly, so she wouldn't startle the creature, she backed across the room to her bookshelf. Still looking at the bird, she slid her fingers over her books until she found the one she wanted. It slipped off the shelf into her waiting hand, the pages already turning to the very entry her mind was seeking. Strangely, the bird was observing her just as intently, an intelligence in its gaze as it watched the pages of the book open without her hand. She brought the book in front of her and glanced down to look at the photograph of the harpy eagle. The eyes were round and shining with intelligence, but they were not black. The eyes in the picture were a bright amber with a black pupil. She let out her breath slowly. Something was wrong with her bird. "You aren't blind, though, are you?" She sent the words, images, to the creature. It was watching her too closely to be blind. It stirred then, almost in triumph. Colby's heart jumped in response. For one moment she felt threatened in some undefined way. She thought she caught a fleeting expression in the eagle's eyes, and then it hopped back onto the windowsill and launched itself skyward. For such a large bird, it amazed her how perfectly silent it was. It circled for a moment, climbing higher and higher until it was a mere speck. She watched it until it was gone. Colby felt inexplicably lonely as she climbed back into her bed. Her fingers plucked at the quilt, seeking comfort. The book lay on the bed beside her. She tapped on the cover with her fingers before waving it back to the shelf. Telekinesis was a very handy talent. She had discovered it at an early age. She had often set her toys dancing around her room when she was alone. Once, she had shown her mother, proud of her ability. Her mother had seemed delighted, yet Colby could read the worry in her mind. She learned at a young age she was different, and people didn't tolerate differences very well. She stared at the open window sadly. "I am so alone." She sent the heartfelt cry winging into the night. She had other things she could do. Not nice things. Things her mother cautioned her over many times. Colby was older now and new control was very necessary. She never had taken a drink of alcohol in her life and never would. She couldn't afford to allow some of her unusual gifts to erupt unbidden. She sighed and turned her face into the pillow. It would have been nice to have someone to talk with, to be herself with. Just once. Just one time, to be who and what she was, instead of so afraid of betraying herself. She missed her mother. Tears were welling up out of nowhere and Colby hated that. "Clarita, why are you so sad this night?" The voice was heavily accented, musical, a whisper of enticement. She heard it as clearly as if the words were spoken aloud. Colby stiffened, butterflies fluttering in her stomach. She opened her eyes, searching the shadows of her room. It appeared empty at first, but then she felt a hand brush a lingering caress over her face, the fingertips trailing over her skin as it removed silken strands of hair from her forehead. She sat up, pushing at the shadowy figure bending over her. The broad chest was real and very solid. How could she have missed his presence? "What the hell are you doing in my bedroom?" She hissed the words very quietly, afraid if Paul heard he would rush in with a gun. "You called me, do you?" Deliberately, Rafael used the more intimate method of telepathic communication, determined to strengthen their bond. "I heard your call. Felt your tears. Why are you so sad this night?" He was too real and solid in the confines of her small bedroom. His masculine scent clung to the corners, his voice brushed over her skin, at her insides like black velvet. It wasn't just his words, it was literally the sound of his voice. A seduction, an intimacy stolen in the night. He washed over her and into her so that she was at a loss. No one had ever made her feel so aware of her body, so feminine, or so blatantly sexual. She blinked to keep him in focus. He seemed substantial to the touch, yet in the dark room, his shadowy figure blurred as if he was a part of the night itself. Not real. Colby had the good sense to be afraid. It was so dreamlike, she dug her nails into her palm to ensure she was awake. "How did you get in here?" The moment she spoke aloud, she wished she hadn't. Her voice was husky, sexy, not entirely hers. An invitation. Her heart thundered out a fast rhythm. The heat of his body crowding so close to hers warmed her skin, despite the coolness of the wind. She should have been furious, going for the gun herself. Instead, she was mesmerized by him, by his overpowering sexuality. His hand curled around the nape of her neck, possessively, as if he had the right to her. Her body went pliant, soft in reaction. In her entire life, she had never responded so sexually to anyone. She ached for him until it seemed to be a craving she couldn't control. Colby sat there helplessly, trapped in the depths of his black eyes. She was falling forward, his captive, forever his prisoner. In that moment, she was willing to be his prisoner. His dark head bent very slowly, relentlessly to hers. She could see the impossible length of his lashes, his sinfully sexy lips, the bluish shadow on his jaw. Her body was heavy and aching and demanding things she knew very little about. He was so out of her league. A man like Rafael would consume her, use her up, make her his so completely there could never be another. She should have screamed for Paul and his gun. Instead, she closed her eyes and allowed his mouth to take possession of hers. Beneath her the bed lurched and rocked as if the ground beneath it had moved. She was swept onto a tidal wave of pure feeling, into a sensual world beyond her comprehension. Her body no longer belonged to her, but to him. Colors whirled and danced, and the room spun. And she was alive. It wasn't simply her body burning for his, but her mind, craving, reaching out for his, her soul crying out to his. She felt a curious shifting deep inside, emerging, two ragged halves sealing perfectly. She felt his arms tighten like two steel bands, a wildness growing in him. She realized he was not only gaining possession of her, but control as well. She was losing herself, wanting to merge deeply with him, wanting to be whatever he needed, do whatever he wanted. Rafael lost himself in her sweetness. She was heat and honey, melting into him, twining around his heart until he knew he would never be complete without her. His mouth moved to the corner of hers, along her chin to her vulnerable throat. She was aching for him, burning as he was. Her pulse beckoned to him. She thought him an erotic dream, and he fed the haze in her mind, fed the illusion of a dream to her, even while his body pulsed with need and excitement. He allowed his hunger to deepen as he forced her body back against the mattress. She struggled for just a moment, a thought of resistance. He took it ruthlessly from her mind, kissing her until she was pliant. His mouth was merciless on hers, demanding kisses, taking her response rather than asking for it. He stretched her arms above her head and pinned her wrists together to hold her captive beneath him. Colby Jansen possessed a mind with a complex guard, one he needed to bridge in order to claim her for his own. He had succeeded in being voluntarily invited into her home. He had succeeded in finding the path to her mind. Now he was going to take what he needed to unlock the door keeping her from him. Nothing would stop him. Not the boy sleeping so restlessly in the next room. Not even Colby herself, half shaken by her unfamiliar needs and desires. Colby was wrapped in his body so tightly she was unsure where she left off and he started. His mouth burned a trail of fire along her throat to her neck. She felt the nip of his strong teeth, the swirling caress of his tongue. A rush of liquid heat beckoned him, and she was helpless to stop it. She turned her head, wanting his mouth, wanting him to kiss her again, but he held her easily, his black eyes drifting possessively over her face. The dark needs there made her shiver. There was such a sexual hunger, a merciless passion in his heavy-lidded eyes. Heart thudding wildly, she thought to fight him. Before she could move, he bent his head with deliberate slowness to her slender neck again. At once she felt a fiery pain, a white-hot blaze streaking through her bloodstream so that she moaned, so that her body rippled with pleasure, with a need so intense she wanted to cry. Rafael tightened his hold on her, locking her to him while he took the essence of her life into him for all time, for his keeping. He wanted her, wanted to take her body, possess her fully. It wasn't simply wanting. He needed. It was an urgent demand as elemental as the earth and sky. He needed her. His hand slid under the thin material of her top to cup the weight of her breast in his palm. Her blood flowed into him like nectar, and he allowed himself to indulge in her exquisite beauty, the taste and scent of her, the feel of her soft skin next to his. His body hardened with a savage, unfamiliar need. At once his sexual appetite grew, erotic desires pouring into his mind, into his cells, flooding him with images of taking her in every way possible, of having her whenever, wherever he wanted. He had never thought about the things he would need or want from a woman, but she roused dark passions and an edgy hunger in him. Rafael had never needed anything or anyone in his life. He had dedicated his life to guarding mortals from the demonic vampires. He had the memories of his love for his brothers. He had vague memories of his homeland. He had his honor. He fed. He existed. His brothers were just like him. But he was unlocking Colby Jansen's mind, and it astonished him. Shocked him. She was all about love and compassion. Her thoughts were mainly of others, her need to serve and help them. Where he wanted his own way in all things, where he believed others inferior to him, she was light and goodness. She made him ashamed of his predatory nature. Colby was no longer certain she was dreaming. She could never have conjured up a fantasy as erotic as Rafael De La Cruz. He was holding her submissive, a dominant sexual being that was both rough and tender. He demanded her response, rather than coaxed it. And she seemed helpless to stop the tidal wave of passion he unleashed in her. She began to struggle, afraid of losing who and what she is. He seemed to be slipping into her mind and wrapping himself deep inside her so that she was afraid she would never again be free. He was enormously strong, and the more her body moved against his, the more vice-like his grip became. He didn't hurt her, but he refused to allow her to get away. She tried surfacing from the dream, afraid of the way her body responded to his, even when he was being roughly dominant, but she couldn't manage to wake and save herself. And a part of her knew she would be saving herself. Rafael lifted his head slowly, his black eyes burning with fierce possession. He bent his head to catch the twin beads of blood running toward the slope of her breast. His tongue swirled over the mark he had deliberately left. A brand. His brand of ownership. The healing agent in his saliva closed the tiny pinpricks. His arms held her easily, his strength enormous. She was very small, and surprisingly strong for her size, yet her struggles were nothing to him. Sheer nonsense, barely registering. He caught her chin firmly and forced her deep green eyes meet his. Even as he did so, his mind tuned itself to the path of hers, thrusting sharp and deep, taking command. "You will take what I offer." He gave the order as he used a lengthening fingernail to open his own chest. Pressing her mouth to the dark liquid that would bind them together, Rafael ruthlessly forced her to swallow. He closed his eyes as her mouth moved against him, her body so like hot satin he could scarcely contain himself. A groan escaped, and his hands moved over her skin, exploring the soft, creamy curves. So lost in his own needs and desires, Rafael almost missed the movement of the young girl in the room across the hall. Nightmares were intruding, and she was calling out, thrashing on her bed, tears running down her face. His body was so hard and taut with desperate need he almost didn't hear the intrusion. Shockingly, Colby stirred, right through the dark haze of her strange, terrifying dream. She began to fight the fog, sensing Ginny's troubled sleep. Rafael cursed eloquently under his breath as he closed the wound on his chest with his own saliva. Gently, almost tenderly, he laid Colby back on the pillows. She was very pale, her red hair spilling around her like a fiery halo. He had given her enough of his ancient, powerful blood for an exchange, but not enough to replace the volume she had lost. Unable to stop himself, He bent his dark head to the swell of her creamy, round breast. Her heart thundered beneath his roving mouth as he wantonly marked her a second time. He had never ached so much, needed so much in all of his existence. With a sigh of regret, he melted into the shadows, waving his hand to quiet the child's dreams and send Colby into a deeper sleep. Bending, he brushed a kiss on her forehead even as he stroked a caress over his mark on her neck and the second one on the swell of her breast with a fingertip in great satisfaction. Without another sound, he dissolved into mist, an insubstantial fine vapor. He poured through the window out into the night air. As he streamed toward the trees, the droplets connected to form the large harpy eagle. He landed on the branch of the oak tree and stared thoughtfully at the house. Colby tried to surface to go to her sister, but Ginny had quieted under Rafael's command, so Colby subsided, giving in to her need for sleep. Colby. The frightened sound of Ginny's voice pushed through the uneasy dreams Colby was caught in. Her body was leaden, her mouth dry. Strangely, her breasts ached and were sore. She tried hard to rouse herself when all she really wanted to do was sleep. Colby, wake up now. Ginny was shaking her shoulder, her young voice very frightened. I'm awake, Colby muttered thickly, surfacing, prying open her eyelids. What is it, honey, are you sick? She glanced past Ginny to see Paul standing against the wall watching her. What is it? She asked again. Your alarm was going off for so long. I got up to see what was wrong and then I couldn't wake you up, Ginny said tearfully. I shook you and shook you. She woke me up. Paul made it an accusation, but there was fear in his voice. Colby forced her body to move, sitting up, sweeping back the wealth of hair tumbling around her face. I'm sorry. I guess I'm more tired than I thought. I set the alarm for 4:30 so I could do a few extra things. I knew you were getting up early. Ginny pounced on that. You can't do that all the time, Colby. You need to sleep like everyone else. I need to sleep, Paul corrected. Speaking of which, I'm going back to bed. Colby, if Ginny spent all this time waking you up, don't you think maybe that means you shouldn't get up? He sounded very superior. Probably, Colby admitted, wanting to crawl under the covers. Her body was not cooperating, feeling heavy and cumbersome, her eyes wanting to close. She was so thirsty her mouth was dry. There was a faint coppery taste on her tongue. I think I'm beginning to believe that I'm the totally unbalanced crackpot the Chavez family and the De La Cruz brothers think I am. She absently raised a hand to push her palm against the pulse throbbing in her neck. Well, you are, Paul stated, giving his brotherly opinion. For that you get to feed all the horses while I exercise Domino. He gets hard to handle if I don't ride him every day. I want to put in some time checking fences, and if you do the feeding, I can take some extra time. She yawned inelegantly. Paul scowled at her. You ought to get rid of that horse. He's really dangerous. Even Joe Vargas says so, everybody does. Ginny caught her sister's hand. Is that true, Colby? Is Domino dangerous? Is he a man-killer like they say he is? Colby's head went up, the drowsy look suddenly gone from her face, leaving her green eyes blazing at her younger brother. Did you tell her that? Paul had the grace to look ashamed. Joe told me Domino killed a man, and Ginny overheard the conversation. You know Joe, he has a thing for you. He was worried. Domino was mistreated, Ginny, Colby explained quietly. You can see the scars on him. He can be difficult in certain situations, but I can handle him. I really can. I don't overestimate my abilities. I'm sorry, Colby. Paul was quick to get the apology out. I should never have allowed Ginny to hear that. I'm not a baby. Ginny tossed her blue-black hair, chin going up, a small replica of Colby. You don't need to hide anything from me. I'm not stupid, either, Paul Chavez. Working with any horse can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. Colby does, she added staunchly. No one does it better. There speaks the unprejudiced voice, Colby laughed softly, ruffling Ginny's hair tenderly. Honey, later on today, if you have the time, you can start setting up the north paddock for barrel racing. Jana Wilson's bringing her horse, Roman, in on Thursday. He's in a slump, and she can't afford that with Regina breathing down her neck for first place all the time. Jana wants the world championship this year. Sure. Ginny was excited. Jana Wilson was a barrel racer out of Oklahoma, the leading female money winner halfway into the season and Ginny's heroine. Ginny was determined to barrel race professionally in the not-too-distant future. "Go back to bed, you two," Colby advised. "It will be sunup soon enough." "You don't have to tell me twice," Paul said gratefully. "And, Colby, you really are nuts to be getting up now." "Come on, Ginny. It's embarrassing enough to have one crazy sister. I don't want to admit to having two of them." Colby was laughing as she stumbled her way sleepily to the shower and drenched herself with hot water, hoping to clear the cobwebs. She actually felt weak and listless. It was no wonder after such bizarre dreams. Rafael De La Cruz sneaking into her bedroom, kissing her, his hands touching her breasts, her body. Instantly heat swept through her breasts aching with need. Colby groaned and closed her eyes against the humiliation of such an erotic dream and its aftermath. She allowed the water to cascade directly onto her face, hoping to wash the scent of him from her body, his taste from her mouth, the feel of his hard strength against her skin. "You're probably the devil in disguise." She wiped at the fog on the mirror, then wished she hadn't when she saw herself. She was so pale her eyes looked enormous, vividly green. As she pulled the thick mass of red hair back to braid, she noticed the strange mark on the side of her neck. It looked like a strawberry or a teenager's hickey. When she stood on her toes and examined it closer, she thought there were two tiny pinpricks in the center of it. It burned, not painfully, but intimately, so that she covered the mark with her palm as if to hold it close to her. She had no idea what it was, but it made her uneasy after her strange dream. As she stared at her reflection, she caught sight of the second mark. Her breath caught in her throat and her heart began to pound. The mark was on the swell of her breast, a vivid red standing out starkly against her white skin. How had it gotten there? It was no insect bite. Worse, as she looked at her hand, pressed tightly against her neck, there were faint smudges on her wrists that looked suspiciously like fingerprints. She snatched her hand down, breath catching in her throat. He couldn't have been in her room. Had she really allowed Rafael into her bedroom? Kissing her, touching her. She forced herself to look at the all-too-real marks. A brand on her skin. Was it his brand of possession? She groaned aloud, her face flaming crimson. She preferred to believe it was an erotic dream. She shook her head and dressed hastily, unwilling to think too much about what seemed like a hazy dream. Domino was a large horse and always restless when she saddled him. She worked quickly, her movements deft and reassuring. All the while she crooned endearments to him. She took Domino up the narrow trail leading into the mountains. He was difficult to handle. She could never sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Domino had more tricks than most rodeo broncs. The narrow trail made it almost impossible to bolt, effectively eliminating one of his favorite bad habits. Colby had literally pulled the rifle from his previous owner's hands, saving Domino's life. Half crazed with pain and fear from the ugly beatings he had received, the horse had lashed out at anything and everything that came near it. She still couldn't remember exactly what she'd said or done to convince the owner to sell her the horse, or even how she had managed to load him for transport in his terrible condition. It had taken 3 years of patient love, hundreds of hours spent sitting on a fence rail talking soothing nonsense. He looked for her eagerly now, thrusting his head toward her, trumpeting a welcome when he saw her. But to ride him, Colby shook her head, smiling to herself. Riding him was never easy, but it was exactly what she needed. It would keep her mind away from Rafael De La Cruz. 45 minutes up into the mountains she dismounted, preferring to lead Domino and enjoy the tranquility of her surroundings while she looked for signs of Pete. The Cascades were 700 miles in length, stretching from California through Oregon and Washington into Canada. The range had been born of fire then carved of ice. Along with a chain of volcanoes, the mountain range boasted heavy forests, a multitude of waterfalls and cataracts along with miles of snowfields. The Columbia River literally cut the mountain range in half. Guarded by 3 towering volcanoes, whitewater rapids ripped through its steep rocky gorge with dizzying speed. Lava cliffs, lakes, streams, lush evergreen forests, the Cascades were unequaled in beauty or potential ferocity. Colby stood on the edge of the cliff, not looking down but up the sheer mountain wall rising above her. Commanding respect, these mountains were the very foundation of legends. Thousands of miles of untamed wilderness. Rarely did man penetrate the deep, forbidding forests, the treacherous canyons, the slopes rising mile after mile. Horror stories were repeated around campfires of the howling which reverberated from the interior, of the legendary Bigfoot carrying off intruders, never to be seen again. Colby gave a small sigh and bent to pick a wildflower, struggling valiantly to survive among the boulders. She loved the stillness of the mountains. She could sit for hours just absorbing the feeling. That didn't for a moment mean she allowed herself to be careless. Even Colby, who was familiar with more miles of mountains than almost anyone in the area, didn't become complacent. Having a ranch nestled in a small valley on the fringes of the rising mountains, she was all too aware of mysterious, unexplained happenings. A smell rising out of nowhere, offensive, noxious. The strange silences even the insects respected. So many times one felt watched, an eerie feeling occupied by the sensation of skin crawling. Most of the ranches were further down the mountain, several thousand feet down from the Chavez Ranch. Clinton Daniels's property bordered Colby's to the south, but only Sean Everett's 20,000 acres stretched beyond Colby's property, with the state land behind him. Everett had wrangled with the state over most of the land, buying up the rest from small-time ranchers. Like Colby, he seemed to prefer the mountains, leading a fairly self-sufficient existence. His fleet of vehicles, not to mention the small Piper and helicopter, made her green with envy. The Everett hands who lived in the ranch's comfortable cabins with their families stayed mainly to themselves, although she knew all of them by name and could call a few of them friends. They seemed to work hard. Everett's ranch had definitely prospered, his cattle remaining fat even through the harsh winters. Some of his hands, most of whom had never worked on a ranch until Sean had given them a home, were becoming interested in rodeo competition. Colby smiled to herself as she gathered up Domino's reins. She spent a great deal of her time doing business with men, earning her reputation as a reliable and shrewd rancher with an exceptional talent with horses. It had given her a quiet confidence in herself, a joy of life. She was one of those lucky people who accepted her way of life and simply lived it to the best of her ability. She swung easily into the saddle, liking the familiar creak of leather. Pulling her hat to a better angle to shade her eyes from the sun's rising rays, she turned her mount toward the farthest corner of her property. The fence had been sagging for some time and, unlike Colby, the cattle favored this rugged, remote area. Perhaps Pete had come here to repair the fence. She rubbed her eyes several times. The sun wasn't high, yet her eyes felt sore, unduly sensitive to the light. As Domino picked his way carefully over the loose rocks, his hooves the only sound in the utter stillness, Colby alternated between anxiously scanning the ground for tracks and scowling nervously up at the jutting, remorseless mountains. The unrelenting steep rock guarded the series of dark, forbidding caves winding into the very bowels of the mountain. She disliked this section of property intensely, avoiding it with every excuse possible. There was a sense of evil, a dark, somber dread, as if the land were alive, waiting patiently, relentlessly to reclaim her. She was never able to approach it without her heart rate doubling, her stomach churning, and a terrible sense of foreboding overtaking her, a leftover bogey from her childhood. She would never forget being trapped in the old abandoned mine shaft, a primitive affair 100 years old with rotting timbers. It had all come crashing down, smothering her 9-year-old cries, nearly suffocating her. She had been buried alive, trapped in the damp, rotting earth for 11 hours and 22 minutes. It had been an eternity. Even with her special gifts, she had not been strong enough to move the mounds of earth and rock by herself. She had waited alone and frightened in the terrible darkness for her stepfather to rescue her. Something had moved in the dark bowels of the caves, something not human. She had seen red flames in glowing eyes and smelled dead flesh. The thing had taunted her, its voice gravelly, skin stretched taut across its skull. She had seen jagged teeth stained with blood and long, razor-sharp talons for fingernails. Her parents had sworn to her over and over, when she woke screaming in the night, that it had been her imagination. Colby still had a difficult time believing she could have conjured up the hideous creature. Armando Chavez had closed up the mines and she hadn't gone exploring there, feeling the place was like a giant spider web waiting for her return. It was only after Armando had been paralyzed in the plane crash that Colby had gone back to declare the mines unsafe and totally off-limits to Paul and Ginny. She refused to allow Paul to patrol this section of fence line, doing it herself or letting Pete take the job. The fence was on the ground, strands of barbed wire wrapped around a fallen post. She could see a leather glove caught in the wire. She dismounted quickly and hurried over to the glove. The three ranches joined together at this point. Everett's property climbed steeply behind hers, erupting into dense, thick forest running wild. Danielle's property off to her south gradually sloped into gentle, grassy hills. He had dotted the area with a series of small shacks and old machinery. His dump, she thought a little wryly, a nice eyesore to add to the ambience of the place. She carefully worked the glove free of the barbed wire and held it up to examine it. The sound of a rock dropping abruptly spun her around just as Domino threw his head up, ears forward, snorting. Colby stepped closer to her horse, smoothly drawing her rifle from its scabbard. She turned, her heart in her throat. Several yards away a man was standing, holding his horse, as startled as she was. Slowly she relaxed when she recognized the foreman of Clinton Daniels' ranch. "You do turn up in the oddest places, Tony," she greeted. "Thanks for taking 10 years off my life." He continued toward her, his dark gaze touching the glove in her hand, then resting briefly on the rifle she held. "I didn't expect to find you out here either. The fence has to be lying on the ground before you'd repair it." She mounted Domino smoothly, not liking to appear so small around Tony. She pushed back her hat, shrugging indifferently at the accusation. She had never liked Tony Harris. She had known him for years, long before Daniels had hired him. He had a mean streak in him. His reputation for brawling was legendary, almost as much as his notoriety with women. She had never understood his fatal charm, was appalled by the number of women who suffered physically, mentally, and emotionally, yet like moths to a flame, always went back for more. He made her flesh crawl. Colby tucked the glove into her belt and raised her eyebrow at Tony. "You want to tell me what you're doing on my property?" She made herself smile, although the way his eyes were running over her body made her all too aware of his isolation. He grinned nastily. "Maybe I was looking for you. The Ice Princess. The little virgin sacrificing herself for the kiddies. We all want to know who will melt your heart." He laughed loudly, the sound coarse in the stillness of the silent mountains. "Not you, Tony," she assured him coolly. "You're way too wicked for my taste." "You mean I'm too much of a man," he countered, swaggering a little as he crowded closer to her horse. Colby raised an eyebrow at him. "I hear they're looking for stand-up comedians at the Wayside Saloon. Why don't you check it out?" "I just might do that." He was right in front of her, close enough for her to read the thoughts lurking behind his too handsome face. "I've always wanted to have you to myself, just for a couple of hours," he said softly, as if thinking aloud. "You're always sitting up on that pedestal. It'd be kind of nice to have you groveling at my feet." Colby laughed openly at him. "You have a vivid imagination, Tony. It's a wonderful fantasy, but I'll have to pass. I've got too much work to do. Which reminds me, just what are you doing on my property? Not looking for stray calves, are you?" "Are you accusing me of something?" he snapped, instantly angry, taking another threatening step toward her. Domino moved restlessly, not liking the man's close proximity. Colby casually turned the horse sideways, resting the rifle naturally across her body, the barrel low, but unmistakably centered on Harris's large frame. "Hey, Tony, you drive those cattle back yet?" A voice bellowed the question from the rocks nearby. Colby kept her eyes on Harris. She didn't recognize the voice, but Harris looked triumphant, more malevolent than ever. "Sure did, but Miss Jansen isn't nearly as grateful as she should be. Maybe she needs a lesson in how to treat a man properly." The second man, a total stranger, dark, with a day's growth of beard and shrewd assessing eyes, scrambled from the rocks and into her line of vision. His eyes were red-rimmed and streamed constantly. He shoved dark glasses on, but not before she saw his expression. Where Tony Harris annoyed her, this man frightened her. Harris was a bully. This man was truly evil. Daniels had himself a wonderful crew. Most likely they were stealing him blind. "So you were returning my cattle," she said thoughtfully. "That's right, Colby. Those little critters of yours just don't want to stay put." Tony took another step closer to Colby, watching her carefully with hot eyes. "What the hell is taking so long?" Daniels strode up to the fallen fence, glaring at his foreman. "Get back to work, Harris. It shouldn't have taken the two of you all this time to return a couple of steers. And you could have fixed the fence." He dismissed the two men with a wave of his hand, ignoring Harris's surly grumbling and the other man's mocking insolence. "Sorry, Colby, it didn't occur to me they wouldn't fix the fence." For the first time he seemed to notice the rifle. "They weren't giving you any trouble, were they?" Colby faced him across the fallen fence. Smooth. Charming. A shark. Clinton Daniels had deliberately used her stepfather's terrible accident for his own gain. The hospital bills were piling up and Colby had taken out a loan using the family ranch as collateral, the terms nearly impossible to meet. A blur of movement caught her eye. Up on the ridge, one of Everett's somber, silent workers stood beside Juan Chavez, surveying the scene below. The worker lifted a hand at her, still watching from his vantage point. Colby burst out laughing. "It's a regular convention out here. I thought I was all alone, but we've got enough people out here to have a party." Daniels was scowling up at the two silent men. "I don't think it's so funny, Colby. There's something strange about Everett's hands. Every last one of them is an ex-con. It makes me nervous to know they sit up there watching everything we do. They just want to be left alone. It isn't safe for you riding around alone out here." Daniels cast another fierce glance up at the two men. "And those foreigners are a strange bunch too. I think they're up to something." Colby gathered up the reins as Domino sidestepped nervously. "Thanks for returning my cattle, Clinton. I'm sorry about the fence. I'll get some materials out here as soon as possible, and we won't have the problem anymore. You might want to hold off a couple of months. Save yourself time and expense," he told her suavely. Colby's chin went up. "You don't have to worry, I'll have your money for you." "Colby," he shook his head, clucking his tongue at her, "I understand you went to the bank and they turned you down." "How do you expect?" "They turned me down because of you, Daniels. Don't think I don't know that. And it's none of your business how I come up with the money. You'll get it." He reached out and caught her reins, preventing her from moving. "You're being stubborn, Colby. Let the Chavezes take the kids away. Marry me. You'll still have your ranch. It will all work out. You shouldn't be running yourself into the ground. Look at you, you're pale and tired. You have dark circles under your eyes. And you've lost weight. Let me take care of you." She backed Domino away from Daniels. "No one is taking my brother and sister anywhere. Now if you'll excuse me, I have work to do." Abruptly she turned the horse, urging him back over the rocks as she thrust the rifle into the scabbard. Automatically her eyes were on the ground, picking up signs, noting Tony Harris's mount needed a new shoe on his left rear foot. It took a few minutes before she realized she hadn't seen any fresh cattle tracks accompanying Tony's mount. One last time she looked up at the high, craggy peaks, feeling the familiar curling in the pit of her stomach. She was already running behind time on her chores. As she started back toward the ranch, she caught sight of a vulture circling lazily in the sky. She watched its path, turning domino so she could pick her way through the larger boulders along the steep cliffs. As she rounded a particularly steep rock face, she saw more of the large birds. They were gathered together near the base of one of the cliffs. At once she felt a terrible dread, her body stiffening. Domino began to dance nervously, Colby's body language communicating instantly to the animal. She bit at her lower lip, made a long sweep, scanning the area to ensure this time she really was alone. Colby approached on foot, not trusting Domino's reaction with the birds and the odor. She kept her rifle with her, but used her handgun, firing into the air to frighten off the vultures and to alert the Everett riders she needed their help. She circled the area, careful not to disturb anything, looking for tracks to tell her what had happened. She knew before she even reached the body that it was Pete. He had been dead for days. It looked as if he had been on the ledge up above and had slipped and fallen. The back of his head must have hit the small boulder near where he lay. There was blood on the rock and plenty of it staining the shirt across his shoulders. Colby saw the broken pieces of a whiskey bottle scattered around. She closed her eyes, suddenly tired, her throat choking on unshed tears. For a brief moment she rested her hand on Pete's arm. Immediately she snatched it away, backing away from the body, looking around her, very, very afraid. She felt it, the instant she touched him. She knew it had been no accident, knew Pete had been murdered. She didn't know who or why, only that someone had killed him. The aftermath of violence was still haunting the ground, the rocks, especially the body. Colby examined the area carefully, wanting to read the messages the earth might give her, yet she didn't want to disturb the crime scene. She moved away from the body, back to Domino, and buried her face against the animal. For once he remained steady, unmoving, as if he knew he was consoling her with his presence. Colby? Her name shimmered in her mind. Warmth seeped into the coldness of her body. Pequeña, I feel your pain. I cannot come to you. Share it with me. Let me help you. The words were there, velvet soft. Real. She heard them. Knew Rafael's voice. Felt his presence. She also felt the tremendous effort he was making to reach her across what must have been a great distance. It should have shocked her, but she was accepting. She was different. He was different. For the first time in years, she wanted to throw herself into someone's arms in a storm of weeping. She didn't even mind that he called her little one. 4. This doesn't look good, Colby, Ben said as he walked over to where she was sitting on a large, round boulder. I'm sorry, honey, I know you love that old man. I should have listened to you. He put his hand on her slender shoulder, an awkward attempt at comforting her. It isn't your fault, Ben. He must have already been dead when I reported him missing. Colby rubbed her pounding temples as she looked up at the sheriff. It wasn't an accident, was it? Ben sighed heavily. Colby had always been as transparent as glass. He could see her grief, the heaviness in her as if the weight of the world was on her shoulders. We're treating it like a homicide until we know different. I took pictures of the scene. We've finished that finally. I know it's been a long morning for you, but we had to get this done before we could move the body. I can read the signs, Ben. He didn't fall off that cliff. He was hit from behind. The blood splatters aren't consistent with a fall. And his body isn't beat up enough. His knees hit the dirt first, like his legs went out from under him. A sob welled up out of nowhere, and she looked away from him, pressed a hand to her soft, trembling mouth. Ben swore softly. It looks bad. You and the kids need to be careful, Colby. I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it. Ignoring his outstretched hand, Colby jumped down from the rock and paced away from him, swiping at the tears running unchecked down her face. Who would do something like this to him, Ben? He was in his 70s. He couldn't hurt a fly. He didn't have any money. Why would someone do this? Go home, honey, let me take care of this. You need to be with the kids. Ben was suppressing his own anger. This hit far too close to home. Someone had murdered Pete. There was no denying the fact. Ben had examined every inch of the cliff. Someone had been up there all right, and they'd started a small rock slide to make it look as if Pete had slipped over the edge, but he lay right where he had been killed. Ben would have staked his reputation on it. Colby was a good tracker, and she was right about Pete going to his knees before he fell backwards. Ben had examined the old man's fingernails. There wasn't a speck of dirt to indicate Pete had clawed at the mountainside if he had slipped. And the patterns of blood splatters just weren't consistent with Pete falling and hitting his head. The body had been torn up by the birds, which didn't help the crime scene, but Ben had found other disturbing lacerations on Pete's body that he hadn't discussed with Colby. There were teeth marks, human bite marks, as if someone had tried to cannibalize the body after Pete was dead. He was certain the bites were made after death. It was bizarre and terrifying when they rarely had major crime in their area. Colby had to have seen those disturbing bites, but he wasn't going to force her to admit it. Ben swore again as he glanced at Colby's small figure. Go home, honey, I'll call you when I know more. Colby nodded, suddenly shivering. What had Tony Harris and the other ranch hand really been doing on her property? What were Everett's Ryder and one of the Chavez brothers doing so far from the homestead? Had one of her neighbors actually murdered Pete? Who would benefit from such brutality? She shoved a hand through her hair, dreading telling Ginny and Paul. Colby, you can't do anything more for him. Go on home. You're just torturing yourself by sticking around. Ben was adamant. It will be a few days before the body is released. I promise I'll call you and help with the arrangements. In the meantime, stick close to the house, no more riding around in the middle of nowhere by yourself. Colby nodded slowly, turning heavily, her shoulders slumping in defeat. Ben was right, she couldn't bring Pete back, and there was no sense in putting off telling the kids. Paul probably already knew. He had a scanner. He would have seen the sheriff and his crew coming onto the ranch. She swung into the saddle and resolutely started home. Deep beneath the earth, locked in the rich soil, Rafael lay helpless to comfort her. The blood tie ensured he could touch her mind and know her thoughts at will. She needed him to hold her, to comfort her. She was trying to be very brave for her brother and sister. She was weeping. Deep within her heart, in her soul, she was weeping. Her sorrow was so strong it had penetrated his rejuvenating sleep, waking him to share her suffering. His chest hurt, the weight of her anguish pressing like a heavy stone into his heart. He ached for her, ached to hold her, comfort her. It was a singular experience for him to feel for another being. Real emotion. He had forgotten the feeling. It humbled him to think of her and her lone fight to keep her word to her stepfather. She was alone and afraid. She was fighting an unseen enemy. She didn't know what they wanted or why they were attacking her, but she was valiantly ready to defend her ranch and her beloved brother and sister. Rafael concentrated on keeping the link open between them. Her mind was complex. It had natural safeguards, barriers he was still working to break through. But she was the one. His lifemate. Her blood called to his. Her soul cried out to his. Rafael shared her heart and soul. His duty was to see to her health and happiness above all other things. Above his own happiness. He was beginning to understand what that meant. Trapped by the high price of his immortality, he lay waiting, needing to be with her, helpless to comfort her. Right now it mattered more that he comfort her than that he possess her. He needed to hold her safe in his arms. He learned many hard lessons while he lay in the ground. And he learned each of the lessons from his unknowing lifemate. She spoke softly, lovingly to her brother and sister, a world of confidence in her voice when deep inside her mind Rafael could hear her frightened screams. She took time with each of them, answering questions, reassuring them, endlessly patient when she knew she had a long list of chores that had to be accomplished before nightfall regardless of the tragedy. Through it all she continually asked herself if she could have found Pete sooner, if she could have somehow saved his life. She worked hard, one task at a time, treating each job the same whether the chore was difficult or easy, whether she enjoyed it or hated it. She was quick and efficient and always thinking ahead, mentally checking off the list. To Rafael it was the longest, most difficult period of his life. He lay helpless, trapped in the earth, his body weak, his great strength drained, while somewhere above him Colby, exhausted from lack of sleep and his taking of her blood, worked the afternoon away. She had to use her unique talents to start the old tractor and keep it running as she worked one of the fields. It was draining to use mental powers to keep machinery working. Her head was pounding as she went from the field to the corral of restless horses. Her young brother joined her to help hold the wildly bucking horses. Rafael went back and forth between absolute admiration for her and a slow-burning rage. She was a woman. Young. Vulnerable. Why was she alone and unprotected? Why was she working at a job that demanded so much, both physically and mentally? He felt every bone-wrenching fall as she hit the ground. Every jarring crash against the fence. It was dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. It would stop. He would never allow her to continue when he could make her life so much easier. He bided his time, waiting for the setting of the sun. Colby was beyond exhaustion, stumbling in the waning light through the barn to stare with a grim frown at the tack. Most of it needed cleaning or mending. Paul's job. Probably passed on to Ginny some time ago and long forgotten. Someone had to do the mending soon or it was going to go downhill like everything else on the ranch. Downhill, she murmured aloud, leaning one hip against the door jamb. Downhill fast. The entire ranch was going downhill fast, and she couldn't keep up with all the work. She was one person, and there was just so much time. She hadn't been hungry all day and had skipped her meals, using the time to make up for the hours she had spent with Pete's body. She seemed to be terribly thirsty all day, yet she wasn't hungry at all, and the thought of food sickened her. For a moment she listened to the sound of young voices laughing, coming from the porch. She was tempted to call them to help her, but they sounded so innocent and young she didn't have the heart after such a terrible day. The kids were grieving for Pete, and if they could find a few moments to laugh together, she wasn't about to take that away from them. Pete's death was there in her mind, tearing at her, and she crushed down the sudden, overwhelming urge to join them. To feel young and carefree for one moment, however brief again. With a little sigh, she moved through the large barn to the tiny room at the far end. It was very dark in the tack room with no window to allow the last rays of light in. The weight of the world seemed to be on her shoulders, and she found she was walking stooped over. Annoyed at giving in to feeling sorry for herself, Colby straightened her shoulders resolutely, taking a step toward the light switch. A hand shot past her head, flicking the switch, illuminating the small tack room. Colby gasped, turned quickly to face the intruder, although her body already knew exactly who was there. Rafael. She had closed the door behind her, and she had been positive no one was in the small room when she entered. "What are you doing sneaking around in my barn?" she demanded, desperately hoping he couldn't hear the frantic pounding of her heart. For some reason the mark on the side of her neck began to throb and burn. Defensively, she placed her hand over it as she looked up at him. He was unbelievably intimidating. Large, muscular, his broad shoulders filling the small room until there was only Rafael. More than that, he exuded a dark sexual snare she couldn't quite break free of. His eyes were filled with dark promise, full of need and hunger. For a moment that hot gaze rested thoughtfully on her palm, covering his brand on her neck. A slow smile softened the edge of cruelty to his mouth, his black eyes dwelling on the pulse beating frantically in the vulnerable hollow of her throat. "I am honing my skills," he said very softly, gently, almost teasingly, so as not to frighten her. "You look a wild thing, on the verge of flight." She tilted her chin, a gesture he found himself unconsciously watching for. "Which skills?" Colby asked suspiciously. She was trembling so hard she put her hands behind her back so he wouldn't see when he seemed to notice every little thing about her. Colby twisted her fingers together to hold them still. It was annoying to act like the proverbial country bumpkin any time he was close to her. Rafael took a step forward, gliding easily over the straw-strewn floor. Colby had the impression of a giant jungle cat stalking her, silent on any surface. His black eyes burned possessively over her small, slender figure. She actually shrank back against the wall, staring almost helplessly up at him. Just seeing him made her want to burst into tears. She couldn't fight his steely authority. Not now. Not tonight. He was overpowering, and she just wasn't in any condition emotionally to stand up to him. "Mr. De La Cruz," she said, trying to find her voice, "I've had a particularly rough day today. I really don't want to do battle with you." She intended to sound firm. He read that in her mind. Instead, she sounded so infinitely weary his heart turned over. He wanted to gather her into his arms and shelter her by his heart. "I heard," he replied in his most soothing voice. "I do not intend to fight with you, Clarita." His eyes were no longer ice-cold and hard, but smoldering with such a dark intensity, she felt as if he was actually physically touching her when he directed his gaze to her. His accent twisted its way right into her senses, embedding deep so that she was breathing him into her lungs. It was terrifying the way her body reacted to him, to his looks, to the sound of his voice. "Which skills exactly?" she persisted, needing words to destroy the disturbing electricity building up in the small space of the room. It seemed to be arcing and crackling between them, jumping from his skin to hers. He really seemed to be touching her, his strong fingers caressing her skin. His hands hung loosely, innocently at his sides. The sensation was so real she found herself blushing wildly. "You're sneaking up on women's skills?" She tried a severe frown. Already her traitorous mouth was dry. She rubbed her palms down the sides of her faded jeans, touched a piece of straw with the toe of her boot to studiously avoid looking at him. It would have been a great time for an earthquake, the earth opening and swallowing her. His laughter was soft, inviting. He moved a step closer, very deliberately forcing Colby to backpedal hastily. So far you are the only woman I have ever had to sneak up on. Colby backed right up until she was nearly against the wall. Rafael reached out with a casual hand and pulled her away from the metal hooks to safety. Did you have anything in particular you wanted, or did you just come over here to irritate me? She scowled at him, doing her best to look intimidating. She could readily believe he never had to sneak up on women. Any woman. They probably just threw themselves at him. His smile widened, revealing amazingly white teeth. Is that what you think I do, pequeña, irritate you? He leaned closer still, resting one hand on the wall beside her head, effectively imprisoning her. I would not have described your reaction to me quite so. Colby held her breath as his heavily muscled frame brushed tantalizingly close to her smaller one. Her legs felt weak, her breasts ached, every nerve ending leapt to life, tingling with awareness. The heat of his body was astounding. She thought the room temperature might have shot up a few hundred degrees. His hand gathered up tack from its storage place on the wall. Colby could have sworn he laughed softly as he turned to sit on a bale of hay, but when he looked up, Rafael's expressionless mask revealed no emotion whatsoever. Are you going to stand there, or are you going to help me? He asked, patting the hay beside him. She stared at him as if he had grown two heads. His hands were busy on the leather, his fingers sure and deft. She watched him, counting the beats of her heart. Finally, reluctantly, Colby took the 2 steps, bringing her to his side. You're going to help me with the tack? What's the catch, De La Cruz? I think it would be a good time to start calling me Rafael, he said quietly. Colby hesitated a moment, then sat down, careful to avoid touching his body. Even so, she could feel the heat radiating out to her. Body heat. Rafael, then, she repeated with a sigh. What's the catch? She caught the bridle he dropped in her lap, desperate to do something to distract her attention from him. Is that your philosophy on life? He replied mildly. There always has to be a catch? A most interesting way to live. It is an American tradition. She reprimanded him with one look from under her long lashes. You know very well there is no such thing. It's occurred to me more than once over the years that there's a price tag on almost everything. His black eyebrow shot up. Including simple friendship? She didn't look at him as she worked the leather, her fingers sure and quick. I don't think you know what simple means. What is it you want from me, De La Cruz? Is it so difficult to use my name? He asked softly, the sound of his voice washing over her, brushing at her insides, and causing a melting sensation in the region of her stomach. I don't believe in fraternizing with the enemy. She glanced at his perfectly chiseled features and just as quickly looked away. You are the enemy, Rafael. Deliberately, she used his name to prove she wasn't afraid of him. It was a mistake. It created a further intimacy between them in the small room. You want my sister and brother. You want the ranch. Her eyes suddenly locked with his. Mostly you want to go home and I'm in your way. She stared intently at him as if seeking something beyond what he was telling her. Rafael felt the sudden surge of power in the room. It was strong and focused. He knew immediately she was reaching for the information in his mind, seeking answers to the sudden change in him. Joy surged through him, but he kept his triumph buried deep. He reached casually for the next piece of equipment, his arm deliberately brushing her body. That was true a couple of days ago. It no longer is so. What has changed? There was a wealth of skepticism in her voice. I met you. He said it softly, meaning it. Everything had changed. He was going home, but he was taking her with him. Nothing else mattered to him. He would have her, whatever it took. He should just take her. He had enough power to kidnap her, get her to his home territory, yet his very feelings for her prevented him from doing so. She looked sad, weary. He wanted to sweep her into his arms, close against his body, and comfort her. Rafael was a vampire hunter, a man of swift decisions and action. After more than 1,000 years of living, he found himself in new territory. I am very sorry about your friend. Sean tells me you were very good to the man. I am sorry, I do not know his name. Pete. Pete Jessup. Her throat constricted, but she fought her way through the emotion and continued. He was a very good friend to me. I'm not sure I can run the ranch without him. He couldn't always do the work, but he gave me very valuable advice. Everyone thought he was a charity case, but Pete knew so much about running a ranch. He'd worked on ranches all of his life, and he was willing to teach me. He had provided companionship to her as well as advice. She hung up the bridle she had been working on and found another ragged piece to avoid looking at him. She was embarrassed and slightly ashamed she had come out with such private information. Rafael De La Cruz was dangerous to her. In such close proximity, she could feel his need to comfort her, to protect her, and that was dangerous to her peace of mind. You're a woman, Colby, you should not have to run a ranch. He said it so quietly, so gently, the words almost didn't register. For a moment she sat there beside him until the words sank into her brain. Rafael felt it again, the swift surge of power, filling the room until the walls were nearly bulging outward in an effort to contain it. Colby struggled for control of her temper. She shoved a hand through her thick hair, taking several deep breaths while she battled with herself. I think it would be best if you left, Rafael, she finally suggested. I appreciate the attempt at friendship, but we are never going to be friends. His black eyes glittered at her, fathomless, holding 1,000 secrets. I think we will learn to be very good friends. His smile was frankly sexy, his teeth very white. It will be necessary for you to lose the chip on your shoulder first. In spite of everything, the terrible day, her worries over the ranch, even who he was, Colby found herself wanting to smile at his choice of words. Both her brother and Ben Lassiter often accused her of exactly the same thing. I do not have a chip on my shoulder. When his black eyes continued to stare steadily at her, she shrugged. Okay, maybe a small one where you're concerned. I don't like you. He leaned close to her so that his thigh rubbed against hers. Do you flatter all men, or am I the only one so privileged? I'm sorry, that was rather rude. I'm usually not rude. She rubbed her forehead. At least I don't think I am. Okay, maybe I am sometimes. What are you doing here? I am courting you. He sounded very old-fashioned. Her vivid green eyes jumped to his face. Courting me? Whatever for. He turned the power of his black eyes on her face. Mesmerizing. Hypnotic. Sexier than some eyes. Why do men usually court women, Colby? I think you can work it out for yourself. His voice was velvet soft and slightly husky, the accent giving him a tremendous advantage. Colby could feel her skin burn. Little flames seemed to be licking along every nerve ending. She sent him a quick reprimand from under her long lashes. I think you are so used to women falling all over you that you can't stand it when one doesn't. I'm a practical person, Rafael. Men like you do not court women like me. His black gaze slid over her from head to toe like a whisper of velvet, leaving her skin on fire and slow color creeping into her face. See, right there, that's what I'm talking about, she accused. You've spent your life seducing women, and I just think of men as friends, colleagues. You wouldn't know how to relate to a woman as a friend. And I wouldn't know what to do with one who wanted to seduce me. His teeth were whiter than ever, his smile slightly mocking. I do not think you quite understand the situation you find yourself in, Pequeña. I am courting you as a man would his bride, not looking for a mistress to spend a few nights in my bed. You do not have to know what to do with seduction. I have enough knowledge for both of us. The breath rushed right out of her lungs, and she gaped at him, silently appalled. For a moment she could only stare at him. Do you even hear yourself when you spout this nonsense? She leapt up to put a couple of feet between them so she wouldn't wring his neck with the bridle. Is that supposed to be a compliment, that you would choose me to be your bride and not your mistress? How many mistresses do you have exactly? Is there a set number after you're married, or do you just wing it? She looked so beautiful she robbed him of breath. There was a steel thread running through her small soft body, a fierce pride, hard-earned. He looked at her and saw himself through her eyes. What had he done with his life? She knew nothing of him other than the image they had so carefully cultivated of powerful, rich playboys. Who did he love? Members of the Chavez family had lived with him for centuries, running his affairs during the daylight hours. His own brothers, loved only through dim memories, he felt it now, that intense, protective emotion, but Colby had seen him cold, uncaring. She had seen he had little interest in others. People were thought of in the same vein as his cattle, his property. It was necessary to protect them, but it was his duty, a matter of honor, nothing more. Women were to be seduced, fodder, really, easy prey for a man as alluring and as seductive as Rafael. Colby Jansen was looking at him as if he were a rather useless ladies' man. She thought him handsome, sexy, but rather cold and cruel. Useless. There was the slightest curl of contempt in her mind when he managed to slip past her guard. A Latin lover. She thought his life one of endless parties and women. Rafael's long fingers tightened on the old leather. Colby knew what it was like to love fiercely, passionately, protectively. She worked hard without complaining, without thought for anything but those she cared about. Rafael found he wanted desperately to be one of those few she counted as her own. Taking her to his lands and claiming her would not earn him her genuine love. She was his life mate, and her body had all the responses to him of a life mate, but her heart and mind viewed him as a rather useless individual. He found he didn't like her assessment of him at all and, more importantly, that her opinion mattered to him. Rafael and his brothers had been sent from the Carpathian Mountains in times of turbulent war and massacres. It had been long after they had lost their ability to see in color, to feel all emotion, but they had served their prince to the best of their abilities in keeping with their rigid code of honor. It was all they had left to them in a gray, barren world of endless existence. But through the long, long centuries, memories dimmed and more the darkness had crept up on them. Colby's eyes suddenly flashed fire at him. And have you forgotten my rather unfortunate parentage? As I recall, I was the reason the Chavez family could not find it in their so-called hearts to accept Armando back into the family fold. I believe I am illegitimate. A De La Cruz shouldn't associate with someone like me, let alone court me. It might ruin your good name. His black eyes went from a sheer black intensity to icy cold so fast she shivered. Where would you get an idea like that? His voice was very soft, yet carried a wealth of menace. He didn't move, but all at once he was far too close, looming over her. Colby stood her ground, but suddenly it seemed to be shifting out from under her. I read the letter. The letter from the family patriarch ordering Armando to get rid of my mother and me before I brought disgrace to the name of De La Cruz. It was in my mother's drawer. I found it after she died. He stared at her a long moment, hearing the hurt she tried so hard to hide. Feeling her hurt. Ah, I see. That does explain quite a bit. Just to set the record straight, my brothers and I have our own strange reputations. We do not much care what others say of us or anyone else. He waved a graceful, dismissing hand and Colby had to believe him. He was too casual, too arrogant and sure of himself to worry about what another might say gossiping. Old Chavez was a man much taken with his position in the community. He believed if he brought disgrace to us we would retaliate against his family in some way. It was not so. Rafael sighed. We did not intervene when we should have, he admitted heavily. He ached inside her, for that young girl who had found a letter written by a proud old man who didn't understand the ways of the new world. She could have sworn there was a fleeting tenderness in his expression when he looked at her. Somehow I don't think that old man would have listened to you, Colby conceded, slightly ashamed of herself. Maybe your father, but certainly not you. He had forgotten for a moment to be careful about time sequences. He was always pointing it out to his brothers, to be cautious about talking of things in the past as if they had all been present and had lived it. He chose his words, his voice very soft. I am sorry your familia was hurt by the pompous attitude of an unbending man. When he died, and Armando's brothers discovered the letter, they would not rest until they had come in person in an attempt to right this terrible wrong. To their credit, they did not know Armando had married and had children. They didn't know his wife was killed in a plane crash or that he was injured so severely. Had they known, or had my brothers or I known, we would have come at once. That was true. The De La Cruzes considered Armando a member of their family. Had they been informed of his need, they would have come in full force. They should have known, should have cared enough to monitor him from a distance. Rafael would have to live with that knowledge. That makes me feel much better, but I'm still not letting perfect strangers run off with my brother and sister. Even to her own ears, she sounded defiant. "You did not really read the entire letter the lawyer sent you, did you?" he asked gently, his black gaze on her face. She shrugged carelessly and lifted her chin. "I read as much as I needed to and skimmed the rest of it. The ranch is in my name. It belonged to my mother." "Did the Chavez family know that?" "It has been in my mother's family for 100 years. I am not going to hand it over to them." Armando recovered all the acres lost over the years and managed to turn a rundown property into a thriving business. It is his legacy to his children, and I intend to hold it for them. I loved him. He deserved better than he got. Rafael nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving her face. "So did you, Querida. The Chavez family wanted you to accompany Ginny and Paul. They are relatives, Colby, and they are not responsible for the terrible tragedy their avu precipitated upon the familia. They are doing their best to make amends." There was the gentlest of reproofs in his voice. "They do not need this ranch, as they are wealthy in their own right. Each of them has property, and they manage our lands as well." Colby swept a hand through her hair. "I'm tired, and it's been a rotten day. I will admit you've helped me enormously, and you took my mind off Pete's death, but I really think you should go, Rafael." She had reached a point where she was aware of nothing else in the room but his well-muscled, masculine body. Her blood seemed to surge and pound with heat and fire. Her entire body was restless and unfamiliar. She didn't want to know this side of him. Not the kind and gentle side. It was so much easier to resist him if he had a heart of ice. He had come to her in her dark hour while she was alone and tired and vulnerable. He had offered his help with his melodic voice. His voice alone could soothe the heaviest heart. She didn't want to like him or the Chavez family. That would mean she would have to be fair and reasonable. Rafael could sense the weariness in her. Her body was sore and tired, muscles aching. She had been up so early, searching for her lost friend, and the day had dragged on endlessly. She was hanging on by her fingertips, wanting to crumple somewhere safe where no one could see her. He stood up slowly and carefully replaced each piece of tack back in its original place on the wall. When he turned his head to look at her, Colby stopped breathing. His eyes were black and hungry, alive with raw need. She stared at him rather helplessly, frozen to the spot like a hypnotized rabbit, unable to move. She had never seen eyes so alive, so hot and hungry with an intensity that frightened even as it drew her like a magnet. How had she ever thought him cold? Rafael reached out slowly, shackled her wrist, and drew her slowly, relentlessly to his side. At once it was there, the electricity, sparking and crackling, sizzling hot. She barely came up to his chest and had to tilt her head as close as she was to him. He merely bent down, his black gaze never leaving her small, pale face as he came closer and closer. She could see his long, thick eyelashes, his seductive mouth. Her heart began to pound a rather frantic rhythm, matched the exact same beat as his. His hand slid up her back in a long, slow caress. She watched his mouth coming closer to hers. "I can't do this," she whispered softly aloud, even as she moved closer to his beckoning heat. He was fire, she was ice, like the looming mountains surrounding them. Two halves of the same whole. "I can't do this," she repeated more for herself than for him. A last attempt at self-preservation. Her body was melting against his, boneless and pliant like so much hot silk when she needed to remain aloof, the ice princess, as some of the cowboys labeled her. "I need to do this." The words shimmered in her mind, shimmered between them, in his heart and soul, in hers. He needed it more than the air they were breathing, more than the blood that gave him life. "You need to do this." Rafael's palm curled around the nape of her neck. His fingers were warm and strong and firm, dragging her inexorably, relentlessly closer to him. He brought her across the last scant inches separating them. "I need this." Stark, raw truth. She didn't trust him, the rake, the playboy. Worse, she saw him as the man trying to seduce her to get her brother and sister and the ranch. It hurt, the image she had of him uppermost in her mind. It hurt more than he cared to admit, yet at that moment it didn't matter to either one of them. There was a difference between wanting something and desperately needing it. Rafael needed the feel of her silken mouth and her soft, pliant body. He fastened his mouth to hers, a melding of hot velvet and even hotter silk. Whatever it was that was between them seemed far stronger than either of them. A molten heat thickened their blood and set their hearts pounding frantically. The earth seemed to shift beneath their feet, and he gathered her even closer, protectively, possessively against him. She felt small and fragile to him, yet a living, breathing flame. His every good intention seemed to go right up in a fire raging so hot it seemed to sweep aside his very sanity. His mouth moved over hers, dominating, exploring, whisking them both into a world of raw sexuality. He fed on her sweetness, wanted to devour her, taking her into his own body and locking her in his soul for all time. She had a passionate nature, and she gave herself up to the sheer erotic pleasure. His hands moved over her body possessively, needing to take in every inch of her skin. He swept aside the neckline of her shirt so that his mouth could blaze a trail of fire along her neck, lingering for a moment to swirl his tongue over the temptation of her pulse. His hand moved up her narrow rib cage beneath the thin material to cup her lace-covered breast even while his mouth found the ripe offering. His mouth was hot and moist right through the lace, his tongue coaxing her nipple to a hard peak, the lace scraping erotically along with his teeth, teasing, driving her wild so that her body was pulsating with a terrible need. She circled his head with her arms, tears close, as the waves of sensation rippled through her. Stark pleasure, hot need, a drenching liquid response she couldn't prevent. It was shocking to Colby and totally unexpected. And unacceptable. She made a sound like a frightened animal, shocked that in his arms she was no longer a thinking person. He could so easily sweep aside her beliefs. She didn't even know if she liked him. Rafael. Her voice ached with need. Came out breathless and sexy, not at all as she intended. Stop. She managed to get the word out. One word. Her body didn't want him to stop. She wanted him to go on and on forever, to set aside the warnings of her brain and just take her up into the flames. She had never experienced such total pleasure, had no idea anything or anyone could make her feel like he did. You do not want me to stop. He whispered it, a sinful temptation against her breasts, the warmth of his mouth enticing her. God help her, she didn't want him to stop, not ever. Colby summoned her strength and pushed at him. I need you to stop. I can't do this. She caught her shirt, pulling it down to cover her full, aching breasts. Tears glittered, turning her eyes to a deep emerald. I'm sorry, I don't know what got into me. I've never done this. You have to go. She could never face him again. Never. Colby. He said her name very softly. His voice seemed to start a fire in the pit of her stomach, the flames spreading rapidly. It terrified her. Totally terrified her. Colby stepped back away from him and turned and ran as if Rafael was the devil himself. She raced across the yard to the safety of her porch. He listened to her speaking to her brother and sister. Rafael stood in the shadows and watched as they went inside. He stood alone in the darkness. Alone. As he had always been alone. Inside that house was color and life, emotions, passion. Inside that house was life. His world. He stood in the dark where demons belonged, uncertain if he could control the darkness gathering inside him, spreading rapidly. She was hurting inside, a raw aching wound, unsure of herself. And he knew he couldn't leave her that way. 5. Rafael waited until the house was quiet. He couldn't tear himself away from Colby. Though hunger beat furiously at him, demanding fulfillment, he refused to heed its call. He would feed later. He could not leave Colby. He found he had less and less control around her. He wanted her, his body raging for release, needing her desperately, needing to complete the ritual to make her wholly his. It was the only way to chain the beast inside of him. It was growing stronger, roaring for release continually. He felt himself close to the edge of madness and knew he was nearly falling over that precipice. He felt it in his every waking moment. And his brother felt it as well. Nicholas monitored him closely, lending him strength when the beast gripped him hard. One by one the lights shining through the windows went out. He heard the soft murmured words of good night, and he felt lonelier and edgier than ever. When he was certain the residents of the house were asleep, He glided across the yard and gained entrance to the house through Colby's open window. Nearly insubstantial, Rafael floated across the hardwood floor silently, a dark shadow in the night. Colby was sleeping deeply, her long hair spread out on her pillow, skeins of flaming red gold silk. One hand was curled into a fist, and the other was flung out as if reaching for something. He bent over her, his hot gaze resting on his mark on her neck. He eased his weight onto the bed, his hands finding her beneath the covers even as he deliberately fed her erotic dreams, wanting to arouse her, prepare her body, for she was an innocent. "Wake, Mea Lindo Amor, I need you to be with me this night." Colby stirred immediately, drowsy, lashes fluttering, not quite awake. She looked sexy, a temptress. "Are you here again? I've got to stop dreaming about you. You cannot help yourself when you know you are mine alone." The words shimmered in her mind so that the sound of his voice wouldn't disturb her further. She shook her head, a faint smile greeting him. She looked so beautiful he bent to kiss her. Colby's skin was incredibly soft, and he couldn't resist touching her. Rafael stretched out beside her, slowly, lazily, an unhurried movement. He had all night with her. At once he felt the hidden power of the comforter covering her. His fingers found the symbols, and he traced them carefully. They were safeguards, Carpathian safeguards woven into the patterns on the quilt. Where had she acquired such a thing? It was a work of art, rare and precious like the woman it guarded. Rafael turned on his side, studying Colby. He needed to spend every moment in her company while he could. She was a ray of light in his dark world, sunshine and laughter. He had long ago forgotten even his memories of such things, yet now he clung to the light in her. He didn't know if he had ever felt gentle or tender toward another, yet he felt something close to those things each time he looked at her. She murmured his name softly, her breath warm against his neck. Rafael's body hardened and thickened even more, until he groaned softly, a protest against the urgent demand he couldn't quite control. He dragged her into his arms and lowered his head to the pillow close to hers. Only her thin pajamas separated him from her soft skin and the haven of her body. "I want you, Querida. I want you almost as much as I need you." He was aching for her, the words that would bind them together for all eternity in his head, on his tongue, so that he tasted them with every breath he drew. A smile curved her soft mouth, an invitation. Her body moved restlessly against his. He needed her. There was nothing else in his life. He needed her. With an oath, he wrapped his arms tighter and nuzzled the thin material covering her body up out of his way to expose her breasts to the cool night air, to his hot, burning gaze. She was so beautiful and so vulnerable. "I need to touch you, Mea Lindo Amor, just for a few minutes. Allow me to touch you." His voice ached with his need, ached with his hunger. A velvet soft seduction. Her eyes opened, emerald green, slumberous, sensual, meeting his black, hungry gaze with her own dark passion. Without a word, she turned into him, slipped her arms around him, her body pliant with surrender. Colby had no real idea if she was awake or asleep, in the middle of an erotic dream or fantasy, but she couldn't turn away from the desperation burning in those eyes. In her dreams, she could have anyone she wanted, do anything she wanted. She wasn't bound by her responsibilities. She wanted him. Wanted the feel of his skin next to her skin. Wanted his mouth on hers, his hands on her. She had wanted him almost from the first moment she had seen him, and in her dreams. She didn't have to be afraid that he would control her. Rafael's breath caught in his throat at the sight of her lying beside him, her top pushed up exposing her perfectly formed breasts. His hand looked dark against her white skin, his palm on her bare midriff, his fingers splayed wide. She looked delicate, almost fragile, while in contrast his bones and muscles were so much larger. Yet in her own way, Colby was tremendously strong. The ritual binding words imprinted in him long before his birth, burned in his mind while his body was on fire, painful and uncomfortable. In the room across the hall, the little girl stirred. His hand closed over Colby's breast possessively. His mind sought Ginny's. She was opening her window stealthily, sticking her head out to whistle for the dog. Ginny had nightmares of her parents' deaths, of something happening to Colby. Rafael heard the dog enter the room and immediately sent it a command so that it would stay on the child's bed, giving her comfort, but would not detect his presence in the home. Nothing could stop this. Nothing. His mind and body were clamoring for Colby, and he knew he couldn't stop. He shielded both Paul and Ginny from waking, sending them into a deep sleep. He bent his head to the warmth of Colby's skin, his tongue swirling over her breast, indulging his ravenous hunger for her. He felt her response, the way her body tightened and clenched, the way her blood heated and pooled. His hands moved over her slowly, inch by slow inch, pushing her clothing aside so that he had access to her body. He wanted to know every inch of her, wanted to touch her, taste her, inhale her. His mouth was hot and needy as he lowered his head to take possession of her breast. He suckled there, his hand sliding along her ribs, across her flat stomach to linger for a few moments, brushing his fingers over her skin, tracing the faint outline of a birthmark there. It was intriguing enough to warrant a quick foray with his tongue before he returned to her breast while his hand drifted lower to find the tight thatch of curls at the junction of her legs. She was moist and hot as he pushed his palm against her. At once her hips arced against him in response. Colby had dreams of her dark lover, arousing her body, his hands exploring every inch of her, his mouth hot and needy, suckling at her breasts, stroking and caressing until she wanted to beg him for release. His mouth was everywhere, kissing and caressing, knowing her body even more intimately than she knew it. She burned for him, needed his body buried deep inside hers. She opened her eyes again to look at him. Real. Solid. He was naked, his body strong, his muscles rippling with power. His long black hair swept across her aching sensitive breasts as his tongue swirled around her belly button. She caught at him with both hands. "What are you doing?" She whispered the words, her body on fire. "And why am I letting you?" Fear thudded in her heart and mind. She'd never felt so needy, so painfully aroused. She should be screaming, but she couldn't quite shake off the veil covering her mind. He smiled against her flat stomach. "I am courting you." His teeth nipped along the curve of her hip, found the strange birthmark, and scraped at it with small bites. "Persuading you." His tongue eased the ache. His hands opened her thighs wider, stroking, caressing. His finger found the hot core of her, wet with liquid fire, scorching and tight as he slowly inserted his finger deeper and deeper into her body. "I want my body buried in your body. Is that what you want, Querida? Do you want me the same way I want you?" Her delicate muscles clenched around him. Hot, fiery, moist with need. Watching her face, he withdrew his finger, carefully inserted too, stretching her a little more, inch by inch. "Tell me you want me, Colby. I need to hear you say it." He needed to hear her say it because he had to be with her, share her body, share her skin and blood and bones. Colby shook her head, tormented beyond all reasoning. Yes, she wanted him. Every cell in her body needed him. Her body was wound so tight, the pressure unbearable so that she didn't think she'd survive without him. But he was demanding everything from her. Not a part of her, everything. "And you will give me everything." It was a growl. A command. "No." She said the word even as he pressed his fingers deeper, even as her body tightened and threatened to shatter into a million fragments. She struggled to keep who and what she was intact. Rafael could feel her body's response. She wanted him. She moved restlessly, her head turning from side to side on the pillow, a soft sound escaping from her throat. She tried to protest again. He felt it welling up in her as she struggled away from the rising need. He withdrew his fingers and replaced them with his mouth, his tongue probing deep. She cried out, startled, her body rippling with life, fragmenting, imploding, so that she was shocked at the intensity of the waves of pleasure rocking her. She tried to wrench away, the pleasure shattering her, but he clamped his arm over her hips and held her still, drinking her in. He refused to stop, pushing her further, wanting her need to rise in direct proportion to his own voracious hunger. Colby struggled against the pulse after pulse of sensation tormenting her body, carrying her away when she needed to be anchored. She thrashed beneath him, unable to tamp down the fire racing through her body enough to breathe. She couldn't catch her breath, couldn't think clearly. Fear clutched at her. The sheet knotted in her fists, and she tried to pull away from the assault his mouth was making, his tongue flicking and teasing until her nerves were screaming for release. "You have to stop," she gasped. Colby was completely losing herself in the firestorm of pleasure rushing through her. He was taking her over. She couldn't get away from his mouth and tongue. Her body just kept winding tighter and tighter, burning hotter and hotter until she knew she would explode. Worse, lust was rising, sharp and deadly, the need so strong it terrified her. She couldn't hold a single thought, not even to save herself. The pleasure was bordering on pain, the pressure building and building. She never wanted him to stop. She wanted to shatter into a million pieces. She wanted to be whatever he needed, go wherever he led. A low cry of terror escaped her as his tongue picked up the rhythm and pulsed deeper into her body. He was ravenous, driving her over the edge ruthlessly as her body twisted and bucked beneath him. Not once, but twice, 3 times, until one orgasm ran into the other and her mind dissolved and her body blew apart. He rose above her, shoving her thighs apart to accommodate him, opening her fully to him. His erection was thick and heavy and intimidating, his eyes like flint as he pressed into her slick entrance. She could feel him there, stretching her, just waiting, when her entire body tensed, frustrated, pulsing and throbbing with need. She had the mad desire to impale herself on him, but he held her hips still with hard hands. His expression was raw hunger, his mouth a merciless slash. "Are you going to say no to me again, Colby? Are you going to deny me what is truly mine?" His voice was rough, harsh, his temper swirling over both of them. She gave a small, tormented cry. Was he giving her one last chance to save herself? How could she say no when she needed him now, when everything in her had to have him deep inside her body? "Are you?" he insisted. Colby shook her head. She couldn't speak, couldn't breathe, her body on fire, fear flowing like lava through her veins at the thought of what was to come. He was shattering her and reconstructing her so that she would always crave him, always need him. A part of her recognized it, but she couldn't stop the dark hunger he was arousing in her. Never again. It was a decree, bit out between his clenched teeth. Rafael thrust hard, driving deep into her in one hard stroke, knowing she was too innocent for what he was doing, but unable to stop himself. He had centuries of hunger in him, a dark, ravenous hunger that spilled out of him, erupting into a fever of frenzied pounding. She was hot and tight and gripped him with a fire that nearly drove him mad. "It's too much. It's too much," Colby cried out, desperately trying to push him off of her. He was going to kill her, driving her body so high, the sensations so electric she was losing herself completely. He caught her wrists in a vice, pinned them to the bed on either side of her head, his mouth taking hers, tongue driving deep as his hips thrust harder, deeper, wanting more, taking more. The call was on him now, wild and primitive, a need as old as time to seal them together for all eternity. His lifemate. His other half. The words beat at him, rising from his soul as he buried himself deeply into her hot fiery sheath with the world going up in flames and spinning out of control. She was making little gasping sounds, and he could feel her muscles tightening, clenching as he switched into a pounding tempo that only fed his voracious hunger. The need to taste her grew stronger and stronger, more demanding until his mouth left hers, moved down to the warmth of her neck, traced an erotic path lower to scrape his teeth over the tempting beat of her heart. His body clenched, drenched in sweat, and his heart thundered and pounded. The demon roared for release, urging him on. He was trembling with such need he thought his entire body might explode in spontaneous combustion. With a groan, Rafael gave in, sinking his teeth deep. Colby moaned aloud as white-hot whips of lightning seemed to dance through her body. He calmed her, his mind now firmly in hers. Rafael held her still, possessively, while he indulged his appetite, and his body plunged deeply, wildly into hers. She tasted like hot spice and warm honey. He never wanted to stop. The terrible hunger that had haunted him for centuries was, for the first time, satiated by her. "Colby." The the blood in his veins. His life. His world. The demon roared for more, for all of it, insisting he stake his claim. For a heartbeat of time the ritual words welled up, desperate to spill out. It was instinct, something deep within him urging him onward, instructing him in the ritual. At once tiny sparks leapt around him, colors of deep blue and silver, little stars rising from the comforter to leap around him in glittering reprimand. The words beat at him needing to be said, demanding he claim her, but Rafael hesitated, the little stars dazzling his eyes. He would be below ground and she would be running the ranch in the daylight, unable to touch him when her heart and soul, her mind, urged her to do so. She would be in hell, driven to the point of insanity while he slept deep beneath the ground. Rafael immediately swept his tongue across the pinpricks on her breast and lifted his head, breathing heavily, his teeth clenched as he fought for control. He uttered his command softly to her, holding the enthrallment now. He lowered his body until her mouth was nearly against his chest, wanting her to take enough blood for a true exchange. He slashed a wound across his chest and pressed her mouth to the gash to replenish what he had taken, holding the back of her head so she couldn't escape, his body pinning hers beneath him. The moment her lips moved against his skin, he shuddered and her body tightened, an endless spiral gripping her, gripping him. Little jackhammers seemed to be tripping in his head. Fire consumed his blood. He drove into her harder and faster, his body slick with sweat, with pleasure. With a small curse, he clenched his teeth to prevent the words from slipping through as he stopped her from feeding. He closed the wound on his chest, bent to take possession of her mouth, releasing her from the enthrallment so that his mouth could dominate hers, sweeping every trace of his taste from the silken interior. He surged deeper into her, harder, moving like a piston, claiming her body when he couldn't take her as his species demanded. Colby began to fight him, an instinctive, almost mindless battle against the pleasure so intense she felt she might not live through it. She didn't understand how her body could be so out of control, hips rising to desperately meet his, gasping sobs pleading with him. For what? For more? Always more. He was taking her apart with pleasure. She could feel her body tighten around his, her muscles clenching until she felt a scream welling up. The orgasm burst over her, endless, mindless, wiping her away so there was no Colby without Rafael. She felt him swell even thicker, until his hands gripped her hips hard and he thrust harshly into the tight, slick folds, over and over, sending her tumbling into another orgasm as he erupted deep into her body. Rafael lay over her, his veins singing with excitement, with exultation. He might be sated for the moment, but he wanted more. He would live and breathe to have her again and again, to feel her body coming apart around his. He buried his face in the warmth of her neck, feeling her body shudder, feeling the aftershocks tighten her muscles around him. She was breathing hard, her heart racing. He braced himself with his arms and lifted his body carefully from hers. The way her slick heat poured over him as he emerged from her sent his blood pounding all over again. Colby touched her tongue tentatively to her swollen lips. Her breasts ached. She was sore between her thighs. She couldn't look at him. Couldn't look away from him. She had no idea having sex could be like that, a pleasure so deep it actually bordered on pain. A hunger so strong it bordered on insanity. His fingertips brushed her face, her neck, trailed over her breasts. Her nipples tightened, and between her legs she felt an instant throbbing response. Colby turned her face away from him. "What have you done?" She whispered it, grateful for the darkness. "What have you done to me?" Tears burned behind her eyelids. She would never be free of his sexual web. Colby, who had always been free, always been in charge, would be forever addicted to the things this man could do to her body. And that terrified her. His tongue rasped over the underside of her breast, dipped into her belly button, and traced her birthmark once again in a leisurely foray. He kept his body firmly over hers. She was exhausted and sore, but Colby might try anything. He could feel her fear, alive and breathing in the room with him. "I told you that you were mine. I don't understand this." There were tears in her voice. "How did you get here?" How did I let this happen? He lifted his head, lazy facade gone. Do not cry. Deus. If she did that, she'd take him apart. He gentled his voice. Tell me why you fear me so much. How can you ask me that? I'm naked in my own bedroom with you, and you just crawled through my body as if you owned it. You take control of me somehow. I can't get away from you. She wasn't fighting him. She was lying beneath him like a sacrifice, an offering. She couldn't even manage to summon the energy to do battle because she knew it wouldn't matter. She would never win. Rafael was too powerful, and he owned her body and maybe even her soul. You don't have any idea what you've done to me, do you? The despair in her voice raked at him, clawed at his gut. Rafael touched her mind. Colby had thoughts of waiting for the right man. She wanted her first time to be with someone she loved. She had visions of a tender, romantic union. His hands framed her face. I know that I was rough, Pequeña. But I am the right man for you. I felt your pleasure. You were drowning in pleasure. And she had been. Was she disappointed because he was so rough sexually? Damn it, he made absolutely certain he had given her pleasure. Why would she dream of some tame man who would never satisfy her the way he could? If he bent his head and took her breast in his mouth, she would shiver with need. Hunger would flare instantly. He knew it. Why didn't she? Who was this other man she wanted? Rafael could feel the fangs aching to explode, but he fought back the urge, struggling to understand. Her sorrow beat at him. Was it so impossible for her to love him? She loved Paul and Ginny. She had loved her stepfather. She even loved Ben. He was beginning to detest Ben. I was drowning, she said, her voice quiet. You've taken me over without my consent, Rafael. I have no pride, no way out. You left me with nothing. He had been prepared for anger, but not this quiet hopelessness. Colby was a fighter. He could turn anger to sexual need. He had no idea what to do with her as she lay staring up at the ceiling, her heart so heavy he ached inside. As a young Carpathian, he had thought often of what his life-mate would be like. Later, he dreamed of having a woman of his own. As the endless centuries passed, he despaired of ever having one. Colby was an unexpected and treasured gift, and yet she didn't feel what he felt. She was supposed to love him. Supposed to want him. A part of him stirred with anger, the animal in him that demanded a mate. The man tried to work out what was wrong. She belonged to him. They had shared unbelievable mind-numbing sex, their bodies so compatible, he couldn't imagine anything better. He was already eager for more, yet she was far away from him in her mind. She believed he might own her body, but was determined he would never touch her heart. He had no way to combat that. What was he doing wrong? I do not understand what you are telling me. We merged. I felt it. I know you felt it. How could that mean I left you with nothing? Colby wanted to turn away from him. She wanted to be left alone to figure out what she was going to do. There was no running away. No pretending it hadn't happened or that it wouldn't happen again. I have no choice. You left me no choice. Her sorrow beat at him. He would have preferred her anger. He could only nod in agreement. Of course, he left her no choice. There was no choice for either of them. She was born for him. You do not object to my touch. Of course I object to your touch. Anger was beginning to smolder in the pit of her stomach. It darkened her eyes and little sparks leapt around the comforter. Heat flared instantly, his jaw tightening. You lie both to yourself and to me. His hand slid possessively over her breast, tugged at her nipple. He bent his head, watching her face, watching the helpless desire in her gaze, felt her body arc into his mouth. Deliberately, he slid his hand between her legs to find her damp. He lifted his head to look at her. Your body does not lie. She slapped his face as hard as she could. She didn't have a good angle or a lot of room for movement, but the sound was loud in the room. What you did to me was the same as rape. I don't care how much you lie to yourself, but it was. And you can do it again and again, but unless you have my consent, which you don't, it is rape when you touch me. I despise you. I despise what you can do to me. I don't want it. I don't even like you, let alone want you touching my body. Anger was hot and ugly, churning in his gut, welling up like a fountain that she dared to defy him, dared to strike him, worst of all, dared to call him a rapist. Next to vampire, it was the worst condemnation he could think of. He slammed her wrists to the sheets, rising above her, his mouth coming down hard on hers. He meant it as a punishment, but the moment he touched her, the moment his tongue swept inside her mouth, he also swept inside her mind. There was such pain. She was desolated. She didn't like him, didn't trust him. She had no tender feelings of being his life mate as he had for her. Shocked, Rafael pulled away from her and sat up, pushing his fingers through his hair. She meant it. She wasn't lying to him. Her body responded, but it was only her body. He had aroused her, knowing she was inexperienced, thinking she wouldn't be uncomfortable when they came together. He had not wanted their first time together to be painful to her, but she hadn't wanted it at all. She hadn't wanted him at all. He pressed his fingertips to his temples. What had he done? Lifemates were meant to be together for all eternity. Her reactions made no sense to him. He thought of her every moment of his existence. She wanted him out of her life. Rafael. You are weeping. Nicholas's voice moved through him, making him aware of the burning in his chest. Rafael touched his cheek and found a blood-red tear. He didn't weep. He was a man. A Carpathian. A hunter of the vampire. I understand none of this. It is her pain I feel. I have taken something precious from her. Her virginity belonged to you. Nicholas was pragmatic about it. She has no choice but to accept you. Convert her, bring her home, and she will eventually come around. Rafael winced. It hadn't been the taking of her virginity, it had been the taking of her right to choose. He swept both hands through his hair. Was he so close to becoming a monster that he already behaved as one? Is that it, Nicholas? Are we both so close to turning that we cannot behave in an honorable fashion? If that is the case, we no longer belong on this earth. Colby rolled away from him, her back to him. Her body throbbed and burned, and she felt sick with wanting him. How is she going to get through the rest of the night? The rest of her life? She could taste him in her mouth. Feel him in her skin. She ached for him between her thighs. She may not want him, but she needed him the way an addict did a drug. The terrible pressure in her body would never go away without him. It wouldn't matter what man she turned to, Rafael's possession of her would haunt her every relationship. She burned. There was no other word for it. She lay there crying, tears running down her face, despising him, despising herself, but she wanted him buried deep in her body, hard and hot, and taking her beyond any place she could go herself. He had made her his whore, pure and simple. You are not my whore. Rafael was appalled that the thought had come into her mind. Where do these thoughts come from? He laid his hand gently on the small of her back, fingers splayed wide. I'm sorry, Colby. I did not understand what you were telling me. I did not think beyond my need for you. He was sorry for the pain he caused, for taking her without permission, but try as he might, he couldn't be sorry for possessing her. He ached inside. He wanted to find a way to fix his mistake, but without knowing why she wasn't responding to him other than physically, he had no way of doing so. He wanted more than her physical love. She was his life mate, and she was supposed to love him wholly. His palm, meant to comfort, burned a hole through her back, sent electricity sizzling through her bloodstream. Her body ached for his. She buried her face in the coolness of her pillow with a soft, desperate cry of protest. Colby, he coaxed softly, look at me. I can't. I can't stop crying. Go away. Her words were muffled. You know it is impossible for me to leave you like this. You need me. Let me help you. He swept her hair from the nape of her neck and brushed a kiss there. He couldn't leave, not when she was in tears and her body was screaming for his. Every instinct he possessed demanded he see to her needs. He kissed his way down her spine to the small of her back. Let me take care of you. I can never look at you again. After tonight, I never want to see you again. Colby turned over, her eyes swimming with tears. I mean it. I'll never be able to face you if I have to have you do this. She needed him. She was terrified to let him touch her. The moment he did, she would be lost. She knew that. She was certain of it. Rafael didn't wait for her to fully make up her mind. He was already damned either way. If he left her frustrated sexually, she would hate him, and if he satisfied her, she would hate him. His body was already hard and hot and making demands of its own. Colby, I am not a gentleman. It was the only way he could warn her. He couldn't find the emotion, even when he wanted it, not when it came to sex. He was dominant and passionate and demanded she follow his lead. He trailed his hand from her lips to her breasts, making her shiver with response. There's a bit of news I wouldn't have known, she whispered and closed her eyes as he bent to take her peaked nipple in his mouth. At once he lifted his head to pin her with his gaze. Do not look away from me. You have to know that this is not just me taking you, Querida. Not without your consent. Her sorrow was killing him. He ached inside. It was a terrible feeling, claws raking his heart and lungs from the inside out. He touched a tear on her lashes, brought it to his mouth. Even that was sensual. Everything about him, his eyes, his mouth, his smoldering expression. He didn't have to touch her to make her body come alive. You're taking all my pride, Rafael, she said. He despised the sadness in her voice. He heard his own cry, deep in his mind, a cry of pain and sorrow as his despair merged with hers. You accuse me of something vile, meu amor. For me, you are the only woman I will ever have in my life. I thought it was a mutual feeling between us. The shock still rocked him. All the while he talked, his hands moved possessively over her. Large, strong hands that cupped her breasts and teased her nipples. That swirled small circles across her stomach and slid between her thighs. Colby gave in because there was no other choice. She was desperate for his body. If he didn't assuage the terrible hunger building inside of her, she didn't know what she was going to do. How can you make me feel this way, Rafael? I'm so afraid, but it's worse without you. He kissed her throat, his hair sliding over her sensitized skin, making her shudder with pleasure. You do not ever have to be without me, Colby. Lifemate is forever. Tonight, be in my world with my laws. I can do no other than to see to your every happiness. Your health and needs and desires will be forever mine. He kissed his way down the valley between her breasts. My world was one of darkness until you gave me back life. I know absolutely you are everything to me. You will always be everything. I may command you in bed, he swirled his tongue around her beloved belly button, but you command me in all other things. His voice was a soft seduction in itself. I can take you places no other man can take you, and always I will keep you safe. No man could want you more. No man could ever desire you or need you the way that I do. I am as much a prisoner as you feel you are. The need to be with you is as deep and as elemental as your need to be with me. Find a way to love me a little, Colby. His tongue stroked and swirled, moved over her skin, his teeth scraping, adding a small bite of pain that only seemed to enhance her pleasure. His hands shaped her body, the pads of his fingers finding every sensitive spot so that she jumped and writhed beneath him, flaming to life. Her blood rushed with a kind of liquid fire. She couldn't find the strength to do more than lie there while he examined every inch of her, tasted every inch, learned a very thorough, intimate knowledge of her body. Tears burned in her eyes for the ache in his voice. There was honesty, even purity in his tone. He meant the things he said. His words, his absolute assurance, frightened her, but it drew her to him, closer to the fire. She tried to hold on to thought, to understand, but his hands and his mouth were destroying her, so it was impossible to keep a single thought. Heat seared through her body, flames danced over her skin, licking every inch of her until she was crying out again and again. His name. For him. Needing him. She crushed his silken hair in her fists, his face a sensual etching above her. He was everywhere. Around her, on her, and, God help her, she wanted him in her. She caught at his hips as he pressed tightly against her, and she felt his invasion. Slow this time. Stretching her with incredible fire. He watched her face, watched as she took him into her body, as he pushed through her tight folds, deeper and deeper into her. She was mesmerized by the expression on his face, the harsh sensuality, the raw passion. He sank into her until he was lodged so tightly she felt too full, too stretched. She couldn't help the way her muscles tightened around him. The action heightened her pleasure, but he gasped and gripped her hips. You are so tight, Colby. Feel what I am feeling when I take you like this. He merged his mind with hers, and she felt his raging fire. felt his need for her submission, the need of soft skin sliding against his hard body. The small cries he wrung from her added to what amounted to ecstasy. He reared back, plunged hard. Colby heard his name echoing through her mind. She screamed it, not aloud, but more intimately. More. Give me more, he commanded and began to drive into her. She had no choice but to obey. Her body had a will of its own, arching her hips, tightening her muscles so that she pulsed around him. His arm caught her hips and held her down while he thrust roughly into her, sending shockwaves through her body. The tension spread, grew, the heat building and never relenting. He was merciless, even when she pleaded for release, even when she begged him. Every frenzied thrust wound her body tighter and tighter until she felt the strange hazing in her mind. She wouldn't live through this tormented pleasure. Rafael. He was her only refuge in the storm of lust and hunger. She couldn't take it, couldn't survive it. The sensations took her body over and built a raging inferno in her. Her body tightened around his, the orgasm ripping through her, over her, tearing up through her body until she screamed with the release of it. It lasted an eternity, holding her in its thrall, breaking over her like waves as she felt him empty himself, filling her with his hot release. Tears burned behind her eyes. She jammed her fist into her mouth to keep from screaming aloud. It was bad enough that he'd heard her in her mind. Again, Colby, say my name. Know who I am. Know whose body is buried deep inside your body. He whispered the words against the swell of her breast. I know who you are, she said. And you know I am not some vile rapist. I belong here, inside you, right here in your heart and mind, in your body. I am not ever going to give you up. Look at me, meu amor. No, I am telling you the truth. I will never give you up. You have to come to terms with the fact that we belong together. His eyes burned fiercely, a dark reminder he was a predator she had taken into her home, her body, her life. She sighed, her body rocking over and over, little aftershocks she couldn't control. The things he said didn't make sense, yet she felt their rightness. He believed she felt as he did when he'd entered her room. He was driven to possess her by some law of his people she had no real knowledge of. Rafael. She murmured his name, her body so exhausted she could barely think. I don't understand any of this. I don't know why you believe these things or why they feel right to my body. I'll try, though. That's all I can promise. I'll try to understand. But not tonight. I'm so tired. She turned her head away from him, drifting as he slowly allowed their bodies to separate. She felt his mouth at her breast, his hands cupping her bottom. Each strong pull as he suckled sent more shockwaves dancing through her body, but this time she was too worn out to do more than lay quietly, drifting off to sleep as he kissed his way back up her body before allowing their bodies to separate. Strangely, she might have protested had she had the energy. Instead, she snuggled close to the protection of his body and slept. Rafael lay beside her until the gray light was creeping through the bedroom window, and he knew he could wait no longer to hunt prey. Reluctantly, he slipped from her bed, arranging her exhausted body in a much more comfortable position. He wrapped her protective quilt close around her. Rafael bent once more to her neck, wanting his mark fresh on her, a brand for the rest of the world to see. For her to see. His ancient blood would flow hotly in her veins calling for him, his scent would cling to her. The mind meld between them would be stronger than ever. He would know where she was every moment. There was nowhere she could go that he would not find her. To prevent dishonoring himself by sealing them together before he had worked out the safety of her brother and sister, Rafael left her to hunt prey. He must feed soon if he had any hope of maintaining self-control. He would seek the ground as early as possible to prevent going back to her and forcibly taking her for his own. The moment he stepped outside and inhaled the night, he felt the disturbance. It was subtle. A small feeding of power into the air. A seeking. It was so light he couldn't get a fix on the direction, but he felt the taint of evil. At once he reached for his brother. A vampire, Nicholas. A powerful, ancient one. It is nearly dawn, yet he has not gone to ground, and he knows we are near him. His power is subtle, one I cannot get a direction on for the hunt. Your woman draws him. You must turn her and take her back to her home. There was weariness in Nicholas's voice, as if his fight with the darkness was becoming too much, lasting too long, and he was slowly succumbing. "You have been using your strength to keep me from the darkness," Rafael guessed. "You are so close. She is not helping by fighting you. Take the woman and let us leave this place and go back to where we belong. I will hunt the vampire while you secure the woman." Rafael turned the offer over in his mind. With every kill, the darkness stained their souls, took them over until there was nothing left of who and what they stood for. Nicholas was too empty, too long without solace. Rafael had an anchor. If he took possession of Colby, tied her to him for all eternity, he could safely hunt the vampire and rid the area of the danger. Nicholas and he would both be safe from the danger of embracing the life of the undead. "I will hunt this one. Nicholas. He is strong and in hiding, but I have his scent, and he will not escape the justice of our people. He is not acting normal. There are no kills, no unexplained deaths. The murdered man was killed by a human, not a vampire. And I met a woman of psychic talent, a strong telepath. She knew what I was. Something is happening here I do not understand. I will come if you need me." Rafael wanted Nicholas far from the danger of a hunt. "I will call should I need assistance." He broke the connection to his brother and moved swiftly away from the ranch, feeling for the vampire, for a blank spot that would give away the lair of the undead. Evil was in his nostrils, the stench foul and unclean, but he could not pursue what permeated the air. There was no direction. Nothing at all to define a trail. There was only the certain knowledge that a powerful vampire was in the area. Everyone was in danger. He found sustenance in the small town, drinking his fill to replenish his strength. He would need much in the coming days. And he would need all his courage to face Colby after he changed her life for all time. 6. Colby stirred restlessly, a sound slipping in and out of her dreams like a persistent alarm. It took a moment to fight her way to the surface, her head throbbing, a faint coppery taste in her mouth. Her body was unfamiliar, heavy, sore, and aching, thoroughly used. But she knew immediately what had roused her from her sex-induced slumber. Her instincts shrieked at her as she woke abruptly. A high-pitched scream, far off, echoed disturbingly by a resounding crash had her sitting up, throwing off the covers, and dragging on her discarded pajamas. "Paul. Ginny." She was running, her bare feet slapping softly on the wood of the floor. Her ability to hear and smell seemed 10 times magnified. She felt dizzy and shaky, her mouth dry. Sheer terror gripped her. Tearing open the front door, she paused on the porch, staring with horror at the raging inferno that was her stable. "Paul. The horses." Her agonized cry lent wings to her brother so that he nearly beat her across the uneven ground. The smoke was already thick in the yard, the flames shooting into the sky, sparks flying in all directions. Colby, sobbing in fear, driven by the panicked screams of the horses, seized the metal bar locking the stable door with her bare hands. She heard her own agonized scream, felt the echo of Rafael's voice in her mind, but the pain didn't matter, the horses did. Flames were licking hungrily along the doorjamb, dancing across the roof, raging up the walls. The sprinkler system seemed powerless against such an inferno. What had happened to the fire alarm? "Ginny, get back, don't come near this." She made it a sharp order as her younger sister came running up. "Colby." "No." Paul caught at her arm, preventing her from entering the hellish inferno of smoke and flames. The heat on their faces and skin was nearly unbearable. She swung around, trying to be calm. There was no way to take a deep, calming breath without drawing the thick smoke into her lungs. "Ginny, call 911, then Sean Everett." The Everett spread was the closest neighboring ranch. "Paul, keep water on this entrance, but stay back." "I mean it. The stable is going to come down any minute. Don't you dare come in, no matter what happens." "That's an order." She turned and rushed to the very entrance of the burning building. "No." Paul screamed it, but Colby had already disappeared, greedy smoke whirling around her like a huge black cape, swallowing her into the gaping maw. She focused on the doors to the stalls, trying to get her mind to work, to open them. The doors refused to budge under the pressure. She didn't know if it was her desperation, the screaming of the animals keeping her from focusing properly, but she had no choice but to go all the way inside. 19. She had 19 horses in the stalls. Colby forced her numb mind to concentrate. Her eyes were stinging from the smoke, and the fire roared in her ears. In the choking black smoke, thick and dangerous, it was impossible to see anything at all. The heat was intense, the noise loud and frightening. The horses were beyond reason, dangerous, desperate animals. Colby felt her way to the long row of stalls. One by one, she swung the stall gates open, trying to hold her breath, eyes streaming. Her lungs burned, and she coughed horribly. She was becoming disoriented. Domino loomed up, eyes rolling wildly. Colby was choking too much to soothe him. He reared up, his slashing hooves inches from her face. Colby lurched back, tripped, and fell. Domino thundered past her, narrowly missing stepping on her. His back left hoof slashed a wound into her thigh as he ran. The air close to the ground was somewhat better, and her painfully aching lungs gulped at it. She managed to get her shaky legs under her and, pushing herself up, propelled herself forward. Waving her arms, hollering hoarsely, Colby ran at the panic-stricken horses. Whirling, they rushed at the entrance. The open doorway was burning too, but not with the same intensity as the walls. Colby stumbled after them, falling to the ground coughing and retching. Hard hands caught her, bit into her waist, pulled her from the entrance and into safe arms. Rafael dragged her free of the smoke and flames. He smelled the blood on her from the painful gash on her thigh, and something ugly and demonic deep within him lifted its head and roared for vengeance. Part of the roof caved in, and somewhere deep within the raging inferno an animal screamed in agony, so intense there was a dead silence in the yard. Colby was the first to react, wrenching herself from Rafael's grasp, running straight toward the flaming entrance to the stables. "Pull the rifle." Without preamble, Rafael caught her up as he shouted an order to the men in the yard. He put her on the porch and stared down into her terrified eyes. "Stay right here. Do not move, do you hear me?" Rafael caught the rifle thrown to him by Juan Chavez and disappeared into the leaping flames, greedily devouring the stable. Paul knelt beside Colby. She looked dazed, in shock. He couldn't help but admire Rafael's efficiency: helicopters for transportation, men seeing to the frightened, wounded animals. It was obvious that it was Rafael directing the well-coordinated operation. He had picked the rifle out of the air with one hand and calmly entered a rapidly disintegrating building. A shot rang out, and the pitiful cries ceased abruptly. Aware he had been holding his breath, Paul let it out slowly, bending solicitously over Colby, who was leaning back against the porch post. Her face was streaked with black smoke and tears. There was a bruise high up on her forehead, and several on her ribs. He guessed from the state of her top, probably from the horses knocking into her. Her pajama bottoms were torn and singed. Blood smeared her leg high up on her thigh. Both palms were an ugly mass of blisters. She was struggling to breathe, with the terrible smoke already deep in her lungs. Clumsily, Paul tried to comfort her, circling her slender shoulders with his arm. Then Rafael was there, bending over them, lifting Colby into his arms with exquisite care. "See to your younger sister," he commanded Paul softly. "She is very frightened. I will take care of Colby." He signaled to Sean Everett's foreman, directing the crews towards saving the barn. Colby lay in his arms dazed, unable to take in the enormity of what had happened. He carried her a safe distance from the smoke and activity, putting her down in the grass to examine her injuries. Shielding her from any prying eyes with his body, Rafael tipped up her black-smeared face to study the bruise. "I am sorry, Pequeña. I could not save the horse, nor allow it to suffer." Even as he spoke, he laid his hand over the laceration on her thigh. Strangely, the throbbing and burning ceased immediately. His hand glided, feather-light, across her throat, touched her pounding temples. Then his palm moved to the bruise on her head. "I came the moment I heard you awaken." "I can't believe this is happening," Colby whispered hoarsely, afraid to cry, afraid if she did she might never stop. Rafael brushed back her hair with gentle fingers. She had a few minor burns, the bump and the gash, but it was her hands where she had grasped the metal bar that concerned him. He murmured to her softly as he raised her hands to the healing warmth of his mouth. His tongue swirled in a sensuous motion, ensuring the healing agent bathed every blister and burn mark. Where it should have stung, she felt a tingling warmth that only soothed. She wanted to crawl inside of him and hide where it was safe. "I have to help," she said, trying to draw her hands away from him. She could barely breathe, the smoke trapped deep in her lungs. Her chest burned and she was gasping for clean air. Rafael signaled to Juan Chavez to watch the sparks coming off the fire, leaping toward the main house. He knew the Chavez brothers were worried about him, as he should have gone to ground in the early morning light. He could take the morning hours if necessary, but his strength was slowly waning, and he would eventually succumb to the limitations of his species. The sun was already burning his skin, turning him to a mass of blisters, and his eyes were streaming in the light. Rafael kept the clouds overhead to help shield him, but the sun was taking its toll. The Chavez brothers knew he had very little time before his body would turn to lead, and he would be completely vulnerable. Rafael leaned toward Colby. "Look at me, Querida. You must really look at me this time." His black eyes were magnetic, impossible to ignore, and Colby stared rather helplessly, knowing she was falling into the dark pools, but unable to summon up the strength to stop herself. Rafael took possession of her mouth, breathing into her body, pushing out the black tarry smoke, attempting to choke the air out of her. His hands glided over her body, touching the bruises on her ribs, even as he veiled their presence from any prying eyes. He lifted his head reluctantly, his black gaze still holding her captive. Focusing in the way of his people, concentrating until he separated his spirit from his body, until he was pure energy, he entered her body to aid him in pushing out the smoke and heal the gash and burns. He held her in his thrall until he was certain every injury had been treated and there was no danger of infection. No danger to her lungs. Slowly, reluctantly, he released her. Already, with his mind, he was directing the various crew chiefs and those arriving as the call went out for more help. "We have this under control, Colby," he murmured softly. "I do not want to turn around and find you are placing yourself in danger. Going into the stable was brave but very foolish. Do not ever do such a thing again. I cannot tolerate such a danger to you." She clung to him for just one more moment, appreciating his hard strength and air of complete confidence. She didn't have to know her own feelings to admire his efficient manner and total authority. The man certainly knew how to get things done. The next couple of hours were a nightmare, Colby and Paul treating the burns on the terrified horses while the men fought to keep the fire from spreading to her house and the other outbuildings. Sometimes she would look up to find Rafael looking at her with his intense black gaze. He seemed to be everywhere, a machine working tirelessly throughout the long early morning hours. At last, as the fire was reduced to glowing embers and tails of smoke and the animals had all been cared for, Paul and Ginny went to her for comfort, for answers. In her tattered, singed pajamas and with smoke-blackened face, Colby surveyed the destruction. How could this have happened? She groaned softly in despair. We had no chance of saving the stables. The fire was everywhere, completely out of control. No alarms went off, the sprinklers didn't work. She shook her head, unable to believe it. Colby was devastated. 14 of the horses housed in the stable, including the one Rafael had put down, didn't belong to her. She was boarding and training them. They were priceless to their owners, bred for specific purposes. Now they were traumatized and burned, covered with cuts and bruises and suffering from smoke inhalation, and Colby would be held responsible for their injuries. Paul put his arm around her, a clumsy gesture of support even as his eyes went automatically to the one person who seemed in control of the chaotic situation. Rafael and the Chavez brothers had fought long and hard along with Sean Everett's ranch hands and the forestry department to keep the entire ranch from going up in flames. Paul didn't want his uncles to drag him off to a foreign country away from the home he loved, and he was deeply afraid of Rafael De La Cruz, but he couldn't deny that without them they would have lost everything. Rafael read the desperate plea in Paul's young face and immediately said something to the small group of men he was talking with, easily excusing himself. He took Colby's arm, guiding her very gently across the yard and up the stairs to the porch of the ranch house. Pushing her gently but firmly into the swing, he poured her a glass of water from the pitcher Ginny had thoughtfully kept filled for the men fighting the fire. Colby looked dazed. She stared up at him helplessly, confused and afraid. How could the smoke alarms not work? There are several, how could all of them malfunction, she murmured. And the sprinklers. I just had the sprinklers checked. How could the entire stable go up that fast? I don't understand. We will find out, Maywa more. Rafael was gentle as he took a cup of hot, sweet tea from Ginny and pressed it into Colby's hands. You are in shock, Pequeña. I want you to drink this. It will help. He raked a hand through his hair. It looks as if it was started with kerosene. Do you store kerosene here? In the stable? Colby said incredulously. Restlessly, she jumped to her feet. Pushing past Rafael's larger frame, she entered the kitchen. I'd never keep kerosene in the stable. You must really think I'm an idiot. She was so fragile, so close to tears. Rafael was in her mind, reading the jumble of emotions, the horror of what had happened, the fears of facing the future and her frantic attempts at putting the pieces together to discover what could have happened. He followed her patiently, a silent jungle cat stalking after her. That is not what I asked you, Querida. I am telling you I think this fire was set. I think the fire captain also believes this to be the case. Do you have insurance? Colby went very still, half turning to face him. Is that what you think? That I would burn down my own stables with horses still inside for insurance money? Is that what you're suggesting? She waved a hand to encompass the yard, filled with her neighbors. Is that what everyone thinks? That I would be capable of harming animals for my own monetary gain? Her green eyes began to smolder dangerously. Or maybe that's what you and the Chavez brothers want everyone to believe. That I would be capable of such an atrocity. That would certainly help your case. If I were to be thrown in jail, wouldn't it? No one would stand in your way to get the kids. Enough. He said the word very quietly through clenched white teeth. His black eyes were ice cold again, his mouth a merciless slash. He looked quite cruel and ruthless so that she backed away from him, her heart pounding out her sudden fear. You are very upset and you do not know what you are saying. It is better to stay quiet than throw out groundless accusations. You are scaring your sister, Colby. Ashamed at her loss of control, Colby shook her head and stared out the window to avoid his penetrating stare. She had no way of knowing Rafael had already discovered the key to her mind and was well aware she was incapable of such a treacherous action as starting a fire in her own stable filled with live animals. Rafael hunkered down beside Ginny, his tone very gentle. It is going to be all right, Menininya. No one would ever believe such a thing of Colby. Do not look so frightened. Are we going to lose the ranch? Ginny burst out anxiously. Are you going to take us away from Colby and turn our ranch over to that horrible man? Tears were making a path through the smoke on her small face. Rafael looked at the child and his heart turned over. It was a singular experience to see a human through the eyes of love. Connected as he was with Colby's mind, he felt tremendous emotion for the little girl and her fears. No, darling. Colby's voice was extraordinarily gentle. Don't worry, Ginny, we've seen worse times and come through. You and Paul are alive and unhurt, that's all that really matters. Even in her distress, she was reassuring. Which horrible man, Ginny? Rafael asked, his black gaze seeking and finding the child with a firm compulsion to answer him. Everything is just fine, Colby interrupted, sounding weary even to her own ears. She reached for Ginny in an attempt to break the lock Rafael's gaze had on her. Rafael glided without appearing to move, keeping his body inserted between Colby and Ginny. The little girl looked up at him trustingly. He wants to take our ranch away. He is always coming here and telling Colby to give him money. She leaned closer confidentially. He wants to marry her. I heard him say we wouldn't lose the ranch if she cooperated with him. Ginny. Colby spoke much more sharply than she intended, humiliated all over again. Rafael De La Cruz was the last person who needed to know their business. For a moment she covered her face with her hands. She'd slept with him. Slept with him. That wasn't even the right words for what they'd done together. A virtual stranger, she let him touch her, devour her. She had taken him inside her body. She felt naked and vulnerable and slowly lowered her hands to meet his black eyes. He had possessed her, marked her, and she had been so eager for his body, his touch. She would have done anything for him. God, she had begged him. Screamed his name over and over in her mind. What was wrong with her? Rafael released the child from his thrall, his gaze thoughtful as it rested on Colby's face. Her eyes were alive with pride, but he was a shadow in her mind, and he could read her humiliation and fear. He circled her fragile wrist with his strong grip, careful to keep his enormous strength leashed. "Who is this man, and what does he have to hold over your head to threaten you in such a manner?" He said it softly, his teeth very white and almost wolfish. He was very much aware of time slipping away from him. He had pushed his endurance far beyond normal in order to be with Colby. "It isn't your business." Colby attempted to twist free, feeling foolish when he didn't appear to notice. "I'm too upset to cope with an interrogation right now," she murmured rebelliously, fighting back tears. It didn't help her state of mind to notice that her various injuries hadn't been hurting since Rafael had attended to her earlier. Rafael's breath came out in a slow hiss. "You will answer me, Colby." It was a command, his voice so low, so laced with velvet, she felt it rather than heard it. For all of that, it was sheer menace. His glittering black eyes did not blink once. "All right then." Goaded beyond endurance, her usual control shattered into fragments, Colby glared at him. "I made a huge mistake when my father was ill. We needed money. Everyone knew he was sick, the bank wouldn't loan us anything. I couldn't keep up with the ranch work because he needed me with him. There were so many bills. The kids needed clothes for school." Her chin was up belligerently. "I was only 19. No one would take the chance of loaning me the money, and the bank wouldn't go for another mortgage on the ranch because of the hospital bills and my father's paralysis. It was fairly common knowledge." She jerked at her wrist again. "I hate this, telling you this." She didn't have to tell him. He could see the memories in her mind. She had loved Armando Chavez with the same fierce loyalty and passion she gave the children. To Colby, Armando Chavez had been her father, blood or no. Grief-stricken when her mother had died, she had still taken on the daunting task of caring for her paralyzed father, 2 children, and the enormous ranch. She had been very frightened, with nowhere to turn and everyone depending on her. Rafael ached for her, his eyes burning with unfamiliar emotion. He tugged on her wrist until her resisting body was close to the protective shelter of his. He needed to comfort her even more than she needed the comfort. Colby wrenched herself free and jerked open the door to the kitchen. He moved with her like a dance partner, graceful, fluid, sheer energy. He made no sound on the tiled floor. Colby looked at him, feeling trapped and very vulnerable. "I borrowed the money from a neighbor. I knew what he was like, but we needed it. I sent the letter to the Chavez family first. They were our last hope, but there was no reply. I went to Clinton Daniels and I borrowed the money we needed to keep going." When he continued to look at her, she shrugged. "I wasn't stupid. I knew he wanted the ranch, and I knew he was responsible for the bank turning me down. I also knew he would give us time if he thought he might have a chance with me." Her green eyes wavered, shame creeping into them. "I took the money and I've managed to come up with the payments every month since then, but we have a balloon payment due. Unless I can sell off part of our land quickly, we'll lose the ranch. Unfortunately, it isn't so easy when the ranch is part of a trust." Paul had followed them into the kitchen on the pretense of pouring himself a cup of coffee. Colby had to have been shattered by the events of the morning to reveal such personal details to a man she didn't even know. She had to be in shock. He spun around, ready to set the record straight. "She makes it sound like she was selling herself. All she did was keep us going when our family didn't bother to even contact us after my dad died. She's worked hard to pull us out of debt, done more than any 2 men could have done. She's got nothing to be ashamed of." "I realize your sister is as stubborn as a mule," Rafael said grimly, "but I thought better of you, boy. You should have told me or your uncles this immediately instead of allowing your sister to run herself into the ground." The voice was very low, but there was a whiplash in it. "Don't you dare talk to him like that." Colby came to life, her green eyes blazing. She radiated fury, her fists actually clenched at her sides. She even took a step toward Rafael. He felt the surge of power vibrating in the air. It was so strong several pots hanging on hooks swayed, clinking together so that she glanced at them in alarm. Her skin paled beneath the layer of soot, and she immediately took a deep breath to calm herself. Amusement warmed Rafael's eyes. Think twice, pequeña, before you launch yourself at me. If you hurt me, how am I going to sign the check? You'll loan us the money? Paul gasped eagerly. No way, Paul, absolutely not. Colby was outraged at the idea. I'm not selling my soul to the devil, not even to keep the ranch. Not for any price. She would feel like a prostitute, and how could she explain that to Paul or Ginny? You do not have a scrap of manners. Raphael's low voice was suddenly steel encased in velvet. A muscle jerked along his jaw. The truth is you already made a deal with the devil, and whether you like it or not, you need help. Her chin lifted at him, green eyes alive with pride. Not from you or the Chavez family. You had your chance to help us, and you let our father die alone. Warning bells went off in Paul's brain. Colby was quite capable of attempting to throw De La Cruz out on his ear. They couldn't afford to make an enemy of Rafael. Hang on, Colby, I'd like to hear the man out. What kind of terms are you offering? Colby glared at her brother. Whatever the terms are, we can't afford them. Paul, haven't you learned by my mistakes? I want to hear them, Paul insisted stubbornly, proving he could be just like his older sister when the situation called for it. You think I don't know you get about 4 hours of sleep a night? Look at you, Colby, you're getting skinny. Thank you very much, she snapped, humiliated all over again. If you two will excuse me, I've got to shower. Colby brushed past Rafael, her slender body stiff with disapproval. She couldn't look at him when she said shower, when Rafael's attention was suddenly on her body. She could feel the weight of his gaze on her, could remember how his mouth felt. Rafael's hands had been all over her, inside her. His mouth, his tongue, his body. She had called out his name, begged him, pleaded for more of his possession. Over and over. She had burned for him all night. She burned for him still. The hot water stung her hands and the small burns she hadn't noticed before on her arms and legs. She turned her face up to let the water wash unwanted tears from her face. She was exhausted, the morning was already half gone, and her chores were waiting. Everything was waiting. She washed the smoke from her hair, all the while trembling uncontrollably. Why had she told De La Cruz about the mortgage? It was just one more weapon in a growing arsenal he could use against her. And what had he said? Someone set the fire? With the horses inside the stable, someone had deliberately set the fire? She dried herself slowly, turning it over in her mind. It was a difficult thing to believe, yet she doubted Rafael would lie about it. Obviously, if arson was suspected, there would be a full-scale investigation. She would be the #1 prime suspect. Everyone knew she needed money. Colby groaned softly and pulled on a clean pair of faded Levi's. Why would someone want to burn down her stable? The insurance money wouldn't cover her full losses, let alone be much good to anyone else. Had she done it? Colby sank slowly onto her bed. Could she have done it? Could she have inadvertently started the fire without knowing it? Was it possible? She had been in the stable earlier in the evening with Rafael. She remembered the surge of power rushing through her body like a fireball. The strength of it had filled the room. She had burned for him all night long. So much power and energy. Colby pressed a trembling hand to her mouth. Now you are truly being silly, Querida. You could not have done this. Had your powers started the fire, it would have been spontaneous combustion, not kerosene soaked into the walls. This was deliberate. I know what monsters are, Colby, and you are not one. Come out here and rescue me from these children. They're afraid and trying to be very brave for you. They need reassurance from you. Colby sat up, finding her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes were enormous, vivid green with shock. Rafael De La Cruz had tremendous talent. She could no longer deny they had a connection. A strong connection. She couldn't pretend that she wasn't hearing him speaking to her, mind to mind. She couldn't pretend that every single time he came near to her, even in a crisis, her body reacted to his. Suddenly, in the mirror, her eyes widened in shock. He could read her thoughts. He wasn't simply talking to her, he was responding to her thoughts. And he wasn't even in the same room with her. Colby sat very still, afraid to move. She could hear her heart beating loudly in the small confines of her bedroom. It was then that she realized she was hearing far more than her heart. She could hear the men in the yard, their conversations, the restless, continual stomping of the horses. She could hear insects buzzing. Worse, she could hear whispers from the firemen near the stables. She pressed her hands to her ears, suddenly afraid she was losing her mind. She felt him this time, a stirring of a shadow in her mind. Warmth flooding her, comfort, a soothing tranquility he was projecting. It is a gift like any other. Work with it for a few moments. You can control the volume with your mind, Colby. It is nothing to fear. Turn it down until you are comfortable. Why is this happening? The question shimmered in her mind, a plea for help in the insanity of her world. Not just the hearing. Everything she was feeling. Even her attraction to him was bizarre. She didn't trust it. It was too violent, too passionate, when she didn't even like him. She also was touching his mind and felt his terrible weariness. The need of his body to cease all movement. His skin burned painfully and his eyes stung as if hot needles were pushing into them. What is happening to you? Why are you in so much pain? She was suddenly very, very frightened for him. Colby? Paul knocked hesitantly. Are you all right? He pushed the door open wide enough to stick his head in. Looking at his young, worried face, the naked concern for her, Colby felt her strength and resolve flowing back stronger than ever. I'm getting there, Paolo, she reassured him softly. How about you? Answer me. She might scream if she didn't know that Rafael was going to be all right. Had he been burned? I think it will hit me tonight or tomorrow. I'm still in shock. Paul walked across her floor to push the hair back from her forehead. You have bruises everywhere. He indicated her denim-clad thigh. Was the cut bad? There was a lot of blood, he pointed out in a clumsy attempt to show his love. I am fine. It is good that you care. I'm tough, Paul, and I've been kicked by horses and hit the ground a lot harder than that. What about Ginny? How is she doing? Rafael was right. If she concentrated, Colby could turn the volume down on her hearing and the assault on her senses lessened. She couldn't stop thinking of him, couldn't prevent her mind from trying to tune itself to his. Ginny has food and drink prepared for the troops, Paul said. He cleared his throat. I think you'd better come on out here. The fire captain wants to talk to you. Sean Everett found some things you should know about. There are kerosene containers, blackened, inside the stable. Colby nodded and silently followed her brother back to the kitchen. She took a deep breath to stay firmly in control. Someone did said it then. She said the words aloud to test them. It was such an impossible thing to believe. Who would do such a thing? Sean shook his head. I don't know, Colby, but the alarm system was dismantled completely and the sprinklers were tampered with. Whoever did it was very professional, very thorough. We were lucky to save the barn and outbuildings. There was a long silence while Colby digested the implication of his words. Lifting her head, she looked around the room at the circle of grim-faced men, at Paul's pale features and little Ginny huddled uncertainly in a corner. Rafael stood tall beside her, his body protectively shielding the young girl from the eyes of the men in the room. Instantly ashamed of herself, Colby gathered Ginny to her and brushed her sister's grimy forehead with a reassuring kiss. I think there's been enough excitement for you, honey, she said firmly. Thank you for all your help, the coffee and food for everybody. I would never have thought of it. Take a shower and crawl back into bed for a few hours. It's going to take a lot of hard work to repair everything. Colby glanced up at Rafael. Thank you for looking after her. At once she felt the brush of fingers on her face, the smallest of caresses, yet Rafael hadn't moved, hadn't physically touched her. She could see the fatigue etched on his face. His eyes were covered with thick black glasses, the lenses so dark she couldn't see through them. Colby could still feel how tired and drained, how much pain he was in, although she felt him throw up a barrier so she couldn't feel his actual pain. She could see the Chavez brothers were concerned for him. They stood in a tight knot in front of the window, anxiety on their faces as they watched Rafael. What can we do? Ginny was pleading. We won't lose the ranch. No, little chickadee. Colby's gaze jumped to meet Rafael's above the little girl's head. We won't lose our home. Skip off now, I'll be right in to tuck you in. Reassured, Ginny went down the hall toward her bedroom. Paul couldn't be sent off to bed, insulated from bad news or shocks. Highly intelligent, he showed his sense of responsibility in nearly everything he did. Colby, Ben began, holding up a hand to stop her before she could speak. No one thinks you set the fire. I've known you all of your life. You might burn down your own stable if you were mad enough, but not for insurance money and not with horses in it. Someone did it, though. Who could benefit? Do you have any enemies? Rafael asked quietly. Her green gaze jumped to his face, her chin lifting belligerently. Not until recently. Rafael had spent the night with her on the ranch. He had not been there when she woke up. The thought came unbidden, unwanted. Be very careful of saying things you cannot take back, Maywa Moore. Do not poison your brother's mind against his uncles or against me. You know better. Part of her felt she might be losing her mind. Not to my knowledge. Sean rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. You've corralled 90% of the training business around here. Anyone wanting to work with horses is out of luck. Most ranchers break and train their own horses. In any case, most of the ranches are cattle ranches. I don't see how I could be stepping on toes taking in horses to board or train. I've been doing it for years. What about this man Daniels Ginny was telling me about? Rafael straightened from where he was leaning casually against the sink, a fluid motion of sheer grace and power. Does he stand to gain the ranch? Clinton Daniels may be the biggest creep in the world, but he's a wealthy man. He doesn't care whether he has this ranch or not. I wish it was that simple. Julio Chavez cleared his throat. Don Rafael, the sun has risen and you have been up all night. Perhaps Juan and I should stay here and oversee things while you return with Senor Everett in the helicopter, he suggested. Colby looked at him, for the first time really noticing the resemblance to his brother, Armando Chavez. She also realized he was nervous, very nervous, and it had something to do with Rafael De La Cruz. She studied the Chavez brothers. They were handsome men as Armando had been, as Paul would surely be. They were obviously wealthy in their own right, and very educated. They both were watching Rafael carefully, and both of them were definitely tense. Rafael reached out in front of everyone, his palm curling possessively around the nape of her neck. You may let it be known that this woman and these children are under my protection. Should any harm befall them, I will take a hand in the hunt for the person responsible. He spoke the words almost formally, as if it was a ritual she didn't understand. But if she didn't, the Chavez brothers did. They looked at one another uneasily, and one made the sign of the cross, even as they nodded their acknowledgement of his words. Rafael bent closer to her. Querida, I will see to the legal papers and return as soon as possible. You must try to eat something. Even through his dark lenses she could feel his penetrating, mesmerizing gaze. As tired as she was, Colby was afraid of falling forward and drowning in Rafael's strong personality. Without turning his head, Rafael added softly, Paul, instruct Ginny to make vegetable soup and insist Colby eat it. None of you must wander too far from home in my absence. Juan and Julio will assist you with your work today. Colby tried to shake her head. That won't be necessary. His thumb moved over her pulse in a long, slow caress that sent her blood pounding. It is necessary, May Lindo Amor, as I can do no other than protect my own. Abruptly he released her, his black gaze finding and pinning the Chavez brothers. You will walk with me to the helicopter. Rafael had circled the burn site, studying it with more than human senses. The taint of the undead was there, but the vampire had not been the one to start the fire. He may have been the will behind it, but he had not done the actual work. Rafael had no way of picking up the scent of the arsonist, as too many volunteers had shown up to fight the fire. The men, who come from the various ranches and the town, had been everywhere. He could only wait for the next time, and Rafael was certain there would be a next time. He might be helpless, locked in the ground. But he would see to it that Colby was protected while he slept. Paul's eyebrow shot up as he watched the group of men walking toward the helicopter, Sean talking earnestly to the fire captain, Rafael, and the Chavez brothers a distance apart. Rafael had his arm draped affectionately around Julio's shoulders, but he obviously was giving them orders. Protect my own? What does that mean, Colby? She had turned up the volume of her hearing again, finding it a useful tool now. SSH, just a minute. She could hear the captain reassuring Sean Everett he was certain Colby hadn't set the fire and thanking them for their help. But she couldn't hear a thing Rafael was saying to the Chavez brothers. And strangely, she couldn't hear what they said to him. But they were talking about Paul and Ginny and her. She was very certain of that. Do you trust him, Paul, enough to put the ranch into his hands? Because if we borrow that money from him, that's exactly what we're doing. Rafael De La Cruz removed the dark glasses and turned his head to look straight at her with glittering, merciless eyes. She shivered and moved closer to her brother for protection. The helicopter was very loud, yet she knew he heard her question to Paul. Colby lifted her chin at him, pretending not to be intimidated. But she was. The Chavez brothers were not servants. They were wealthy businessmen, proud, strong men. They knew cattle and obviously worked their ranch. Yet they had exhibited signs of something very close to fear when speaking to Rafael. Who is he to have such an effect on them? If he comes back with the terms he stated to me, there's no problem, Paul said. He didn't say we would have to go back to some other country. It was a straight-up loan. Of course, you'll have to go over everything carefully. I just don't see we have much choice. You're right, Paolo. It's just that everything is so awful. And he isn't a man who gives you something for nothing. She had lain with him, her hands on his body while he took possession of her over and over. I don't trust him. His hands had been all over her, his body buried deep inside of hers. Even if he lends us the money for the mortgage, where are we going to get a new stable? All of the horses are a mess. Their owners are going to be upset, and rightly so. And Shorty, what am I going to tell him? Butane was his up-and-coming hope for calf roping. Now he's dead. Shorty won't be so understanding that the fire was deliberately set. She was rambling and she knew it. Normally she would have shielded Paul from her fears, but she needed to talk, to think aloud. To keep her mind away from the shocking night she had spent with a virtual stranger. To keep from thinking someone hated them enough to burn down a stable filled with horses. To keep from dwelling on Pete's violent murder. Like you always tell us, one thing at a time, he reminded her. We got through Mom dying. And we got through Dad being confined to bed. And then we made it through when he died. We can do this too, Colby. You're just tired. The morning sun shone bright, holding the dark at bay for another day. She smiled a little at that, knowing ranch life continued no matter what the drama. Animals had to be fed and watered. The world didn't stop turning because Colby Jansen was weary and depressed. Not even because her little corner of the world was teetering on the brink of disaster. She watched the helicopter lift off until it was a small speck in the distance, then turned to stare at the smoldering ruins of her stable. It was almost too much to comprehend. Slowly Colby sank onto the porch swing, drawing her knees up, resting her arms on her legs. Who could hate them so much? Who could have done such a thing? First Pete, and now this. Groaning softly, she buried her face into her hands. She had to have a stable. A bank loan? If they borrowed the money from Rafael and the existing loan was cleared up? Paul laid a hand on her slender shoulder. Stop sitting out here staring at it, you'll go crazy. Come in and get something to eat, or at least sleep for an hour or two. Rafael left those two men. He trailed off. Uncles, she inserted firmly. We may as well take the time to get to know them. Her voice softened. They do look a lot like Dad. And Rafael was gone. From her sight. Gone. Her body ached, was sore in places she hadn't known about, reminding her continually of his possession. Her heart pounded a drumbeat in her ears, in her throat. Grief welled up, a tight pressure in her chest. She wanted to believe it was grief over the burned stable, over the loss of an animal, but she feared it was her separation from Rafael De La Cruz. 7. Paul rubbed a hand over his face and looked at the black streaks left behind on his fingers. I'm going to shower first. If I'm going to spend time with relatives, I'd rather do it looking halfway decent. You know how Dad was about details. Never forget the little things. They both repeated the creed together, then laughed. The sound was astonishing in the midst of the smoky smell of their ruined stable. Don't worry so much. Paul leaned down and unexpectedly gave her a kiss on the top of her head. We'll beat this just like we do everything. Colby watched him disappear into the house, her heart filled with love for him. He didn't realize the implications of both incidents on the ranch. All the small annoying things like disappearing tools could be put down to petty larceny or misplaced implements. The broken gate and downed fences might have been because they were old. She could write things off as coincidence. But Pete's murder and someone burning their stable to the ground could not be written off that easily. Somehow they were connected. And that meant that Paul and Ginny could be in danger. She moved down the steps, her gaze on the brothers from Brazil. They were talking quietly to each other, still some distance away. Without Rafael's protection, she could hear them clearly, and she unashamedly eavesdropped. These men had come thousands of miles to claim Paul and Ginny, to take possession of the ranch. They did not believe a woman should be running such a business. She knew nothing about them, and only God knew whether they were capable of the terrible atrocities committed on her property. Both spoke in Portuguese, but Colby had learned the language from her stepfather. It was the one called Juan who spoke. I have never seen him like this before. Not with anyone else. Nicholas and Rafael never tolerate being away from our homeland long. And he thanked me for my help. He put his arm around my shoulders. I do not recall a single instance when he did such a thing in my lifetime. He did the same to me, Julio answered. Something is different here, and I think it is Colby. It is not right, Juan. They need the freedom of the rainforest, away from so many people. Nicholas has gone to the hacienda to be alone, but Rafael will not leave now. Julio's voice betrayed his worry. I do not know what is happening, but he is different here. He is not so cold, yet he is more dangerous. And I think it is Colby also. There will be blood and death if this is not resolved. We must be vigilant day and night now, Juan added. Colby paused on the steps, her fingers wrapped tightly around the railing until her knuckles turned white. Blood and death? Were they referring to Rafael? Was he so capable of bringing about blood and death that they were obviously worried? She let her breath out slowly. Rafael was cursed with unexpected talents, just as she had been. The special gifts weren't always easy to control, especially when surrounded by too many people. Emotions played a tremendous part. She had done things before when she was much younger. She had been upset and started fires more than once just by staring angrily at something too long. She had been responsible for the terrible landslide that had blocked the entrance to the mine and trapped her for so many hours. There had been accidents, mistakes, and they were truly frightening. Colby could understand why Rafael didn't want to be around people and why he preferred the freedom of the wilds. The continual bombardment of smells and sounds on heightened senses was difficult and wearing. She loved the mountains and needed the solace of them. His brother, Nicholas, must have the same talents. Both of them seemed remarkably cold and ruthless when she'd first met them. She didn't like Nicholas, yet Rafael she walked over to inspect the horses. Her heart did a funny little flip. Heat moved through her body. She wouldn't make up her mind about him yet. She thought of the way his eyes looked at her with such intense hunger. He hadn't seemed cold then. And there was the way he had been with Ginny. Gentle and caring. Protective even. Rafael had healing abilities. He had worked on the animals after she had. His hands had been quick and sure, the horses calm around him as he whispered to them. But then again, Rafael could look as cold as ice, as intimidating as a jungle cat stalking prey. Colby examined the horses again. The burns looked better and the horses were less restless. All of them still showed signs of trauma, shaking, sweating even, but none of them showed signs of smoke inhalation. She spent an hour with them, seeing to the wounds and soothing them. The danger of infection was high, and she made a mental note to call the vet out a second time just to make certain they were all doing well. The animals were used to her and trusted her. It was obvious they were comforted by her presence. Colby was aware of the Chavez brothers working at feeding and watering the animals. They were hard workers, not sitting on the porch sullenly because they had been ordered to stay and watch over the children. They seemed powerful in their own right, yet they did what Rafael commanded. Why would they choose to do what he said? Was it of their own free will? Were they afraid of him? Colby went to the corral to saddle one of her working horses. She did it with the ease of long practice, but she was so tired. She would have used telekinesis if the Chavez brothers hadn't been so closely observing her. Juan wandered over to lean his weight casually against the gate. Up close, he looked so much like Armando she was afraid if she looked at him she might cry. She was becoming altogether too emotional. It wasn't safe. What can I do for you? She didn't let her eyes meet his. Which horse shall I use? He asked it gently. His accent and voice were very like her stepfather's. She looked away from him over the back of her horse to the shadowy foothills. They were dark even with the sun shining. Are you planning on following me? Senorita, yes. It might not be safe to go riding. Don Rafael has said you are under his protection. This is no small thing. In any case, my brother's familia is my familia. I wish to see to your safety. Colby thought about arguing, but one glance at his set features told her it wouldn't make any difference. He would simply follow her. Besides, she was curious. She gestured toward a paint. He's a steady horse, and there's a saddle in the barn you can use. It had been her father's saddle, but she didn't tell him that. She hadn't thought about all the tack they had lost, including Ginny's custom-made saddle. Ginny hadn't said a word. How would Colby ever replace that saddle? Colby pushed away the need to explode with pain and sorrow. Who had done this? Rafael had been in the tack room with her. And King, Ginny's dog. Why hadn't he barked? She had sent him to the barn to sleep. She had seen him earlier in the morning watching the firefighters. He hadn't barked when Rafael had come to visit her. She distinctly remembered that. Cautiously, she pulled her hat lower over her eyes and took a quick look at Julio. Presumably, he was staying to look after the children. Did she trust him? While Juan was saddling the paint, she swung down and hurried across the yard back into the house. Paul and Ginny had gone back to bed and were asleep, King curled up on Ginny's bed. Colby issued a firm command to the dog to guard them. The border collie was well trained, and she knew it would alert them should Julio come near the house. At the last minute, she strapped on the holster she often used when riding the fences. Sometimes cattle stepped in ground squirrel holes and broke a leg, other times rattlesnakes bit them. She needed to carry the gun for emergencies. Catching up her rifle, she hurried back to her horse. This time Juan was ready and in the saddle. He looked born to ride, easy, natural, a fluid rider. He raised his eyebrow when he saw her rifle but said nothing. My brother was an excellent horseman, he said, easily reading the sorrow in her eyes when she watched the way he moved in the saddle. Even as a young man, he could outride most of us. Colby looked away from him quickly, swallowing the lump in her throat. He used to put me in front of him when I was just a toddler, and we'd ride all over the ranch together. He taught me to ride. You perform the same ritual as he always did before mounting your horse. Juan smiled in memory. We used to tease him over it. He always patted the horse's neck and ran his hand along the chest and front legs, patted a second time, then swung on, most of the time without even using the stirrups. Colby felt the memory rising, vivid and painful. Armando had been an amazing horseman, and he loved the animals. He'd instilled that same love in Colby. He was incredible with the horses, she said. I've never seen anyone better. He would want his children to know his familia, Juan said, his voice gentle. Colby leaned down to open a gate. What did you expect, that I would just turn my brother and sister over to you? Perfect strangers? Is it so wrong of me not to allow strangers to drag my family off to a foreign country? Tell me, would you have done so? Juan pushed his hat further back on his head. No, senorita, I would never give my familia over to those I did not know. Armando wrote to us on his deathbed to come for his children. All of his children. It was his dying wish that you would come to us. My brother made it abundantly clear that he considered you his daughter and his heir. We came for all of you. You came 5 years too late. I wrote to your family when the accident occurred and no one responded. And 3 years ago, I wrote the letter again when he was on his deathbed. There wasn't a single sentence in it about me. Her green eyes touched his face, skittered away. She wished there had been something in the letter, but she had written it word for word as Armando had dictated it to her. She didn't want Juan to see her disappointment over not being adopted by Armando, or the anger she felt at Juan's lying, reflected on her transparent face. The sun was beginning to make its way through the thick bank of clouds shrouding the mountains and, for some reason, Colby's eyes were ultra-sensitive. The light stabbed at her so that she pulled the brim of her hat lower to shadow her face. Even so, her eyes hurt, burning in the morning sun. Juan swung the gate closed after them. Armando must have added to the letter. His hand was shaky, and we would not have known but for his crest. He couldn't have. He could hardly move at the end. Colby said it stiffly, not looking at him. Her stepfather had asked her to leave the letter on his nightstand so he could look it over in case there was something more to be said. The next morning, the letter was folded neatly and Colby had inserted it into the envelope and sent it off. She wanted Juan to be telling the truth, but she was afraid if Armando hadn't included her it would break her heart, and if he had, she might cry a river of tears. "Did you ever know Armando to tell you a lie?" Juan asked it quietly while the leather of their saddles creaked and the horses' hooves chinked against rock. A melody she found soothing, one she remembered from her childhood with her stepfather. Colby shook her head mutely. "I would not dishonor my brother's memory by telling you a lie either." Colby rode for a few minutes in silence, turning the information over in her mind. "That's why your grandfather refused to answer him, isn't it?" she guessed shrewdly. "He didn't have me put it in the letter myself, because he didn't want me to know your family rejected him because of me. Do not mistake that it was a familia." She looked at him then, her green eyes alive with a fierce pride. "The De La Cruz family, then? They didn't want me to ruin their spotless reputation with my lack of a name." Juan sighed softly. "The De La Cruz brothers are not interested in such things. They do not concern themselves with the lives of others. This is solely the responsibility of my avu. He did not tell my father or any of us of Armando's letters. Had he done so, we would have come at once. I cannot tell you how much sorrow this has caused our familia." Armando was happy with my mother, Colby told him, leading the way through a narrow canyon that emptied out into the flats where most of her cattle were spread out. She rode straight to the small barn where the hay was stored and urged her mount inside. The sun was really bothering her eyes now, and the shadows of the barn provided some relief. She must have suffered some damage in the fire without realizing it. Even her skin seemed ultra-sensitive, burning fiercely wherever the sunlight touched her. Juan followed her, silently cursing his grandfather's snobbery. "I am certain it is so. He would never have stayed in another country away from his familia had he not found something better." Colby dismounted, the movement swift and fluid despite the fact that she was short. She moved efficiently, with no wasted motion. One had to admire her abilities as she began to toss the flakes of hay. "Where does the De La Cruz family fit into all this?" Colby asked it with studied casualness. There was a small telling silence. Colby knew the man was choosing his words carefully as he worked beside her. "Their familia is ancient, as is ours. The two families have been intertwined for hundreds of years. Who knows how far back it goes? We look after their estates, and they look after us. We have existed that way for so long we have become one familia. But you have your own money and lands." "That is true, but our families have a symbiotic relationship. What is good for De La Cruz is good for us. They have special abilities and we aid them in other areas." He was telling her something, yet nothing at all. For some unknown reason, something in his voice sent a shiver down Colby's spine. "What are they like?" "There are 5 De La Cruz brothers. The others are all much like Rafael and Nicholas." Juan paused for a moment. "Do you do this work by yourself every day?" There was a hint of censure in his voice, although she could tell he tried to keep it out. "My brother helps me, and I had a man, Pete Jessup, working for me." Juan leaned on his pitchfork. "The man found dead." He made the sign of the cross reverently. "That was not a good place for you to be riding by yourself." Colby shrugged carelessly. "I do it all the time. Someone has to." He shook his head. "It is not safe. That is not a good place." It felt. He made the sign of the cross a second time. "It felt evil to me. I do not think those men would have allowed you to leave had Senior Everett's rider and I not been there watching." "I could have handled them," Colby said, not certain she was telling the truth. "This cannot continue. The things you do are too dangerous." She shoved a hand impatiently through her hair. "Fortunately for me, I don't have to answer to anyone." There was sheer defiance in her voice and an open challenge. "I run this ranch, Mr. Chavez. That means I have to ride everywhere and work like a man." "But you are not a man," Juan pointed out patiently. "Don Rafael will not allow this to continue. He is a man who will have his way, and it is not good to oppose him. If he decrees otherwise, do not attempt to defy him." Colby stopped working and looked directly at him for the first time. Her green eyes blazed at him. Rafael De La Cruz may be a big man where you are, but here on my ranch, in my little corner of the world, his opinion means this. She snapped her fingers. He doesn't rule me or my brother or sister. Juan shook his head slowly. You do not know Don Rafael, señorita. He is not like other men. You are Armando's daughter, and therefore Minha Sabrina, my niece. You do not wish to claim the relationship, but I must look after you the way he wanted us to. I do not want you to test this man. Did she hear the faint sound of fear in his voice again? Why should you worry? Rafael De La Cruz has nothing to do with me. Hopefully he will be gone very soon. As soon as the words left her mouth, fear almost amounting to terror gripped her. The thought was unbearable. It was more than grief, an inconsolable grief. The mark on her neck throbbed and burned in protest. Don Rafael is a very influential and powerful man. He is not like other men. Juan was obviously searching for the right words. The De La Cruz brothers are not as we are. They are formidable opponents and make harsh, unrelenting enemies. Colby kept her smiles to herself. Obviously Juan knew Rafael and his brothers were gifted with unique talents, which she had begun to discover through her own touch of those gifts. He did not want to betray a confidence, yet he was attempting to warn her. She found it rather sweet. I doubt that I could do anything to make Rafael notice me enough to make him my enemy. I've seen him in action. Quite the ladies' man. Even saying the words seemed to hurt, but Colby didn't want to examine too closely why that might be. You mistake him, Colby, Juan said. Don Rafael is a man of honor. And there is something different about him since he has shown interest in you. I saw him with the little one. He was very gentle with her and protective. Don Rafael has never shown much interest in children. He has rescued them when it was necessary, but as a matter of duty, not the way he was with your sister. I have never seen this unusual behavior in him. And he is different with me, more open in his emotions. She didn't want to think too much about Rafael. She rubbed her eyes and could tell they were beginning to swell severely. Tears were streaming unchecked down her face now and she couldn't stop them. I think the fire somehow hurt my eyes, she murmured by way of explanation. If you go home, Rafael would go home too. I had the impression both brothers were anxious to leave here immediately. One looked at her closely, his eyes dwelling on the strange mark on her neck. I am afraid it is too late for that, he said ominously. He looked very alarmed, his gaze remaining on the blemish, all at once speculative. Colby sighed heavily and, to keep from self-consciously covering the mark like an embarrassed teenager, added another flake of hay to the feeders. Just say it straight out, Mr. Chavez. You can't have it both ways, you know. One minute you can't be implying I'm a good influence on him, and the next that he might in some way be trying to harm me. If there's some reason you think I'm in danger from Rafael De La Cruz, you may as well tell me. Her gaze settled on his face. I'm not afraid of him. That was a terrible lie, but she persisted, trying to force Juan into admission. Has he threatened me in some way? You don't think he was responsible for what happened to the stable, do you? She would have looked at him challengingly, but her eyes were far too swollen. And she was tired. Her arms and legs felt leaden. She wanted to lie down in the hay and go to sleep. Don Rafael would never do such a thing. Juan sounded horrified at the mere suggestion. But he didn't look horrified, he looked worried. I think we should go back to the house, you are unwell. A protest began in her mind, but she did feel terrible, the skin on her face and forearms already burning fiercely. Her eyes felt like red-hot needles were poking into them. Even within the shelter of the barn, she felt the light poised to attack. Worse, she was constantly thinking of Rafael. He was invading her mind to the point of driving out every practical thought she had. No matter how strong her will was, she couldn't seem to stop from thinking of him, needing to see him. Colby had never considered herself a woman who would need a man so much she pined for him, yet she wanted desperately to hear his voice, to touch him, to see for herself he was alive and well. Please, señorita, the sun is burning your skin. I am most concerned. Perhaps I can take you back to the house. Juan had already made up his mind to take her back. He could see she was in trouble, and he was being as polite as possible. If anything happened to her, Rafael would hold him responsible. He was very worried. Colby's skin was blistering in the sun, and her eyes were very sensitive to the light. Very much like what happened to the De La Cruz brothers. Juan had never seen the phenomenon in a human. Now he was really alarmed and wanted to talk with Julio. I should check on the kids, Colby capitulated, and get the vet out again to check on the horses. She longed for the relief of the coolness of the ranch house. She wanted to gather Ginny and Paul into her arms and have everything return to normal once again. More than all of that, she needed desperately to see Rafael, to touch him, to know that he was alive. "Where are you?" Rafael lay locked deep within the earth. Around him, the rejuvenating soil offered a soothing comfort to the terrible burns over his arms and face where the unrelenting sun had beaten down on him. He had not been able to leave Colby until he was certain the danger to her was past, so he had stayed far longer in the morning hours than he had ever managed before. His eyes, even lying in the earth, burned and wept from the sunlight. Even obscured by the heavy cloud cover, he had paid a high price to be with her. Why had the vampire's scent been near the stable, yet the cause of the fire human? Was the vampire using a puppet, a human servant, to destroy Colby? Nicholas was right. He had no choice but to bring her fully into his world where he could protect her at all times. On that thought came another, much more disagreeable one. It was difficult to lie helplessly in the ground while Colby was facing danger without his protection. How would she feel if she lay beside him deep within the earth and little Ginny was in danger or in need? His heart gave a strange lurch. The issue was far more complex than he had first considered. It would be much simpler if he only thought of himself, his own needs and desires. A savage fury seemed to burn through his soul. Colby would wither away beneath the earth, her gentle, compassionate soul devastated at a separation between her and her younger siblings. She loved them as if they were her own children. A fierce, protective love, with every fiber of her being. The way he wanted her to love him. His swearing was eloquent, the words echoing harshly in his mind. He had brought her partially into his world without a thought for what it would mean to her and her life. Her dreams. For what was important to her. She was uncomfortable without him, restless, and the sun was beginning to climb high. Colby was an independent woman. She wasn't even certain she liked him. She was confused by her inability to keep from wanting him, her need to touch his mind, to know he was safe. Rafael could only lie helpless beneath the ground knowing he had contributed to Colby's distress. No, it was more than that. He was directly responsible for her distress. He had gone to ground near Colby's ranch house, better to feel the first vibrations of danger to her. He had felt so close to her the night before, lying beside her on the bed, listening to her breathing. She was so beautiful. Not just her body, but her heart and soul. She seemed to shine from the inside out. Not one of the firefighters who knew her, not one of the ranchers, had entertained the idea that she could have set the fire for the insurance money. There was something about Colby that just drew people like a magnet, and made them believe in her. He lay with his body a dead weight, unable to move a muscle as he contemplated the problems he was facing. He didn't want Colby above ground where he couldn't protect her. He wanted to be with her. Not wanted, he needed to be with her. He would not go through another day unable to sleep the healing sleep of his people, terrified of losing her. He wouldn't do it. He would complete the ritual and drag her kicking and screaming into his world. Consequences be damned. She belonged with him. Was made for him, his other half. He had a right to her. Once in Brazil he could make amends, win her love. She would be locked to him for all time. Eternity. She wouldn't be able to leave him, and she would have to learn to accept her fate. Rafael tried to force his mind away from her in an attempt to close himself off and regain his enormous strength. He could hear her heart beating. He could feel her above the earth, her heart seeking the reassurance of his. He could feel her mind tuning itself in an attempt to find his. He had succeeded in making 2 blood exchanges. She was already partially in his world. Alarm hit him hard. Her skin would be sensitive to the sun, her eyes would water and burn. Colby was used to being out in the harsh sunlight. She wouldn't think to protect herself. He made a concentrated effort and touched her, mind to mind, partially to alleviate her distress and partially to relieve his own. At once he felt her pain, the burning of her skin and eyes. She was hungry, yet she was having trouble eating. She needed to touch him often, and she was terribly confused by the unfamiliar need. A low sound escaped, a groan of despair. How could he have been so selfish? He had thought only of his needs, his desires. He hadn't stopped to think of the consequences to her. Colby would suffer terribly this day, and it was through his own selfishness. In that moment, he hated himself. Rafael knew he had no choice now. He had to take her back to Brazil with him where he could adequately protect her, yet she wouldn't be happy without Ginny and Paul. He could never make her happy without her younger siblings. The thought crept unbidden into his mind and stayed there. A thorn. The truth. He heard her then, the soft cry of her heart to his. "Where are you?" It took tremendous strength and willpower for him to overcome the paralysis and lethargy of his kind at the hour with the sun climbing high. He reached for her with his heart and mind. "Colby?" The lightest of touches. An inquiry. Colby tried to fight against the terrible pain in her eyes, plus the blinding headache that was so relentless she felt her head gripped in a vice. Her eyes were streaming and swollen and hurting so bad she kept them closed most of the time against the onslaught of the sun. Her forearms were red and small blisters were actually forming. Colby was a redhead, but her skin had long since become accustomed to the sun. She couldn't believe she was so sensitive. She urged her mount to pick up speed and covered her eyes with one hand, nearly unable to guide the animal. Juan reached out and took the reins in silence, leading her back to the ranch house. She heard the sound of a voice stirring softly in her mind, a flutter of butterfly wings brushing against the walls of her mind. Rafael. His voice was unbelievably mesmerizing, and her heart latched onto it immediately. Why had she been so afraid that something terrible had happened to him? It had been a stone weighing her down, crushing her until she could barely think straight. Rafael. She couldn't keep the relief out of her voice or mind. "I am resting. I will come to you this evening. Sleep and allow Juan and Julio to aid Paul with the work this day." He slipped a slight push into his voice, but already his strength was gone, ebbing away from him into her mind. Colby knew something was wrong with him. She could feel it, his need for rest, for healing. "You're hurt. I can feel pain in your mind. It is your pain. Don't lie to me. Lifemates do not lie to one another. I feel your pain as my own." He gave a small sigh. "The sun took its toll on me as well. I heal quickly. You must sleep, Querida." Colby tried to probe his mind further to assess his injuries, but it was impossible. She gave up, the task too difficult in the face of her waning strength. "I think we both need sleep, Rafael." She was shocked at how easy it was becoming to communicate with him. How right it felt. As if they did belong together, two halves of the same whole. "You've brainwashed me." The terrible pressure in her chest weighing her down was gone, and all at once she felt much happier. Her eyes were too painful to open, her skin was burning, and the stable was gone, yet she was inexplicably happy just to hear his voice. Knowing he was reading her thoughts and probably feeling smug, she directed one last message to him. "How sickening of me." Although Colby went into the barn to get out of the sun, she found she couldn't open her eyes even in the darkened interior. She managed to dismount, but was forced to cling blindly to her horse until Juan steadied the animal, holding the reins. "You go on in, I'll see to the horse." "Colby." Paul raced into the barn, seeing his sister stagger as she dismounted. "What happened?" He glared at his uncle as he wrapped his arm around her smaller figure. "What did you do to her?" His voice was filled with belligerence and suspicion. Colby's voice was a gentle warning. "My eyes hurt. I can't see very well. I must have damaged them in the fire earlier. Your uncle was just trying to help me." She leaned into him, relying on him to get her into the house. "Don't be rude." She buried her face into his shirt, stumbling blindly against him across the yard to the ranch house. She didn't dare open her eyes. Now that she was home, her eyes seemed to hurt even more. Ginny rushed to her side. "What happened?" "You're sunburned, Colby. It's really bad." At once she soaked a towel in cold water and pressed it into her sister's hands. Colby held the cool towel to her swollen eyes. She sank into a chair. "I can't believe how much this hurts. I've never been so glad to be home." I can drive you into town to the doctor, Paul offered. Colby took a deep breath and shook her head. I think I just want to lie down for an hour or so. She felt exhausted, the need to sleep so strong in her she was afraid she might succumb right there in the kitchen. She rubbed at her pounding temples. I have so much to do. I called the vet, Ginny volunteered. He's coming out again this afternoon. The chickens are fed and the garden is watered. The fire marshal has someone coming to investigate the fire. Paul made all the calls to the owners of the horses. Well, except Shorty. Ginny hesitated a moment, glancing up at her brother. Colby was never sick. She'd been injured on many occasions, but she rarely had gone to bed during the day, not even after a long, difficult calving. Oh, and I called Tanya Everett and asked if she and her mother could come over this evening instead of this afternoon. She ducked her head, her eyes skittering away from Paul's. I was going to cancel altogether, but she sounded so lonely, and I thought maybe I could ride with her in the corral. If you want me to put her off, I will, Colby. No, of course not, Chickadee. Colby pressed the cooling cloth closer, desperately trying to take the heat from her skin and eyes. I'm so tired. I really need to rest for a couple of hours. Will you wake me later? Come on. Paul helped her up and led her down the hall to her room. Don't worry about anything, I can take care of it. Colby removed the cloth from her eyes to peer at her brother. The light shining through the window hit her with alarming radiance. Immediately she squeezed her eyes shut tight again and hid in the damp, soothing cloth. Pull the curtain closed, Paolo. He obeyed her, pulling the heavy drapes across the opening to darken the room. Are you sure I shouldn't take you to the doctor, Colby? Maybe your eyes were burned in the fire. He sounded very young and scared. I think they're just sensitive, Paul, and I'm so tired. She lay on her bed, reaching her hand blindly toward him. I need to talk to you about Juan and Julio Chavez. They're here to help you, and I think you should be respectful as they are our father's brothers. On the other hand, with all the strange things happening around here, I think you should keep an eye on them. I mean it, Paul. Just make sure you and Ginny are safe. She wiggled uncomfortably until Paul reached out to unstrap her side holster. Colby could still smell Rafael on her sheets and pillow. She wanted to press her face into the cotton and inhale. I don't think wearing a gun to bed is in fashion this year. Where'd you leave your rifle? Paul asked abruptly. His sister looked very fragile all of a sudden. In the scabbard. I think Juan was unsaddling the horse. Get it back in the gun rack, Paul, and be sure to unload it. Ginny bustled in, pushing Paul aside with her small hip. I've brought some aloe vera. Just lay there and let me smear it on you. She glanced worriedly up at Paul. She's so tired all the time, Paul. Do you think she's sick? She didn't eat all day yesterday or this morning. She didn't even have a cup of tea. A smile flirted with the corners of Colby's mouth. I am here, Ginny. You don't need to talk about me in the third person. You know, Colby, Paul said decisively, not wanting Ginny to worry. She's been getting up a couple of hours early to go hunt for, he trailed off, aware Pete Jessup was a dangerous subject. Just keep an eye on her, Ginny, and stay in the house with her. Keep King with you, too. He spoke gruffly, suddenly feeling the tremendous responsibility for his two sisters. Ginny rolled her eyes as he swaggered out, Colby's holster in his hands. Big mistake, Colby, giving that dork power. Next thing you know, he'll be impossible to live with. She gathered up Colby's hair, surprised Colby didn't move at all. Ginny bent closer. Colby had already fallen asleep. Ginny sat on the edge of the bed staring intently at her sister, her fingers automatically plaiting the thick strands into one loose braid. There was something different about Colby. It was so subtle Ginny couldn't figure out exactly what it was. Despite the terrible sunburn, Colby looked different, more everything. Ginny felt comforted sitting beside Colby, but she wished her sister hadn't gone to sleep so quickly. She needed to talk to her. Ginny leaned very close. It's all my fault, Colby. I wish you could hear me. She whispered the words against her sister's neck, against the strange mark branding her skin. I did it, Colby. Colby lay perfectly still, her breathing even and regular, looking like an angel in her sleep. A tear leaked out of Ginny's eye and trickled down her cheek until it dropped onto Colby's neck, onto the distinctive mark. At once Colby moved, her hand reaching out until she found Ginny's. You could never have done such a thing. Her voice was soft and drowsy. There was a faint smile in the tone. I didn't start it, Ginny admitted, sniffing a little. But I called King in. I waited until you were asleep and I called him into my room and shut the door. I hate sleeping without him. I still have nightmares about Mom and Dad dying. About you dying. I don't want anything to happen to you. Not ever. Colby made a tremendous effort to stir. She had never felt so tired, her body so leaden she felt weighted down. She managed to lace her fingers even tighter through Ginny's fingers. Baby, why would that make you responsible? You probably saved his life. Whoever started that fire didn't think about the horses locked inside. They wouldn't have hesitated at killing our dog if he had tried to alert us. Because she was so tired, Colby wasn't censoring her words as she ordinarily might have. I shouldn't have called him in, then Shorty's horse wouldn't have been killed. Ginny buried her face deeper into Colby's neck so that the mark throbbed like a heartbeat. Colby roused herself further, slipping her arm around Ginny. Don't be so scared, honey, we aren't going to lose our home. No one will separate us. I love you and Paul. This was not your fault. Mom and Dad went away. Ginny choked back a flood of tears. I know, sweetheart. Dad tried to stay with us as long as he could. I know it was hard on you, but no one is going to separate us. What if those people take you to court and make us go to Brazil with them? Ginny's little body was shaking. Colby drew the comforter over her, surrounding both of them with its warmth and soothing properties. I don't think they will, Ginny. But if they did, I don't think they'd win. And if they did somehow manage to win, well, I talked to one today. He's your uncle, Dad's brother, and he said they wanted me to go along. I would never let them take you without going along as well. You could marry Rafael De La Cruz, Ginny said suddenly. If you did, they would never be able to separate us, because he's the boss. Alarm spread through Colby, her body tightening. The thought of being married to Rafael De La Cruz was daunting. He would rule her absolutely. She could see it in the stamp of arrogance on his face, the heat in his heavy-lidded, smoldering eyes. She had no way of combating his hold over her. Colby still hadn't opened her eyes and didn't want to. Has he been talking to you? Only this morning in the kitchen when everyone was looking at me and I was so scared. He was nice to me. He talked about Dad, and when Dad was little, and he said you weren't hurt very bad and not to worry, things had a way of working out. He said you were beautiful. Ginny clutched tightly at Colby's hand. He made me feel safe and stood in front of me when I was crying so no one could see me. That was very nice of him. Rafael seemed to be everywhere this morning. Fighting the fire, healing the horses, helping me, and now I hear he was looking out for you. Colby's voice sounded far away as if she was sliding back to sleep. She turned her face into the coolness of the pillow, inhaled Rafael's scent, and covered the mark on her neck with her palm, holding it like a caress against her skin. He said it wasn't my fault and to talk to you about it, Ginny persisted. He was right, baby, it wasn't your fault. I'm glad you called the dog last night. From now on, if you need King, you just go ahead and call him in every night. Ginny? I'm really tired, honey, I need to sleep. Do you like him? Like who? Colby asked, drifting further into a dream. Rafael. Do you like him? Colby smiled again. No. Her voice was soft and sensuous. Ginny snuggled closer, a pleased smile on her face. Yes, you do. I can tell by your voice. 8. The sun was slow in sinking behind the mountain, and dark, ominous clouds began to float across the sky. The sky seemed alive with orange and red hues, as if the entire heavens were on fire. Deep below the earth, a single heart began to beat, and Rafael awoke, his eyes snapping open, his first breath releasing in a long, slow hiss of fury. Somewhere above him, Colby's distress had awakened him from his rejuvenating slumber. She was fighting back tears, her mind chaotic and fearful. Rafael scanned the area to ensure he was completely alone before he burst through the surface, dirt spewing into the air like a geyser. He rose high into the air, shape-shifting as he did so, choosing the familiar form of the strong and powerful harpy eagle. Spreading his wings, he climbed even higher, grateful for the thickening cloud cover guarding his sensitive eyes. He soared above the ranch, inspecting the region closely, looking for potential trouble. The ranch seemed quiet enough, Yet he knew one had found a steer, horribly mutilated, the animal killed quite recently. It had been a brutal, savage act, and the steer had been left in the waterhole. He had taken the information from Colby's mind. He read Paul's mind as the boy stood in the shadows of the porch, watching the blood-red sunset and talking with his sister. In the body of the bird, Rafael flew higher and higher, unashamedly listening to every word of the conversation taking place below him, his sharp eyes taking in every movement on the ground, seeking to find hidden danger to his life mate. "Were you with Juan when he found the steer?" Colby persisted. "How long was he out of your sight?" She was still fighting the effects of sleep, making a concentrated effort to be alert and listen to every detail of the distressing news. "The fence was down near the field, Colby," Paul said, his young voice weary. "I told Juan I could handle it by myself. They're fast workers, and they know what they're doing. I wanted you to be able to sleep. I thought if we split up we'd get more work done. I know you told me to keep an eye on both of them, but I worked with them most of the day, and he trailed off." "I'm sorry, Colby." She reached out to pull his hat lower over his eyes, a loving gesture meant to reassure him. "But you liked them," she finished for him. "I don't really think one killed the steer, Paul. It wouldn't be sensible to kill a steer, drag it into the waterhole, and then find it just so we could take it back out. The animal would have to be there for a while to follow the waterhole. My guess is, whoever did this had that as their intention and one stumbled upon it too soon. But he might have done it." Colby sighed. "Maybe. Did you look for tracks? Did you take a look at his clothes? His knife?" Paul's face colored slightly. "I should have. He didn't leave it in the water. He pulled the carcass out before he came after me." Paul did like his uncles, both of them. They were hard workers and knowledgeable. They treated him like an equal, and they reminded him of his father. Paul was beginning to feel affection and a great deal of respect for both of his uncles, and he wanted them to feel the same way about him. He hadn't searched for evidence or tracks because it hadn't occurred to him either one of them could be responsible, but now he was confused. Colby nodded. "We both would have gotten a carcass out of the water. We can hardly fault him for that." She shook her head. "I'm very worried. Someone is definitely trying to shut us down. We're operating on a thin financial margin as it is." She glanced around her to ensure Ginny wasn't close by and lowered her voice another notch. "You aren't a little kid anymore, Paul. I don't know who we can trust and who we should be afraid of. But someone murdered Pete. It wasn't an accident. He didn't have money. There was no reason to try to rob him. Someone burned down our stable, and now they've killed one of our steers and left it in a waterhole deliberately to foul it." "What did Ben say?" Paul took off his hat and raked a hand through his hair. "I called him, of course, and he should be arriving any minute. The Everetts are coming for a riding lesson too." When Paul snickered, Colby glared at him. "I expect you to be on your best behavior. This means a lot to Ginny. She wants a friend. We both forget how hard it is for her. You can visit your friends, but she's stuck out here." Paul kicked at a rock. "Yeah, I have so many chances to visit friends, Colby. I work from sunup to sundown." "I know you do." Colby looked away from him, struggling not to cry. She couldn't remember a single day in her life for the last 5 years that she hadn't worked from sunup until sundown and often through the night as well. "What did the vet say about the horses?" "You did a fantastic job. You and De La Cruz. Watch them carefully for infection, and mainly the scars will be emotional, not physical. They're traumatized and will need work." He looked at her. "Your job, Colby. You're the one good with horses." "Did you notice how they reacted to De La Cruz? They were calm around him, and he seemed to really know what he was doing. His lawyer called, by the way." His voice had turned very casual. He tried not to notice how Colby stiffened. "He drew up papers for a loan and is sending them by way of Sean Everett for us to look over. De La Cruz will be here later this evening. He's probably out entertaining the tall blonde he likes to play with," Colby said. She needed to keep her perspective with Rafael. He was a ladies' man. Just because he made her feel things she'd never felt before, just because he whispered beautiful things in the night, didn't mean he wasn't saying and doing the same things to other women. Colby was fairly certain she was going to wake up one morning soon with a head full of gray hair just worrying about everything. "You certainly have strange ideas." Colby's fingers curled around the porch railing at the whisper of intimacy in her mind. She looked around her carefully, feeling he was close. Her body ached. Her breasts were suddenly sore. At the sound of his sinfully sexy voice, her blood began to heat. Go away. I don't want to talk to you right now. That was a blatant lie, but she didn't want to face him, face the night with the memory of his body buried deep within hers. Face the accusations she made in the middle of his helping her, or the fact that she was going to take his money to bail out their ranch. Yes, you do. I am in your mind. Why do you never seek to enter my mind? Beneath her long lashes, Colby glanced guiltily at her brother. She couldn't help herself. She was drawn to Rafael in spite of every fear she had. In spite of the fact that he was there to take away her family. She had hidden her strange, unique talents for so long, and there was always the fear of discovery. There was always an empty place inside of her. There was such loneliness in the middle of the night that sometimes Colby would stare up at the stars and wish she could just disappear. And the work. The endless work. Rafael held her in strong arms. He took charge and directed everyone in a crisis. His strength alone was a seductive lure. And his body. I think whatever is in your mind would scare me. Did you do something to me to make me need so much sleep? She blushed at the thought of it, of the dark erotic dream she couldn't seem to stop replaying during the day or while she slept any more than she could stop the way her body ached and needed him in an unfamiliar way. Raphael's voice held warmth and laughter, complete male satisfaction. He was nearly purring. We did a lot of things to make you need to sleep. She could feel the flush spreading up her neck and into her face. She should have known better than to open the subject with him. It was humiliating to talk to him or face him, thinking of the things she'd let him do to her, yet when she was alone, she thought of his body and the way he could make her feel continually. Aren't you going to ask me what Mr. De La Cruz said about the terms of the loan? Paul burst out, unable to contain himself any longer. His sister's attention seemed far away. She had a peculiar, almost dreamy look on her face. Colby looked startled, as if she'd forgotten he was there. She even blushed. Well, it could save the ranch, Colby. She touched the toe of her boot to the head of a nail on the steps. We could lose everything, Paul. Rafael De La Cruz came to the United States for one purpose. They might be buying horses and doing business here and there, but they came to bring you and Ginny back to Brazil with them. Men like De La Cruz get what they want one way or the other. You do business with them and you'll lose every time. She closed her eyes, feeling his hands moving over her body. She'd allowed him to seduce her. Was she a complete idiot? You are not being very polite, Mawa Moore. Raphael sounded more amused than ever, not in the least perturbed by her assessment. Isn't it the truth? You're going to take what you want and no one can stand in your way. Her chest was suddenly tight. That is true, Querida, and you know exactly what I want. Did she? Colby didn't feel as if she knew much of anything. So, what's the worst that can happen, Colby? Paul demanded. He would get our ranch, right? He's at least family of sorts. If we let Clinton Daniels take it away from us, we'll never get it back. You know that. If one of them had to have it, which would be better? Her green eyes suddenly, shrewdly, lifted to his face. Juan or Julio Chavez told you that, didn't they? Paul shrugged, feeling uncomfortable. Does it matter who thought of it? It's true. He looked down the road to where the border collie was barking furiously. The Everetts are coming. Did you wonder why your uncles didn't offer a loan when they have enough money to do it? They're rich too, Paul, Colby pointed out. Why would they let Rafael loan us the money instead of doing it themselves? Why didn't they? Because they do not dare cross me, Pequeña. And neither should you. Rafael spoke the words almost complacently. They know better than to interfere in my business. Colby was silent for a moment, thinking that through. A shiver had gone down her spine, and she resisted a desire to rub warmth into her arms. I would think this family would be Cheva's business, not yours. That was so at one time, but then you are my business now. Rafael was near. She sensed him close by, but she didn't see him in the truck approaching the yard. Paul stepped off the porch to avoid answering her, heading for the hayfields so he wouldn't get trapped into giving riding lessons to a greenhorn. Colby watched him go across the yard, her heart heavy just looking at him. He was too young to bear the burden of the ranch, their financial woes, and the knowledge that someone was trying to destroy them. So are you. The words shimmered in her mind. Warm breath teased the back of her neck, and two strong arms circled her waist possessively from behind her. Colby nearly jumped out of her skin, but he was holding her close to him, his body protective and aggressive at the same time. The backs of his hands deliberately brushed the underside of her breasts. She could feel the hard, thick length of his erection pressed tightly against her. Imprisoned against his hard strength, she inhaled his masculine scent with her heightened senses. He smelled of the mountains, wild, untamed. "We're having company, I see. And I wanted you all to myself." He whispered the words wickedly against skin. His mouth skimmed over the nape of her neck, found his brand, his teeth teasing and scraping gently. "Don't you dare. I look like a teenager as it is." If Paul sees this, Colby turned her head to glare at him. "I have a few things to say to you about your behavior." Except she couldn't remember what she wanted to say, terrible words that would drive him away. She wanted the heat and fire of his body, his hands on her, his mouth on her, his body buried deep inside of hers. She found herself blushing, avoiding his gaze. "Just how old are you?" he asked suddenly. "You look like a teenager to me." His eyes were devouring her face, black and intense, with that hunger that only seemed to be present when he looked at her. He smoldered with sensuality, his gaze devouring her. She could almost feel the electricity crackling between them. Hot flames licked at her skin, and deep inside, her blood went thick. Colby should have moved. If she had any sense of self-preservation left, if her brain was working, she would have run. Instead, she stayed in his arms, letting his mouth blaze a path of flames along her neck to her collarbone. He touched her forearm gently, brought it up to his mouth. She felt the velvet rasping of his tongue against her skin. Instead of hurting the burns, it felt soothing. "What are you doing? Besides setting me on fire? Why do I let you do this to me? Have you hypnotized me?" Part of her felt the familiar despair that she couldn't control her reaction to him, but another part flared with excitement, in anticipation. "I am healing you, Pequeña. You have burned yourself. You must wear very dark glasses to protect your eyes when the sun is out. And cover your skin. Try to find a way to stay out of direct sunlight." Deliberately, he used the much more intimate method of communication as his mouth moved over her skin, his healing saliva taking away the pain of her burns. He turned her around and kissed her eyelids, lingering to make certain he had done a thorough job of healing her. For a moment, Colby allowed herself to melt into the strength and shelter of his body. His voice was chanting in another language, not Portuguese, but something far older, the words beautiful and soothing. She could hear the chant in her mind rather than with her ears. "Why did I burn today in the sun?" He knew. With their minds merged together, she caught shadows and echoes of his thoughts. His memories. None of it made sense to her. "I live on a ranch. I can't exactly stay out of the sun." The truck was pulling into the yard, and right behind it was Ben's sheriff's vehicle, a four-wheel drive needed to travel the roads into the ranch. As Colby pulled away from the warmth of Rafael's body, standing straight to face the visitors. Rafael laughed, his breath stirring tendrils of her hair at the nape of her neck. Deliberately, he caught her to him, fastening his mouth to hers, welding them together, so that for a moment she melted into his body. He took his time, his tongue mating with hers, his hands hot, while little flames licked at their bodies. Her thick hair was crushed in his hand while he kept command of her mouth. Slowly, he lifted his head, his black gaze flaring with a dark intensity that arced like lightning through her body. Colby blinked hard and tried to recover, then glared at him and stepped away, off the porch, but he moved easily beside her, his hand resting possessively on the small of her back. His palm burned like fire, and between her thighs, her body throbbed and pleaded for him. She knew exactly what he was doing, staking a claim on her in front of the people in her world. And he was letting her know there was nothing she could do about it. Jacqueline was watching them, speculation in her gaze. Sean had an open grin on his face, but Ben's expression looked like a thundercloud as he slammed the door to his Jeep. Colby was very aware of his disapproval while she was talking to Jacqueline and her little girl. Rafael didn't help, talking easily with Sean, discussing the fire, acting as if he belonged. He seemed to take every opportunity to touch her, caressing her hair, sliding his fingers along the nape of her neck until she thought Ben would shoot somebody. Glaring at Rafael and moving away from him didn't seem to help much. She could hear his soft, mocking laughter in her mind. She was forced to acknowledge him, even when she was determined not to fall into his trap. "Will you stop?" She narrowed her eyes at him in warning. Rafael looked at her in mock innocence. "I am not doing anything." Colby turned her attention to Tanya, Jacqueline's daughter, as Ginny came running over and wound her arm around Colby for support. Rafael put his hand on the child's shoulder with an encouraging smile, and Ginny smiled up at him gratefully, obviously mesmerized by him. "I'm going to throw something at you." Colby tried not to laugh at the situation, but for the first time in her life, she felt like she was sharing something with someone else. Like she belonged, was a part of someone else. It didn't seem to matter that her brain screamed a million warnings at her. She was enjoying his attention. It was a new experience for her. "I'm on a tight schedule, Colby," Ben snapped, bringing her attention back to him. "If you can spare me enough time to tell me what's going on around here." He sounded accusing. Rafael immediately circled Ginny's shoulders with his arm. She looked about to cry. "Go ahead, Colby, report to the official." "Ginny and I can handle this, right, Ginny?" His voice was low and intimate, welding them all together as if they were one family. He sounded supremely confident in Ginny. "You know me, Tanya. Ginny and I will start the lesson, and when Colby is finished with her business, she will join us. Is that acceptable to you?" He turned on a high-powered smile. Colby shook her head, watching Rafael. He was definitely creating the impression he belonged. He was a part of their family. Ben caught her arm rather roughly, dragging her attention back to him. She glanced up at him, startled, like someone waking up, coming out of a dream. A low warning growl shimmered in the air, so that the horses stirred restlessly and the adults looked around carefully. They all heard it. Most of them thought it might have been Ginny's dog, who was sitting regarding them all with an inquiring eye at the sudden attention. Colby knew better. She tucked her hair behind her ear and surreptitiously glanced in warning at Rafael. "Come up to the porch, Ben. Can I get you some coffee?" He waited all of 5 steps before he exploded. "You want to tell me what the hell that was all about?" Her eyebrow shot up. "What are you talking about?" "Before you deny the little scene on the porch, Colby, you might take a look in the mirror at your neck. You've been all over that man." Colby bit at her lip to keep from laughing. If she didn't laugh, she might cry. Her behavior with Rafael was completely out of character. She knew it, and so did Ben. "Why are you blaming me?" "It just so happens he was all over me," she corrected. So maybe she wasn't the most beautiful woman in town. Did that mean that Rafael couldn't possibly be attracted to her? "Some men are attracted to me, as strange as the concept might seem, Ben. I don't always have to attack them." "This is so like you, choosing the wrong man. A man like Rafael De La Cruz will eat you up and spit you out. You're playing with fire. You can't do that with someone like him." "Damn it, Colby. Why don't you settle down with a decent man like Joe Vargas?" "Joe Vargas? Sheesh. What is it with everyone and poor Joe? He would hate being married to me." "Everyone in their right mind would hate being married to you." He dragged her onto the porch, deeper into the shadows, his fingers circling her upper arms to give her a little shake. "Is this about money? What are you up to?" "Ben, let go. You're hurting me," Colby pried at the fingers circling her arm. "You always forget how blasted strong you are. Let her go now." The voice was very soft, very menacing. A whip of malevolence, a dark promise of retaliation. Colby had never heard anything like it before. Rafael had somehow covered the distance between them, completely across the wide expanse of yard, and was blending into the shadows so that his large frame scarcely could be seen, yet his black eyes were nearly glowing in the dark with unbelievable menace. A shiver of fear ran down her spine and her hand went protectively to her throat. Rafael looked merciless, ruthless, every inch the predator. In that moment he didn't look wholly human. There was an animal quality about him, feral, dangerous, untamed. Ben dropped his arms and would have stepped away from her, his hand sliding to his gun as his instincts took over, but Colby stayed firmly between the two men. "I've known Ben since I was about 3 years old, Rafael. He's like a brother to me. He would never hurt me, never." I'm sure this looked like he was getting rough, but it isn't like that at all. He was just, well. She floundered for a moment, her heart pounding in her throat. The feeling of menace, of death, was so strong she actually felt terrified for a moment. Terrified for Ben. Rafael was the first to move, his arms snaking out, fingers circling her wrist to draw her very gently to him. Then I must apologize, as I do not understand the relationships of men and women in other countries. His arms circled her slender body, brought her right up against him protectively. SSH, meu amor, your heart is beating far too fast. Listen to the rhythm of mine. Ben stood there in silence, watching the other man as he bent possessively over Colby. There was a protective posture to his body as he held Colby, his hands gentle, despite his tremendous strength. Rafael exuded power and menace, the arrogance of one long used to commanding others with complete authority. He looked like a man who always got his way, and Ben could clearly see Rafael De La Cruz wanted Colby Jansen. De La Cruz was a man, not a boy, and Colby looked young and vulnerable beside him. She seemed a bit frightened and very confused, as if she found herself in a situation she was unprepared for. And Ben knew Colby, knew she would never be prepared for a man such as Rafael De La Cruz. I would never hurt Colby, Ben said calmly. We're old friends, and I guess I'm used to roughhousing with her a bit. Rafael smiled, showing gleaming white teeth. There was no humor in the smile, rather a subtle warning. Perhaps she is becoming too old for such things. His voice was softer than ever, and it sent Colby's pulse racing all over again. He sounded deadly. Colby took a deep breath and let it out, determined to take back control of the situation. Thank you for worrying about me, Rafael, but as you can see, I'm perfectly fine. I really have quite a bit to discuss with Ben, so if you would excuse us. Rafael bowed low with a courtly old-world elegance long since gone from the modern world. All the time his gaze never left Ben's face, the black depths of his eyes ice-cold. Ben watched as the man bent to brush a kiss on the top of Colby's silken hair before gliding away, back across the yard to the Everetts and Ginny. Ben stared down at Colby, his features set and sober. You are nuts to think you can control him. He's dangerous, Colby. He would have torn my heart out with his bare hands. You should know better than to get involved with someone like that. Colby stood there looking up at him rather helplessly. She didn't know if she was involved with Rafael. Everything in her life seemed as if it was spinning out of control when she was anywhere near Rafael. She shook her head and dropped into the porch swing, her knees suddenly rubbery. I don't know what's happening to me, or to the ranch. The world is so upside down right now, Ben. It was the first time he had ever heard her sound so lost. At once he hunkered down beside the swing, his hand on her knee to comfort her. Listen to me, honey. You don't need to sell your soul here. I've got money if you need it. A little saved up, nothing big. He took a deep breath, his face manfully expressionless as he made the ultimate sacrifice. And hell, if you need me to marry you, I guess we could do that too. Colby stared at him for all of 5 seconds before she flung her arms around his neck and hugged him close, laughing softly. What would I do without you, Ben? Rafael heard the entire conversation, his blood surging with such power through his body. He held himself utterly still, afraid the demon would break loose. His brother stirred in his mind, questioning the fury pouring through him. Rafael stared at the hand touching Colby's knee, watched as she flung herself into the other man's arms, heard her soft laughter, the camaraderie of a man and woman who had known one another a long time. He felt the demon raising its head, the roaring, the bestial reaction beneath the thin veneer of civility he had worked so hard at achieving. Fangs exploded in his mouth and his eyes burned savagely. A red haze seemed to consume his brain. Call out to her. It was Nicholas. Calm. Commanding. The voice of reason when the dark call of his nature was consuming him. Rafael. Deliberately, Nicholas used his brother's name to call him back from the edge of disaster. Call out to her now. The beast could see his rival embracing his lifemate. He had not bound them together for fear she would be uncomfortable. Now the beast had a firm hold on him. Call out to her. It was the cool wind of reason moving through his mind. Rafael latched onto the ribbon of sanity his brother provided. Colby. Move away from him immediately. For me. Do this for me. The normally soft voice was a menace in her mind, more dangerous than any wild animal she had ever encountered. The threat was there, just like the time she had come upon a large mountain lion in its prime just after it had made a kill. She sensed his fear that she might not listen to him, that she wouldn't see the danger, but Colby was far more adept at reading wild things than he gave her credit for. And she chose that moment to touch his mind. Colby pulled away from Ben and leapt to her feet, pacing away from him quickly, her mind working on two levels. She wanted to appear normal to Ben, yet she shared the swirling cauldron of dark violent emotions with Rafael. You would hate being married to me, and you know it. She crossed her arms and tried to keep from shivering. Somewhere out in the gathering darkness was something powerful and menacing. It crouched very close, watching them with the unblinking eyes of a tiger. I'd drive you crazy, Ben, and you know it. But it was very sweet of you to offer. I'm sure you earned your way into heaven tonight. Ben stood up slowly, trying not to look like he'd dodged a bullet. You know I'd do it if you needed me to. Just don't do anything desperate, Colby. She walked down the steps of the porch and glanced around the yard casually. She felt the danger like a living, breathing entity. What is it, Rafael? Do you feel it too? Was it Rafael? Or was he simply tuned into the danger? Was Rafael threatening her? I could never harm you, Querida, never. There is no danger to you or yours, I would know. You are simply feeling me being a jealous man. The voice was his usual calm. She saw him then, standing by the corral as if nothing had happened, talking quietly with Sean and Jacqueline as Ginny led Tanya's horse around in a wide circle. Jealous? That was jealous? Colby stared at him for a long time. He looked completely normal, a handsome, charming foreigner who was very magnetic. Was she going completely insane? What did she think? That he was more than a man? He had power the same way she had power. It was easy enough to lose control. She understood that better than anyone could. Yet she had caught a glimpse of a raging beast, not human, something far more dangerous. You can project that much danger when you are simply jealous? And not for a very good reason, I might add. She had to ask him. She didn't know if she wanted him to lie or to tell her the truth. But she had to ask him. When we are alone and I can hold you in my arms, we will talk. The words were spoken like a soft caress, running across her bare skin so that she touched her own arm. Astonished, she looked down. The blisters and redness were gone. Her skin was smooth and unblemished from the sun. He had healed her terrible sunburn. Are you going to talk to me or stare at that foreigner all night? Ben demanded, coming up behind her. I thought you had another problem out here. He sounded almost belligerent, and Colby turned back to face him. You know, Ben, I don't think I'll understand men in a million years. They aren't at all logical like they try to brainwash women into thinking they are. Colby turned away from him to stare up at the darkening sky. Paul is over in the hayfield. I haven't checked on the problem yet, Ben. Juan Chavez was the one who found the steer and Paul saw it. He can take you out there, but it's getting dark very fast. I don't know if you have time. I'm getting worried about you and the kids out here by yourselves. I'm making time, Colby. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. She smiled at him over her shoulder, her hair falling in a bright cascade down her back. She looked so beautiful. Ben was slightly shocked. She looked almost ethereal, hauntingly sexy and a little mysterious. He had considered her a younger sister almost all of his life. Ben's feelings about Colby were very mixed, and he didn't want to see her in this light. They weren't suited at all. He had never noticed her looking alluring and sexy before, not once in all their years together. Ben glanced over at the dark stranger and caught the man looking at him. Rafael didn't look away, his smoldering eyes odd in the waning light. They reminded Ben of a cat's eyes, more suited to night vision than day. The eyes didn't blink and Ben looked away, not liking that intent, hair-raising stare. Rafael De La Cruz was making it perfectly clear that Colby was off-limits to any other man. Ben didn't trust him, sensing something violent and dangerous seething below that calm exterior. And De La Cruz seemed a playboy type, easily acquiring women and just as fast tossing them aside. Colby was not made for a one-night stand. She was a woman who would give herself completely to someone she loved. Ben didn't want it to be a man like De La Cruz. He shoved his hat on his head. I'll find Paul and talk with Chavez, but, Colby, you keep the kids close and don't go wandering off by yourself. I have a ranch to run, Ben, she said quietly. I'm not going to let someone scare me off. You said one Chavez found the steer. What was he doing riding your ranch? Ben sounded casual, but Colby wasn't in the least bit fooled. She had known him far too long. After the fire, Rafael didn't want us to be alone here. He couldn't stay with us, so he asked Juan and Julio to help us out. She looked down at her hands, ashamed to admit her weakness to him. It was a good thing they stayed. I was sick this afternoon and slept most of the day away. So De La Cruz ordered them to stay. They wanted to stay, Ben. They are Paul and Ginny's uncles, after all. They are concerned for their welfare. He turned his faded blue eyes on her. Are you trying to make me believe that Colby Jansen is not in the least suspicious about this setup? That these people show up out of the blue claiming your brother and sister and wanting the ranch to hold for them? That they just happen to be business associates and are staying with your neighbor Sean Everett, whose entire crew just happens to be ex-cons? And that just about the same time they arrive, all kinds of accidents begin happening on your ranch? This is all coincidence, Colby? And now one Chavez finds a dead steer mutilated while he is watching over you on De La Cruz's orders. It seems a bit far-fetched to me. Didn't we have this conversation before, and I was the one saying these things to you? You told me I was stubborn and to get over it. You told me I was talking through my hat when I tried to point out to you that the things going wrong on the ranch weren't accidents. Yeah, well, Pete's death was no accident, Colby, and it was no accident that Chavez and Everett's riders were up on the bluff. Or that Clinton Daniels and that scum Harris were out there either, along with that new hand of his, Ernie Carter. Now that's a real winner there. What the hell were you doing riding out there alone? Then, she laid a placating hand on his arm. You aren't suggesting everyone is conspiring against me, are you? Ben felt the weight of those peculiar eyes staring at him malevolently. He didn't look up to see. He knew instinctively they had De La Cruz's full attention, and he knew it was because he had raised his voice to Colby and she was touching him. I think you're in great danger, Colby, and not just of losing the ranch. That's what I think, and you'd better take me damn seriously. I will, Ben, Colby conceded with a little sigh. I'm worried too. I don't know what to think, but I don't want anything to happen to Paul or Ginny. I promise to be careful. When he continued looking at her, she sighed again. Very, very careful. And not trust anybody too much, he prompted. And I won't trust anybody too much, she added obediently. Ben walked off toward the hay field, and she watched him until his large frame disappeared around the side of the large barn. She stared at the barn, puzzled. It would have made more sense for the arsonist to burn down the barn. It was located farther away from the house, and it didn't have built-in sprinklers. The barn would have gone up fast with the hay in it. Why hadn't they chosen the barn? Colby, Ginny called out, her voice betraying annoyance. She desperately wanted to make a good impression. Tanya was very nice, and she wanted Colby to pay her lots of attention, so she would want to come back. Colby hurried over, ignoring Rafael's hot gaze and concentrating totally on Jacqueline and Tanya. She was aware of Rafael watching her intently the entire time she gave instructions, but she forced herself to keep from looking at him. She wanted to look at him. She even needed to look at him. She could feel her mind continually reaching for his. She had felt the sensation before, now she recognized it. And he often touched her mind. Like a shadow. Almost for reassurance. The moment he touched her, she could relax again, breathe. She smiled at Jacqueline and talked normally. She hugged Ginny often, going through the motions of being interested and excited by her chatter. She lavished attention on Tanya, but all the while she was intensely aware of Rafael. Waiting. Watching. Sean handed Rafael an envelope through the truck's open window just before they left, promising Ginny they would return in a couple of days. Colby watched Rafael casually tuck it into his shirt pocket. She really looked at him then, allowing herself the luxury. His clothes were immaculate, despite the fact that he had been checking the burns on the horses in the corral and helping with the riding lesson. It seemed as if even the dirt and dust of the ranch didn't dare cling to him the way it did everyone else. And he always smelled so good too. Rafael met her gaze over the top of Ginny's head and smiled at her. He could rob her of her breath without doing much at all. Colby ducked her head and began walking with Ginny up to the house. So, what did you think, chickadee? Did you like Tanya? She's really nice, Colby, Ginny said enthusiastically. Paul should have at least come over to be introduced. Really? Colby's eyebrow shot up. Did you think so? I thought he might say something awful and mortify us, you know, Paul. Ginny thought it over, then shook her head. Girls think he's cute. He's been talking to quite a few of them on the phone, and they always call him first. He never calls them. At night when you're working, he's on the phone in the kitchen. Your brother talks on the phone to girls while your sister is working? Rafael asked quietly. There was no real expression in his voice. It was soft and calm like always, yet it held a wealth of menace. Colby glanced at him, wondering how he could do that, not raise his voice or change his inflection, yet sound so frightening. Paul is very young, Rafael. He's only 16. And when Armando was in the accident and left you to run the ranch and nurse him, you were what? 17. His black eyes moved broodingly over her face. She took the back porch steps very fast, suddenly angry with him. Paul helps out a lot, Rafael, and in any case, it isn't your business. He glided along beside her in his silent way, irritating her even more. His hand reached the door to the kitchen at the exact same time as hers did. Colby jerked her hand away when his fingers brushed hers. Do you think coddling that boy is going to make a man out of him, Colby? Ultimately, he has to run the ranch. It was your father's dream to keep the ranch for the kids, but he wouldn't want you running yourself into the ground. Colby was all too aware of Ginny's wide eyes staring from one to the other of them, suddenly very grown up. It was my dream too. Colby sounded defiant even to her own ears. She stalked across the room to the refrigerator and stared inside. Rafael's smile was very gentle. He put a hand on her shoulder. I have been in your mind, Pequeña. I did not see such a memory. He had been in her body too. The unspoken words shimmered in the air. She whirled around and glared at him. Then you darn well weren't looking for it, she snapped, hating that she knew what was in his pocket and that she would have no choice but to accept his handout. She was going to take his money and she had slept with him. I wanted the ranch too. I did. I do. The memory is not there, Querida, and you, more than I, know it is true. It was never there, no such memory, because you had no such desire or dream. 9. Ben's in a darn foul mood, Paul greeted as he bounded through the kitchen door, much like a half-grown puppy. He went straight to the sink and washed his hands. Colby was death on cleanliness. I've got to tell you, I was glad to see him go. Why is he so bent out of shape? What did you say to him, Colby? She spun around, glaring at him. Say to him, she echoed very softly. And why would you think I said something to him? Ben is a man. She made it sound like a dirty word. That should tell you everything right there. Paul whistled very low under his breath. Anyone call for me? He asked hopefully. No one messed with Colby when she was in a man-bashing state. Someone or something had set her off, and he was hoping it hadn't been him. No, but I was hoping you'd leave Ben out there to get lost. Paul's eyebrows shot up at Colby's mood, and then he glanced from his sister to Rafael speculatively. So, I'm guessing you brought the loan papers. Has Colby seen them yet? It was a good guess on his part after seeing the expression on his sister's face. Rafael extracted the papers and handed them to Colby. No, not yet. Perhaps she could look these over while we get better acquainted. He gestured toward the living room, herding Paul and Ginny in front of him to give Colby more privacy. Colby froze, the sound of her heart loud in her ears. Wait. She sounded totally panic-stricken. She felt totally panic-stricken. She actually put out her hand to stop her brother and sister from leaving the room alone with Rafael. Rafael turned to look at her, his black eyes moving over her face with hard authority as she backed away from him. What is it, meu amor? He spoke gently, his voice like a velvet caress, but she shivered all the same. He was smoldering. Smoldering. She could feel the volcano swirling inside him as linked as they were. His eyes were on her, bleak and cold, yet burning with a terrible intensity. Fire and ice. There it was again. The paradox. She didn't understand him. She didn't understand herself. But first and foremost, despite what she might need or want or feel, She had to know that Ginny and Paul were safe from all harm. Rafael was a shadow in her mind and saw her fear. Colby? There was a wealth of concern in Paul's voice. What is it? Be very careful what you say to the boy, Pequeña. I do not want him to fear me unnecessarily as you seem to fear me. The words purred in her mind, a soothing menace. Colby's hand went to her throat, a protective gesture, moved around to cover the mark throbbing so frantically on her neck. Are you driving me insane? I feel like I don't know what's real and what isn't anymore. I'm different. I know I'm different. She was crying out the words, needing his comfort even as she was trying to drive him away with her accusations. We will be alone soon enough, Colby. There is no need for all this fear. You and the children are under my protection. That is no small thing. If you do not believe in me, then believe in Armando. He sent for the family. They are men of honor. If they believed I would harm you, do you think they would allow such a thing? I don't know. They're very loyal to you. She didn't know. She honestly didn't. How could she be so attracted to someone she didn't even trust? How could she allow him to do the things he'd done to her body and still crave more? It didn't make sense to her. And the Chavez brothers feared him. She sensed the uneasiness in them whenever the conversation turned to Rafael. He was much more than a man with unique talents such as Colby had. He was far more powerful. And there was a darkness inside of him she often caught glimpses of. As much as she was drawn to Rafael, she was also equally repelled, her sense of self-preservation kicking in strongly. He was taking her over, bit by bit, cell by cell. Her heart. Her lungs. It felt as if she couldn't breathe without him. No one else looked at her with that burning, hungry gaze. No one touched her with such command, such need. He was dominant in every way, and something in her she couldn't control responded to him, needed him, craved him, even when she wasn't certain of who or what he was. Go over the papers, Colby. Rafael sounded tender. We will be in the other room. Ginny is interested in vegetarian soup recipes, and I am quite good in that particular area. Colby stared at Rafael, almost afraid to make a decision. You won't? She couldn't actually form an accusation. What if he had directed their minds to do something harmful? Could he have done that? His black eyes ignited with anger for a moment. Yes, I could have, but I did not. He turned on his heel and stalked out of the room. Paul slipped his arm around Ginny's shoulders. I'm not going to pretend I know what's going on between you two, but he offered us a huge loan for practically nothing, Colby, and if we don't get money soon, we're going to lose the ranch. Colby shrugged. Well, maybe you're being altogether too trusting, Paul. You ought to know by now you don't get something for nothing. It never works that way. Maybe so, Colby, but then again you're the one who trusted Daniels enough to take the loan, Paul snapped at her. Colby winced as though he'd struck her. To her shock, her eyes actually brimmed with tears. Ginny ran to her, circling her waist with protective arms, glaring openly at her brother. Do not let me hear you speak to your sister again like that, Paul. Raphael's large frame filled the doorway. He always seemed to materialize out of nowhere, moving unseen and silently to appear and take over. He looked directly at the teenager. You are too old to yell out accusations when you do not have all the facts. Colby deserves far more respect from you. There was a lash in the quiet strength of his voice. Think before you speak, boy. I am quite capable of introducing you to the concept of manners. Raphael stepped back in invitation to allow Paul to precede him, his gaze steely. Paul looked defiant for a moment, his face slowly turning red. Ginny moved first, hurrying quickly past Raphael into the other room, pausing just long enough to give her brother one indignant look. Colby, for once, didn't help Paul, staring down at the scuffed toes of her boots as if she couldn't bear to look at him. As if he had hurt her so deeply with his accusation that she couldn't face him or anyone else. Colby. He said her name softly, already sorry for lashing out at her. He wasn't even sure why he did it, only that he didn't like the way Raphael was looking at Colby, or the way she was looking back at him. She shook her head without looking up. Paul followed Ginny into the living room. Colby unfolded the papers reluctantly and spread the offending document onto the kitchen table. It was strictly businesslike, legal, and very fair. She could find no fault with it. Raphael had left her no way out, no logical reason to refuse him. The sum was for the amount of money she needed to pay off Daniels and enough to rebuild and even add new equipment. Colby didn't have the kind of cash Daniels or De La Cruz had, and she never would. Are you planning on scowling at it all day, or shall we sign it and get it over with? Rafael broke into her thoughts, leaning against the doorframe, his arms folded across his chest. She glanced at him, a slight frown on her face. I'm reading it over, looking for hidden traps. It is not going to work, you know, he said, his voice low. What isn't going to work? She retorted. Trying to start a fight with me. It will not run me off. You think to make me go back to my homeland. Do you not realize yet that it is too late for that? Colby pushed a hand through her hair and regarded him with serious eyes. I know we need to have a talk, Rafael. He indicated the papers with a graceful wave of his hand. Is it really so hard to decide? Would you have rather I turned my back on you and the children? It is only money. I would have given it to you, but you would not have taken it. Money means nothing to me, it never has. He sighed, his black gaze fastened on her very expressive face. You hate the fact that I offered the money, but really, Querida, you had me either way. If I had not offered it, what kind of a man would I have been? There was no note of censure in his voice, he simply was stating a fact. Colby was instantly ashamed. It was true. She totally resented him either way. And she didn't trust his motives. Rafael extracted a gold pen from his pocket and held it out to her, his dark eyes eloquent. Colby shook her head at the folly of what she was doing, but she took the pen. Her fingers brushed his, sent a frisson of awareness down her spine. He could do that, but was it simple chemistry? Colby didn't know why she was so attracted to him. She thought he was cold, yet he sometimes burned with such intensity she melted around him. Which was the real Rafael? She thought him selfish and arrogant, yet he was first on the ranch helping nonstop in a crisis. He had sheltered Ginny in the midst of the crisis in spite of the fact that he had been in extreme discomfort. And he was offering the money at more than reasonable terms so they could keep the ranch. Had she been that wrong about him? No, Pequeña, you were not so wrong about me. The words brushed in her mind almost tenderly. Colby glanced up at him, startled. It was disconcerting to have him reading her every thought. I guess we do need to talk. You need to explain to me just what is going on between us, because I don't know what it is. She wasn't going to be put off. He had promised to talk with her, and she meant to hold him to it. Do you really believe I have something to do with the problems on this ranch? Rafael stirred for the first time, a lazy, casual move very reminiscent of a jungle cat as he straightened and moved toward her, immediately filling the entire kitchen with his presence. The phone rang shrilly. They could hear Paul and Ginny both racing to answer it. Colby pushed open the screen door. She needed the night air, the wide-open spaces. She didn't turn her head, and she didn't hear Rafael walking, but she felt him moving right behind her. As they walked across the yard, his hand brushed hers. At once her heart went crazy, pounding wildly before she could prevent it. She glanced up at him from under long lashes, surreptitiously putting her hand behind her back. Why did you come here, Rafael? Why are you here at all? You don't belong here, do you? My brothers and I rarely travel. We prefer to stay near the rainforest. He glanced up at the looming mountain range shadowing the ranch. We need the wilds. Even together, we have always been solitary. His voice was very quiet, almost hypnotic. Colby found her gaze on the mountains also. Everything seemed so much more intense. Vivid colors in the night, the breeze bringing scents and sounds to her she had never experienced before. She inhaled deeply, drawing it all into her lungs. Why do I want to be with you when I don't even like you? She didn't look at him when she asked the question. You know why, don't you? She knew things. She had always known things. She knew he wouldn't lie to her about whatever was between them. Rafael moved beside her in silence, his body fluid and powerful. She could feel his power. They walked past the large garden she had worked so hard to maintain. She noted absently that Paul had forgotten to water it. As soon as the knowledge shimmered in her mind, Rafael waved his hand and the water began to flow into the irrigation hoses. He did it casually, almost as if he didn't notice he did it. Why do I need to touch your mind with mine, to see you, when I've never needed a man in my life at all? His hand brushed hers again, and this time their fingers tangled together. Do you really want the answers to your questions, Colby? You must be very sure it is what you want. The answers you will get are not what you are expecting. She stopped walking, her body very close to his. She had to tilt her head to look up at him. Colby took a moment to think it over. She sensed he was going to reveal something monumental, something terrifying. Was she strong enough to take it? Colby needed to know. She took a deep breath and nodded. I think I have enough mysteries in my life right now without this one. Tell me the truth. His hand framed her face, his fingertips unbelievably gentle as they brushed her face. I look at you, Colby, and I see the most beautiful woman on the face of the earth. Inside and out you are beautiful. I know you better than anyone else could ever know you, because I can see into your thoughts and read your memories. The very light in you, your tremendous capacity for loving, humbles me. She looked at him steadily, trying not to drown in the depths of his black eyes. Looking at the intensity, the hunger there, it was impossible not to believe what he was saying, and his words robbed her of her breath, of her ability to stay focused. She shook her head to ward off his spell. Tell me about your life. She found she was holding her breath. She didn't want to hear about Rafael and other women. She wanted to know about him. Who he was, what he thought, what mattered to him. You matter to me. Ginny and Paul matter to me. Honor matters. His black eyes, dark and brooding, moved over her face. His fingers drifted down her silken curtain of hair before reluctantly releasing her. Honor is the only thing I had left to me, Colby, before you came into my life. He looked away from her, avoiding her eyes to look up at the high shadowy peaks surrounding them. I belong in the rainforests, up in the mountains, far from people, where it is much safer for them and for me. Colby kept her eyes on his face, determined to know the truth. There was something truly solitary about him, something so alone it touched her heart. She had an overwhelming desire to gather him into her arms and comfort him. I don't see what is so wrong with needing your own space. Sometimes, there is such a bombardment of information overwhelming me that I can barely hang on. You are much more sensitive than I am, I can tell. If you read minds, the emotions must be overwhelming. He rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully, shaking his head at her. Naturally, you would give a plausible reason for my behavior. But it is not so, Pequeña. I do not have the excuse of being bombarded with emotions. In truth, although I can read minds, I felt nothing at all until I met you. Colby continued to walk. The soft breeze was soothing, a perfect backdrop for serenity when she was struggling to understand what Rafael was telling her. I don't understand. How could you feel nothing? You mean you never fell in love? What? What does that mean? I mean it in a literal sense, Colby, he continued gently. Touch my mind, look at my memories. He didn't sound ashamed, he sounded matter-of-fact, as if he casually discussed his sins every day, not as if he was baring his soul to her, as if he was ripping his heart out and handing it to her. He knew he could no longer continue without her. He knew he was too selfish to end his life, and in any case, he had all but tied her to him. He had no idea of the consequences to her should they be separated. He had not officially bound them with the ritual words, but he had exchanged blood with her on 2 occasions. She was partially in his world. And she needed him. She was lonely in the midst of her beloved family. And they were using her up, her generous, compassionate nature and unique gifts. Without those talents, it would not have been possible for Colby to run the ranch on the defective equipment as she had been doing these last few years. There was a vampire in the area, probably drawn by her use of her psychic talent. And there was Nicholas, so close to turning it was terrifying. And Rafael truly did not know how much longer he, himself, could endure without claiming her. More than all those reasons, Rafael knew he had never wanted anything for himself in all his long years. He wanted Colby, and he wouldn't give her up. She reached out to him, for the first time really seeing beyond his expressionless mask. His handsome face was different when she really studied him. There were lines etched into his sensual features that hadn't been there before. There was a sorrow in the depths of his eyes as if he was suffering. Instantly her heart melted and Colby tightened her grip on his arm. What is it you don't want to tell me, Rafael? Don't you think it's just better to get it out in the open? Colby. Direct, to the point. He tucked thick silky strands of red gold hair behind her small ear. You have so much here, Colby. You are willing to give so much of yourself to those you love. I want you to love me. I am not deserving of your love. I have not only done nothing to deserve it, but I have made your life more difficult. I need you. I know I will not always be easy to be with. I am a very dominant man, sexually and otherwise. I want you to be mine. All mine. He said the words starkly, without embellishment, totally vulnerable, aware she could crush him easily with one word, one look. But I want you to love me, I need you to love me. Everything in Colby responded to the directness of his plea. He looked so alone, tall and straight, his black eyes alive with some terrible inner pain. Why? Why do you need me to love you, Rafael? You have everything. He wasn't overwhelming her with romantic endearments, or even using the highly charged sexual chemistry between them to persuade her, and that, more than anything else, had her complete attention. I have nothing without you. Before I came here, Colby, my life was one endless bleak moment after another. I am alive when I am around you. I can feel emotion. I know I care for the Chavez family. I feel affection for them. I care what happens to them. I feel for my brothers, my people. I do not want to return to a barren world. I cannot. His black eyes moved moodily over her upturned face. You are a miracle, and you are not even aware of it. I haven't done anything to be a miracle, Colby reminded him quietly. She waited in the darkness for what would inevitably come. She knew there was something else, something he didn't want to tell her. That you exist is a miracle for me, Colby. He gestured with his hand, the long, slow sweep taking in a wide circle. This is my world, Colby the night. I have lived long alone, and I cannot do so anymore. He bowed his head as if infinitely weary. I thought I might be strong enough to allow you to slip away from me. I have thought long on this, but I cannot. He looked at her directly then, his head coming up, standing tall and powerful, his black eyes burning a brand into her mind. I cannot, Colby. Rafael, stop talking in riddles. What is it? She could hear her own heart beating wildly. She could feel the desperation in her mind and body as every single cell needed to comfort and assure him. But he was changing her life. She knew it instinctively. She knew he was warning her, not reassuring her. Whatever he was not saying was something terrible. So she simply stood there looking up at him, waiting. Rafael stood one moment looking curiously vulnerable, and the next his expression was grim, determined. Sheer arrogance. He dragged her into his arms and took possession of her mouth with his. She tasted a desperate need, a terrible hunger, and something far more frightening. She gave herself up to him, clinging to him, returning the hunger in his kiss, reassuring him even as she feared where he was leading her. Her hands crept up to his neck, bunching his hair in her fingers. Tell me, Rafael, can't you feel how much I want you? She wanted to give him the courage to tell her, wanted to give herself the courage to listen. She whispered the words into his mouth, against his lips, holding her body very close to his. He lifted his head then, his black eyes glittering at her. He looked every inch a tall, dark predator. You cannot just want me, Colby, you have to love me. There was a finality about his words, something in his voice that warned her she was in danger. She stood in the silence, listening to the wind whisper to her, feeling it on her face, her body. His face was still and etched with a deep sorrow she couldn't quite comprehend. He looked as lonely as her beloved mountains. Colby lifted a hand to his lips, her fingers gently smoothing the lines. What is it, Rafael? Say it aloud, say it here in the night where it's just the two of us while we belong together. Right now. Tiny red flames flickered in the dark depths of his eyes. His fingers shackled her fragile wrist, lightly, loosely, as if chaining her to him when he expected her to run from him. I am of the night, Colby, of the wind and the earth. I can soar as the eagle or take the shape of a jungle cat. My people are as old as time itself. I am not human. For a moment her mind was perfectly still, not comprehending, not wanting to take in what he said. She blinked up at him as the words settled into her mind. Her gaze fixed on the flames in his eyes. If you are not human, Rafael, what are you? She shouldn't have believed him, but she sensed the danger in him, the predator. She sensed his differences. The way the Chavez brothers acted suddenly made perfect sense. They knew he was different. and they feared him. She wasn't running from him. She didn't even attempt to pull away, but he heard the slamming of her heart, and he saw the gathering apprehension in her eyes. I am Carpathian. My original homeland is in the Carpathian Mountains. In the 13th century, our prince asked for volunteers to go to distant lands to protect the world from the evil branching out. My brothers and I were already warriors with much experience, and we answered the call. She stood very, very still. The words 13th century echoed through her mind. We are rather like normal human children in the first years of our lives. As we become teenagers, our gifts and talents begin to emerge. The elders teach us to shapeshift, to use our gifts. At that time, the sun begins to become a problem for us. She drew in her breath sharply, her eyes never leaving his face. Like it is becoming for me. It isn't because of the fire, is it? Shapeshifting. He had used the term casually, in the same way he had mentioned the 13th century. He wasn't insane, and Colby wished he were. She took an involuntary step backward, her hand going up to cover the mark throbbing on her neck. He shook his head slowly. No, Colby, your sensitivity to the sun is not because of the fire. I brought you partially into my world, and I have no choice but to bring you fully into it. He said it very quietly, implacably, irrevocably. His black eyes watched her carefully. She felt him in her mind, that same watchful stillness, judging her reaction. She held her ground, looking up at him steadily. You think I'm just going to let you take me over? Her words were soft, like the night wind, but it was a threat, the first real threat Colby had ever made in her life. I love my brother and sister. I will never let you take me from them. I hope we understand one another. He nodded, his eyes very black, very empty. You have strong gifts, Colby, but you have no concept of my power. I mean it when I say I have no choice. You have no concept of how strong the pull of the darkness is, the insidious whispering of power. The call to feel. Just feel. Such a small thing humans take for granted. I thought there was nothing worse, but it is not so. Emotions bombard me. I cannot seek the solace of the earth because you are above ground and my soul cries for yours. I have no anchor. I cannot hold out much longer. There is too much at risk. She lifted her chin. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, Rafael, I'll admit it, but it doesn't matter, don't you see that? I don't matter, you don't matter, only Paul and Ginny matter. His white teeth gleamed in the darkness, a predator's warning. You think I will allow you to trade our lives for theirs? His voice was very, very low. Her heart thudded painfully, and for a moment she could scarcely breathe. Was he actually threatening her brother and sister? He seemed invincible there in the darkness, and she didn't even know what he was capable of doing. She sensed his power. She felt his power clinging to him, vibrating in the air around him. What are you saying, Rafael? I don't like riddles. His hand moved up to shape her face. Colby stepped away from him before his fingers could skim her skin, before his touch could seduce her into acceptance. His hand fell to his side. I am incapable of harming those children, he said softly, his voice a whiplash. They are a part of you. I have offered my protection to them. You persist in seeing me as your enemy when you are surrounded by the real enemy. She stood quietly with the wind ruffling her hair and her heart as heavy as a stone. His pain or hers? Colby wasn't certain if it was one and the same. I'm sorry, Rafael. She shoved a trembling hand through her silky hair. The ground seems to be shifting out from under me, and I honestly don't know what to think. She waved a hand to encompass the mountains surrounding them. This is my world. This ranch, the children. My entire world. What's happened between us is frightening. I behave differently around you. It isn't me. You have to understand that. I'm not who you want. He smiled at her. Gently. Tenderly. Colby. Her name was a soft ache in the darkness of the night. I have waited close to 2,000 years for you. Only you. Without hope, without color or emotion. I cannot go back to a barren world. You are here in front of me and our time is now. I will not allow it to slip through our fingers. You cannot conceive of the monster I can become without you. You sense it lurking, watching, waiting even, but you do not realize its potential. You have the ability to mesmerize with your voice. I see no reason to deny it. I did not seduce you with my voice. You are my other half, you feel it, you know it. I live in you, and your need is as strong as my need. He moved then, glided, a silent predator, his arms gathering her against his body and his dark head descending until his mouth claimed hers. Hot, dominant, hungry, an urgent demand. The moment his mouth fastened on hers, Colby felt the flames licking at her skin, inside her skin, deep within her body. The heat built, a fiery inferno that turned her blood into a molten liquid that pooled low in her body and consumed her mind with a dark desire she would never escape. It moved through her body, wicked, sinful, a treacherous craving that deepened and spread, until she was consumed with the need to touch him, taste him, to give him everything. Her denials were gone, lost in the fire of his hot mouth and hard body. It wasn't enough with his mouth welded to hers. She had to feel the heat of his skin beneath the pads of her fingers, exploring every muscle, every indentation. She wanted nothing between them, not even a thin layer of material to cushion the thick, hard evidence of his need for her. The surge of power vibrated in the air, so that electricity crackled and snapped. His shirt floated to the ground while her hands found the fastening of his trousers. She pushed impatiently at the offending jeans, wanting them out of the way, needing them gone. Once again the air crackled, and he was naked in the moonlight, the silvery beams illuminating the hard planes of his body. He looked magnificently male, a masculine sculpture dedicated to pure carnal pleasure. Made for it. Needing it. Colby gasped in awe, running her hands over him, while deep inside the aching need blossomed into a ferocious hunger that bit at her and clawed until her body raged at her. She was sharing his mind, knew they were both beyond control, but it didn't matter to her. She looked up at him, at his black, merciless eyes alive with hunger and desire, an insatiable lust bordering on obsession. She understood. She felt the same. Rafael parted the threads of her cotton top so that the buttons went flying in all directions. His hands moved up to loosen the clip in her hair, tossing it aside so that it lay unwanted beside the small round buttons. His hands skimmed up her ribcage, settling on her breasts as he dipped his head to feast on soft, creamy flesh. Colby's soft cry was muffled as his mouth closed over her nipple, wet and hot and suckling strongly. Answering liquefied heat throbbed and burned deep inside her, a molten pool of beckoning anticipation. Rafael's hands glided over the curve of her hips, sliding her jeans from her body, leaving her open to his hungry gaze. The surge of power came again as she kicked off her shoes and pushed aside her clothes so her body was skin to skin with his. "Touch me, Colby," he commanded softly as his teeth teased and scraped along sensitive skin. "I need your hands on me. Touch me." Her hands were on his hips, tracing his hips bones, the sharp edges, the defined muscles. He groaned as his body grew fuller, heavier, at the brushing of her skin against him. "I want to touch you, Rafael," she answered truthfully. She loved the way he thrust his mind into her mind, the erotic pictures very vivid, very graphic. His mouth at her breast was numbing her mind, turning her body into liquid heat, a fire so exquisite she wanted to burn out of control, could only burn out of control. Deliberately, she danced her fingers along the hard, thick length of him, cupping the weight of him in her hand, squeezing gently until the air rushed out of his lungs and he lifted his head with a soft growl of animal pleasure. It wasn't enough. She wanted to bring him to his knees, this creature of dark power, a master of seduction who had left his brand deep inside her so that no other could ever possibly take his place. She wanted him to feel the way he had made her feel. So close to the fire she burned in it. Colby caught at his hips, dragged him closer to her so that the warmth of her breath had his teeth snapping together. Her tongue tasted him, a slow, seductive swirl, deliberately intimate, following the smooth velvet-soft contours, exploring the thick knob while her teeth nibbled as if she might take a bite. She had no real idea of what to do, but she could follow the instructions in his mind and the guidance of his hands. Each ragged breath he drew encouraged her. His hands fisted in her hair, the growl deepening in his throat. She wanted him this way, on the edge of violence, with no restraint, there in the night with the stars scattered overhead and his powerful body trembling because of her. Because of the silken heat of her mouth, tight and moist, taking him the way her body would take his. Deep inside, suckling him the way he did her. His body belonging to her, for her pleasure, to bring him to a fever pitch, to be able to drag the throaty growls from him and feel his body thrust helplessly into her. His fists tightened in her hair, dragging her head closer to him while she deliberately drove him careening toward the edge of control. He said something hot and erotic, dragging her head up to find her mouth with his. He waved his hand and a blanket of thick grass lay beneath her as he shoved her back onto the ground, following her down with his hard body. Grasping her legs, he jerked her to him so that her legs were spread wide, leaving her open and vulnerable to him. He was kneeling, and he simply tugged her legs over his broad shoulders and bent to find her hot, wet core with his probing tongue. Colby's body imploded, fragmented, rocking and bucking in his hands. She cried out, her fingers clutching at the grass stalks for something, anything to hold on to. "Not good enough," he said softly, impatiently. "Again, Colby, again, and next time say my name. Know who I am. Say it." It was an order, a threat. His mouth found her again, buried deep, stroking, caressing, teasing. Very deliberately, he slipped his finger over her, inside her. At once her body responded again, sending her spiraling out of control so that she gasped for mercy, clawing at the grass for an anchor. He left his finger deep inside her, pushed further so that his palm was pressed against the heat of her entrance. He bent to kiss her flat belly, his teeth nipping, his tongue swirling over her peculiar birthmark. Her muscles clenched tightly in answer around his finger. "That is what I need to feel, meu amor. I want you to need me more. Even more." Watching her face, he inserted a second finger, stretching her tight sheath, pressing deeper into her as he bent his head to her breast, thrusting so temptingly at him. Her body shuddered in answer, bathed his fingers in a hot cream, clenching and tightening, rippling with life. "Rafael," she gasped his name. Aching, needing, on fire. He hit lightly at her breast, sucked at her flesh, thrust his fingers deep, withdrew, thrust again. There was satisfaction in her cry as his movements triggered an even wilder release. She nearly sobbed as her body ground against his hand. Rafael leaned over her, pressed his throbbing body against her, thick and hard, wanting her to feel him. "Not yet, Colby. Who am I? Say my name, tell me. Tell me what you want from me. Only me. No one else, just me." His voice was a dark sorcerer's tool, velvet soft, a seduction of senses, husky with his own dark hunger. His tongue flicked over her nipple, his teeth scraped over her pulse, swirled a caress even as his fingers stretched her further, sunk deeper into her core. Tears swam in her eyes. "I can't do this, I can't take any more. It's too much." Her body was alive with 1,000 nerve endings, tiny pinpoints of pleasure swamping her to the point of pain. "Yes, you can." His teeth teased the pulse in her neck, his breath warm in her ear. "Let go. Give yourself to me, all the way, Colby. I want all of it, everything that is you. I will not take anything less from you. All of you. You want me. You need me the same way I need you. Your body needs mine." Her breath caught in her throat, and the feel of his mouth against her skin was almost more than she could bear. "Yes, Rafael, now." She choked the words out as her body rippled and quivered and spiraled out of control again. He brought her legs to his waist, pushed his hips against her, keeping her thighs wide to accommodate his larger body as he pressed into her hot, wet, welcoming sheath. A soft sound escaped her throat as he pushed into her. Even with his fingers preparing her, stretching her, her body was tight and resisting against his thick, hard length. "All of me, Querida, take all of me," he urged softly, insistently. His beautiful voice was husky with his need, his face an etching of desire and hunger, his eyes burning with intensity. She cried out, her voice scattering across the sky as he deepened his stroke, joining their bodies together. It was his name, her mind filled with him and her soul claimed by him as he took possession of her body. The release was fast and ferocious, overtaking her like a freight train before she could get her breath. Rafael had no mercy, surging forward, burying himself deep while the fiery friction built again and again, intense and hot, a firestorm consuming them both. He needed all of her, the essence of her flooding his bloodstream, and deliberately he bent forward, knowing her eyes were on his face, wanting her to see who he was, to know what he was.